Comme il est 11h02.
It being 11:02, the House will move on to private members' business according to the order paper. Orders of the day.
Today, private members' business, commencement of debate of motion M386 regarding First Nations, standing in the name of Mr. Ray.
Mr. Ray, seconded by Mr. Garneau, moves that in the opinion of the House, the Indian Act is the embodiment of failed colonial and paternalistic policies which have denied First Nations their rights, fair share in resources, fostered mistrust, and created systemic barriers to the self-determination and successes of First Nations, and that elimination of these barriers requires the government to initiate a formal process of direct engagement with First Nations within 3 months of passage of this motion, on a nation-to-nation basis, which focuses on replacing the Indian Act with new agreements based on A,
the constitutional, treaty, and inherent rights of all First Nations. B, the historical and fiduciary responsibilities of the Crown to First Nations. C, the standards established in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, including the principle of free, prior, and informed consent. D, respect, recognition, reconciliation, and support for First Nations.
Partnership and mutual accountability between the Crown and First Nations. And F, stability and safety of First Nations, and that this process be completed within 2 years before reporting, with a series of concrete deliverables for the government to act upon. Debate the honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I very much appreciate the chance to move this motion and to participate in the discussion on it. I hope there's a general consensus in the House that a piece of legislation that was first passed in 1876, which reflected the power relationships and the values of that particular time in our history, is hardly the basis upon which we need to go forward in the 21st century in this critical question of the relationship between the Aboriginal people of this country, First Nations, Inuit and Métis, and the government of Canada and the governments of Canada, including the provinces. This motion requires the government to start a process of discussion and negotiation with respect to replacing the Indian Act with a new set of laws, treaties, and understandings which establish a new relationship on a basis of genuine equality, not on a basis of paternalism, not on the basis of a colonial relationship which stems from the past, not on the basis of a severe power imbalance between the governments of Canada and the First Nations, the Aboriginal people of the country, but on a basis of true equality. Like you, Mr. Speaker, and like everyone in the House, I was genuinely moved by the Prime Minister's speech which he gave in that unforgettable moment when the government and the Prime Minister in person delivered an apology to those who had been forced to go to residential schools. And I think we all recognize that in the apology that the Prime Minister gave, he gave an apology which went well beyond the issue of residential schools, as significant and important as that issue is. What I think the Prime Minister was doing was stating on behalf of all Canadians that this is a relationship that has somehow gone wrong historically and that it's important for us to get it right.
Mr. Speaker, since the arrival of the first Europeans to the land that we call Canada today, there has been tension that we have to acknowledge, tension between those who came here as immigrants as representatives of a colony, and those who lived here in Canada and had been living here for centuries. There was disease, death, war, discrimination, racism, difficult relations. And if you read the debate of the 19th century, when the Indian Act was adopted by the House of Commons, the thought of the day was that that population probably wouldn't last long. And now we see the reality of the situation. More than 1 million Aboriginals in this country, young people at university, attending college, in professions, going into business. We've seen quite a change. We must also acknowledge that they're no longer isolated communities, even if some of them are remote. The children at the age 2 or 3 watch the same programs on TV, see the same opportunities that exist throughout the world, but in their lives they don't have the same opportunities.
I continue to believe that although this issue may well not be, according to the polls that we see, it may not be top of mind among a great majority of Canadians. It may not be a subject which people say, yes, this is the most important question we need to deal with. I think when we consider this question as a House, I think we have to show some leadership to the people of Canada and say it's time for this country to wake up and realize that there are steps that need to be taken, there are barriers that need to be broken, there are bridges that need to be built, so that we can look ourselves in the mirror and say, as all Canadians, we are one as a country. We are one as a family. We are one people. Because throughout my political life and public life, I've found it difficult to somehow square the discrimination and the inequality that I see and that we see around us all the time, and this notion that we are, in fact, one country, providing the same level of opportunity. And the statistics are there, Mr. Speaker, and we can recite all the statistics with respect to the incomes, with respect to the outcomes, looking at the tragedies of suicide, looking at the appalling and difficult conditions that exist on many reserves and in many communities, the sense of bafflement and loss that we can see in any major city just walking down the street and encountering those who are lost and those who are marginalized and those who will say to you, this is where I come from. Can you help me out? All of us have faced that, and all of us know that something is not quite right. And let me say to my colleagues on the other side of the House, and I know we often say this in a way and then we turn away back from it. This is not a partisan question. If anyone wants to stand up and say on the other side of the House, you didn't do enough, your party didn't do enough when it was in power, you didn't do enough when you were in government, you didn't make the steps that we've made, we're better than you, I'm not even going to enter into that argument, Mr. Speaker, because I don't regard this as a partisan question. It's not something which any of us can look at and say, yes, all governments have done something, and we have seen some important progress, and at the same time we have to recognize that we simply haven't done enough. And part of the problem, I'm convinced, is that the legislative and legal framework which surrounds this relationship is in a very key tension. Because think of what we've done. In adopting the Constitution in 1981, we accepted the fact that treaty and existing Aboriginal rights were in fact protected in our Constitution. We then had a process of negotiation which didn't go anywhere under Prime Minister Mulroney. He tried hard. He believed in it. He created a Royal Commission to point out to Canadians, here are the problems, here are the inequalities. We did the negotiations at Charlottetown. We made great progress on self-government in the Charlottetown Accord, but the accord was voted down by Canadians in a referendum. The courts have made great progress in recognizing self-government, in recognizing the duty to consult, but we still have real tensions. We have a relationship of inequality. We have a government and governments which decide what budgets will be, which allocates funding, and frequently that funding is allocated on a discriminatory basis. It's taken the First Nations people 3 years to get the issue of discriminatory funding on social welfare in front of the Human Rights Tribunal because it was fought all the way by the lawyers on the other side. The minister says he wants to do the best he can for education, and I'm prepared to accept him at his word. But there are a lot of arguments about what resources have actually been provided and are being provided. Just last week, I was in a northern community in Nunavik, in northern Quebec. There's a housing shortage of as many as 1,000 units in one community, in Kuujjuaq. And you see this situation every day. And the most touching thing that we see, Mr. Speaker, is that in that very same community, 3 kids committed suicide in the space of a week. And on the wall in the school was a big agreement that was signed by the students saying, "I promise to live." And they all signed because they wanted to make that commitment. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if internationally we can really hold our heads up high when we recognize the discrepancy between the conditions that exist for the majority of Canadians and the conditions that exist for those who are First Nations and Aboriginal people. I don't think we can. So how do we deal with this? I think the way we have to deal with it is get back to a fundamental fact, that there were people here before Europeans arrived, that there were communities here before Europeans arrived, that there were treaties that existed before Europeans arrived, that there were laws which existed before Europeans arrived, that there were communities that existed before Europeans arrived. And contrary to the orthodoxy of European-based law, this was not terra nullius. This was not no one's land. This land belonged to people who lived here and had a life here and had laws and customs and religions and ways of life. And since coming here, yes, some treaties have been signed, many have been broken, many have not been lived up to in spirit, but we now have to get back to this relationship of equality. We now have to get back to a relationship of deep and genuine respect. And as long as there is a fundamentally paternalist and colonial piece of legislation that drives the power of the government, the power of the minister, the powerlessness of others, then something is wrong. Mr. Speaker, it's been said that power corrupts, and that's true. And it's also been said that powerlessness corrupts, and that's true as well. Something in this relationship which we've allowed to fester, not for a few years, not during the life of one administration or another, but during centuries. Something has been deeply corrupting in this relationship. And in order to make it better, in order to go beyond simply words of reconciliation, we have to go to actions of genuine negotiation and a changed relationship. We need a different relationship in terms of governance, authority, and power. We need mutual accountability so that, yes, Aboriginal communities are accountable and their leaderships are accountable and transparent, but so are the governments. So are governments accountable for what they do. And as we talk about this new relationship in terms of governance, we also need to talk of new relationships in terms of resources. The vast resources of Canada, the wealth of Canada, is not being appropriately shared with those whose lands this great country first was. No one should have to have a begging bowl in order to go to the governments of Canada and say, give us a share of your resource revenue. Governments of Canada need to wake up and understand that it's not just the power imbalance, it's the financial and fiscal imbalance that has to be met. These will not be easy discussions and negotiations, Mr. Speaker. I don't believe that they will be. But they are discussions and negotiations that has to happen. And unless the House has a sense of the timetable to be followed to get us to where we need to get to, we will not make the progress that we need to make. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that we do as a country genuinely have a rendezvous with who we are, with our past, as well as with our future. And I believe, more strongly than I believe anything in politics, that this is an issue as time has really come. We cannot put it off. We cannot pretend that simply tinkering around the sides of this issue are going to work. We need to address these questions, the question of this relationship, the respect and the dignity that we owe each other has to be put at the heart of this relationship. Nous devons retourner à un monde de respect, à un monde de dignité,
a world of respect, dignity and equality. And quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's the duty of all members of Parliament from every party. It's the duty of all Canadians to see this country as a great country, not only because of the resources here, its wealth, but a great country because of its values. And our commitment to ensure that these values will be turned into reality, because to this point they have not. That has not been the case.
Questions and comments. Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Desnethie, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was proud to open the first hour of debate on my private member's bill this past Thursday, which proposes amendments to the Indian Act to take concrete steps to help First Nations escape from the shackles of this outdated and colonial archaic act.
Questions?
That's a question.
I'm not too sure if the honourable member, it is for time for questions. Okay. All right. Thank you.
My bill would provide greater autonomy to First Nations people, lessen the role of the federal government's involvement in the day-to-day lives of First Nations citizens. It gives back key decisions-making powers back to First Nations people and repeals provisions that allow for the establishment of residential schools. The question is, why is the honourable member opposed to repealing sections of the Act that would prevent residential schools from being established or that would hand over more power to First Nations people?
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank the honourable member for his question, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I've had the opportunity to look at the private member's bill, which stands in his name, I want to congratulate the honourable member for taking an initiative, and I also want to congratulate him for the spirit in which he posed the question and the spirit of his amendments. My concern about his particular measure is twofold. One is I don't think it goes far enough. And I think it, in a sense, lets everyone off the hook a little bit too much. And the second is that, to my knowledge, these amendments have not been thoroughly discussed and negotiated and with the people who are going to be affected by them. Right. And I think that's the only question or criticism that's been raised by people on our side. But I certainly am quite happy to sit down and talk to the honourable member about his legislation if he's willing to talk about our motion. It's not a matter of competing motions and bills. If there's a common objective here, and it's an objective that's shared with people of the First Nations leadership, then by all means, let's proceed. I spent a lot of time discussing my measure with the leadership of the First Nations, and I think there's substantial support for what we're proposing.
Yeah. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for tabling this motion on a very important matter of which our party is also very concerned. As the member has pointed out, and it's something that this House needs to be reminded daily, and that is the unilateral powers and responsibility of the federal government to be implementing the measures that they're required to do to provide for this government-to-government nationhood, nation-to-nation relationship with the First Nations, which they promised to do as recently as this past January. We've seen case after case where the First Nations have had to go to court to try to force the government to live up to simply the Supreme Court Mikisew decision on the duty to consult and accommodate. Superseding that, we now have the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. I wonder if the member could speak to what particular measures he thinks should be first and foremost in order to move this agenda ahead so that we actually genuinely start moving forward with treating the First Nations as an order of government and allowing for and facilitating self-governance.
Member for Toronto Centre.
Well, I genuinely hope, Mr. Speaker, that we can commit as a House to making progress in this field. And I'm certainly not one who's opposed to making some progress, as opposed to none at all. But I do think we have to recognize that we have international obligations as a country. The government right now is for example, on this case of the social welfare case, continued to fight it for 3 years in terms of getting access to the Human Rights Tribunal. The minister still is able to exercise very arbitrary powers with respect to the whether or not an Aboriginal First Government even exists, as in the case of Attawapiskat. So, I think the government itself has to tell us what are they prepared to do in order to show good faith as we go forward. But I do think a negotiating process has to be set out. We tried to set it out in Charlottetown. We set it out there and with a timetable, and that was not successful in a referendum. It's now been 20 years since the adoption of the Charlottetown Accord by all the premiers and all the leaders of the First Nations and the federal government of Canada. So I would have thought that governments themselves could go back to that agreement and say, well, we agreed to that in the past. We're going to move forward, particularly given the strength of the court decisions that have been taken and the fact that Canada is now a signatory to the UN Convention.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Desnethy, Miss Nippy, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak against the motion brought forward by my member, Toronto Centre. This motion is nothing more than an empty promise that I feel that contains no concrete deliverable for First Nations people. I'm convinced that anyone who examines this motion closely will arrive at the same conclusion. The first part of the motion before the House today states that in the opinion of the House, the Indian Act is embodiment of failed colonial and paternalistic policies which have denied First Nations their rights, fair share to its resources, fostered mistrust, and created systematic barriers to self-determination and success of First Nations. Mr. Speaker, it is for these exact reasons that I introduced Bill C-428, the Indian Act Amendment and Replacement Act. The preamble to my private member's bill acknowledges the following important points. The Indian Act is an outdated colonial statute, the application of which results in the First Nations people being subjected to differential treatment. The Indian Act does not provide an adequate legislative framework for development of self-sufficient and prosperous First Nations communities. The Government of Canada is committed to develop of new legislation to replace the Indian Act that better reflects the modern First Nations that have demonstrated an interest in this work. The preamble in my private member's bill is more than adequately accomplishes what the member of Toronto Centre is trying to say in the first part of his motion. But my bill goes much further, to actually take concrete action for First Nations people. The second part of this motion calls on the government to eliminate these barriers by initiating a formal process of direct engagement with First Nations on a nation-to-nation basis, which focuses on replacing the Indian Act with new agreements, and that this process to be completed within 2 years before reporting with a series of concrete deliverable for the government to act upon. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals had 13 years to begin such a process that they didn't get it done. First Nations people don't need more talk about failed colonial paternalistic policies. They need concrete actions. First Nations shouldn't have to wait another 2 years before the government starts a process that would enable the First Nations to get out of the Indian Act. I believe the time is now. It is to start correcting the injustices that have been done to my people and begin equipping them with the tools to get out from underneath the colonial and paternalist legislation that is holding my people back from achieving their full potential and becoming full participants in Canada's economy. I had the pleasure of opening my debate on my private member's bill this past Thursday. The goal of my bill is to, 1, eliminate the minister's role in the administration of estates and the approval of voiding the wills. Remove the minister's bylaws, disallowance powers, and in doing so, hand over greater control and accountability to First Nations. Remove outdated and archaic provisions of the Indian Act, such as the requirement for permission to sell produce. Repeal all references to residential schools. And most importantly, require the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development to report annually to the Parliamentary Committee on action taken in partnership with First Nations and other interested parties to develop new legislation to replace the Indian Act. Anyone can see that this is not an attempt to completely overhaul the Indian Act. Rather, these amendments will bring about concrete, practical changes that will lead to real results for First Nations people and enable them to achieve greater self-sufficiency and prosperity. I also want to emphasize that this is not an attempt to unilaterally impose changes to the Indian Act on First Nations people. Rather, it provides for greater communication and collaboration in a way that is respectful and modern. As we work together towards our shared objective of healthier, more self-sufficient First Nation communities, as you know, Mr. Speaker, a private member of the House of Commons has limited resources to conduct extensive consultation. However, I've made significant efforts to consult with First Nations on this bill. My riding has over 23 First Nations communities and the second largest First Nation population in Canada. I've also spoken with chiefs, tribal councils, grassroots members about the importance of moving forward with the scrutiny of the Indian Act over the past 4.5 years. I have served in this House. I have written all 633 First Nation communities on 4 separate occasions and spoken in a number of public forums on the substance of my bill. I've also encouraged and invited feedback from First Nation chiefs, members, and other interested parties on the bill, including through my website and direct communication with my constituents. I'm also looking forward to studying my bill in committee, which will provide yet another venue to hear firsthand from First Nations and other interested parties on the content of my bill. As you can see, I have not arrived at the current set of changes in my bill on my own, but rather through consultation with other First Nation members within my own constituency and as well as around the country. One important point here. I have revised my bill 4 times based on the feedback received and that First Nations provided to me. In fact, I'm also open to amendments that may come forward through this important dialogue. It is my hope that one day the changes proposed in my private member's bill will help lead us closer to a more modern, respectful relationship between the federal government and First Nations and continue.
Order. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing is rising on a point of order.
The member is talking about his private member's bill and not the motion. Could he please focus his thoughts on the motion? Thank you.
The member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing would, and for all members' benefit, will know that members are afforded a great deal of freedom in terms of how they wish to create parallels with different ideas around the question that's before the House. As I've followed the speech, I've not heard anything that's particularly not pertinent, but of course it's up to the member to keep those ideas reference to the question that's before the House, and I'm sure he'll be summing up that way, I'm sure, in short order. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the same paternalistic approach that the opposition always portrays on First Nations, that we're no good to be able to provide speeches in the House of Commons. To get back where I was, government and First Nations and continue us on a path to repeal and replace the Indian Act in its entirety. A yearly report by Aboriginal Affairs Minister on the progress made in this regard will be invaluable in engaging the development on new legislation to replace the Indian Act. It will establish a collaborative approach to work our way out of the Indian Act in a manner consistent with the renewed relationship between First Nations and the Crown. This government, under the leadership of the Prime Minister, has made significant strides towards improving the health and well-being of our First Nations communities in collaboration with First Nations. I'm very excited about the prospect of working with First Nations to create a more contemporary and beneficial piece of legislation to replace the Indian Act. As I stated Thursday, this is not a partisan effort. I'm bringing forward this bill as a proud representative of my riding, as a proud First Nations man, and a proud Canadian who wants to see a better life for all First Nations and all Canadians. I urge my colleagues to oppose this motion and support my bill. This motion does nothing to improve the lives of First Nations, while my bill is taking incremental and concrete steps that will pave the way for First Nations people to get out of the Indian Act entirely. Thank
Please,
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Manicouagan.
Monsieur le Président, prenant en compte...
Mr. Speaker, taking into account the very philosophical nature of this special bill, what I have to say today will be based largely on the clan-based dynamics of my own community of origin. Mr. Speaker, over the past year and several months, I have been often told in my speeches, especially by the Conservatives, that they had a lot of trouble following my reasoning and they were trying to figure out what I was getting at. Now, I would provide you with the following information, Mr. Speaker. The first thing I say when people come to visit my area, which is in northern Quebec, when people come to visit my community for the first time, I tell them it's another galaxy. Our way of thinking doesn't necessarily apply to isolated communities. And that's why today my speech will be a little unusual to some. If there's a galaxial difference or a difference in worldview, that's because our very basic worldview of interpersonal relationships, relationships with nature and animals, all those concepts are totally different from European concepts and Canadian concepts. They're different from anywhere else in the world. So that's why I'm going to get a bit philosophical in my speech. Currently, the very concept of community management organizations, i.e. band councils, that concept is questioned by First Nation citizens all over Canada. A number of these band councils have been disavowed by community members, and they lead individuals to dissociate from band councils. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing growing affirmation, growing assertiveness, both individual, cultural, economic, in First Nations communities. That is primarily an individual phenomenon. Individual community members are getting more assertive. I don't want to generalize, but I'll talk about what's going on. There are about 15,000 Indians in my riding, and that identity is increasingly affirmed or asserted. You have to understand, Mr. Speaker, that band councils as such are a joint creation of the federal government of Canada back in the days under the original Indian Act, and the government of Canada wanted to choose the representatives of First Nations communities that it would deal with. And that's why the federal government imposed this type of band council with chiefs and band council members. We have 9 council members and 1 chief where I'm from. So this model was imposed across the board. But this runs counter to the traditional way of life of First Nations because we lived in small families of perhaps 10 people max, and maybe we met twice a year because people would gather on the shores of the river to get away from the mosquitoes and so on. But now we are stuck with decisions from band councils, decisions by band councils, and sometimes these decision makers come from outside the community, and decisions about natural resource exploitation and so on can be worth millions of dollars, mind-boggling amounts of money, and this can be quite tempting for external agendas, for people from outside the community. They may come and interfere with the administrative decisions of band councils. So there's interference from outside, and the literacy rate is quite low. So this can be seen in the decisions that are made by band council members. They don't always have the knowledge, the training, the education to manage these multi-million-dollar files, so they call on external advisors, and very often that leads to further influence and interference, and there are individuals from outside the community who take control of the communities and their resources, and that's why very many individuals living in these communities are dissociating from band councils. I'd like to now come back to the topic before us today, the idea of renewing or amending the Indian Act, which is desirable, but that innovation would have to be done within the communities above all. I know the federal government will have a role to play at the end in terms of enacting legislation, getting royal assent, and all that, but something else has to happen first in the communities. It's the clan-based cells in the community will have to be at the origin of these changes if we truly want to modernize and improve the situation of First Nations, if we want to raise up those communities intellectually, economically, socially, and culturally. So the federal government's role is quite limited in that process. That said, it's important to indicate to the House that these efforts to modernize the Indian Act have to be spearheaded by members of First Nations as individuals. Now, given the huge burden that will fall on the government to guide or foster this innovation, I think it might be preferable to leave that burden to the communities. Let them manage it. I have an opinion on the level of buy-in to band council decisions in various First Nations communities, but ultimately the government needs to leave it up to individual residents of these communities to take charge of their own destiny and make their own decisions. According to traditional conflict resolution, Aboriginal communities in Canada will have to directly address irritants in their own clan-based units, which necessarily means highlighting the economic embezzlement and mismanagement by certain leaders in Aboriginal communities. Those leading figures have taken advantage of social dysfunction and the unhealthy relationships between the federal government and their respective communities. I'd now like to introduce a new notion here in the House.
We have individuals in Inuit Menashto. These are individuals who are first and foremost within our communities and who have adopted a lifestyle that is self-centered and selfish, if I may say, Menashto. So these individuals who often have access to financial resources and who create companies and who ultimately will have to ensure economic development in those communities. These people are in key positions, but these people in this day and age think of themselves, and they know that their time in power is quite limited given what is happening in these communities. So they know they only have 2 to 4 years, and they simply will try to get as much money as they can while they're in power. So I must say that the first step in order to ensure innovation is to ensure that these issues are addressed directly, and it will be washing one's dirty laundry, if I may say so, but this will be done within the communities, and these individuals who are responsible for Ménage Tao will be responsible for their actions, but then this will ensure that there will be work that can be done to move forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure that I stand and rise in favor of the motion. I think it is critically important that all members reflect on what it is that this motion is attempting to be able to do, Mr. Speaker, and vote accordingly. I listened to the Conservative member's speech, as we all did, in terms of trying to understand what it is that he was trying to share with members. And I think in good part, many members would acknowledge in terms of what it is that he is speaking about is very important. And I am sure that the member, upon reflecting on the motion that we're debating today, that one would think that he, along with the government members, would see the merit in terms of supporting the motion that we have before us. I think it's imperative that we recognize that any sort of movement in terms of the Indian Act has to be led by our First Nations people, Mr. Speaker. Over the years, there has been a great deal of discussion and dialogue in regards to the need for change. I can recall shortly after being first elected back in the 1988, meeting with individuals like Phil Fontaine and Ovid McCready and many other Aboriginal leaders from the past that are still there today, wanting to see this file to move forward. There has been, for the last couple of decades, a great number of leaders from within our First Nations community that have recognized how important it is that we see the 1867 Indian Act as being outdated, as a piece of legislation that needs to be changed and needs to be modernized, Mr. Speaker. And to that extent, what we want to be able to see is the government respond. I applaud the fact that we have a Conservative backbencher that has taken it upon himself to bring forward a private member's bill, and we respect that, Mr. Speaker. But what we want to see is action coming from the Prime Minister's office. This issue dictates that we need a government that is prepared to work with our First Nations and the different stakeholders at ways in which we're going to be able to address this critical issue of getting rid of the Indian Act and modernizing it so that it's fit for the time and the present. And, Mr. Speaker, failing that, we will continue to see the many different stakeholders frustrated. In this heightened sense of frustration, there are many different types of problems that are created. You know, back in 2011, there was an interesting Free Press article, Winnipeg Free Press article, and I wanted to be able to quote from it because it touched me, and I believe ultimately through this report, it sends a very strong message, Mr. Speaker, that all of us need to be aware of. There was, in fact, a committee that was established by the Senate, and committee chairman, Jerry St. Germain, who is, in fact, a Conservative senator from British Columbia, said, in essence, in the conclusion, that we need to recognize that there's a First Nations education is in a crisis. The report found 7 in 10 Aboriginal children living on reserves will never graduate from high school. In many communities, children who attend school will never enjoy things such as libraries, science labs, or athletic facilities. Some will never set foot in a real school at all. Mr. Speaker, this is just one report of many, many reports over the years that tries to be able to highlight the issues that are there, that are very real, that are very tangible, and I would ultimately argue are destroying lives. There are thousands of children's lives and future prospects at stake here. And if the federal government does not recognize the need to overhaul, to get rid of the Indian Act, we are destroying the potential of so many children going forward. Our First Nation people and leadership amongst our First Nation people, Mr. Speaker, are wanting the government to come to the table in good faith and work with the leadership at ways in which we can improve the system. There are, as I said, many different ideas and thoughts that are out there. We all have a responsibility to be able to try to come to grips and get a better understanding of the issue, and then to encourage the leadership, whether it's from our First Nations, or it's here on the Hill in Ottawa, or it's inside our legislatures across Canada, working with our municipal leaders and bringing them together with the leadership of our First Nations and recognizing the leading role that they have to play in terms of replacing the Indian Act. If we fail at doing that, Mr. Speaker, what we're really doing is we're letting down the generations of children that will be lost, that will be disadvantaged, because we chose not to act. And what I like about this resolution, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that it has, what I believe, a very responsible approach at trying to deal with what is the core of the motion. And that is a formal process of direct engagement with First Nations within 3 months of the passage of this motion, with the idea of replacing the Indian Act with new agreements. And it's based on things such as our constitutional agreements and other points, Mr. Speaker. That's in essence, that's the heart of this particular motion. And that's why I was a little bit concerned when the Conservative member suggested that we might, and recommended that others might want to vote against this motion. Mr. Speaker, this motion is not a reflection on an individual's private member's bill. You know, we want to be able to get a better understanding, and we will get a better understanding of the member's bill that he's referring to. But this motion, Mr. Speaker, is for this entire House to get and take some responsibility for what Aboriginal leadership, in particular our First Nation leadership, has been talking about for years now. And that's what this motion is really all about. It's asking for members of this House to take note, because there's nothing new in the sense that anything that I could say or the leader of the Liberal Party has said in his speech, there's nothing new in terms of huge policy announcements. What we're saying is to recognize from coast to coast that our Aboriginal, in particular our First Nations, and our leadership amongst them have been talking for years about how important it is that we redefine the Indian Act, that we replace the Indian Act, and that it is going to be our Aboriginal community, in particular our First Nation leadership, that is going to have to drive, and they're looking forward to a government that's going to respond to that need. And that's really what it is that we're asking the House to do. And we're putting a timeline in it, Mr. Speaker. And there's nothing wrong with that. I see that my time is expiring, Mr. Speaker. My challenge that I would put to members as they reflect on whether to vote in favour or against this motion is to reflect on two things. One is the stakeholders, in particular our First Nations, who have been demanding the importance of this issue. And second, how important it is for the future generations of so many children that this issue be dealt with. And I ask all members to vote in favour of this motion.
Before we resume debate, I'll just let the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary know that we'll be just shy of the 10 minutes, about 8 or 8.5 thereabouts, left in the time allocated for private members' business this morning. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity. Nonetheless, the previous member's word count is important to this place. I understand that. And I want to talk today about a couple of observations I've made just so far in the debate. First of all is I think in the spirit of both the leader of the third party and the member from this side have in fact some kind of common objective or goal. I think everyone in this House agrees that the Indian Act does stand in the way of successes of First Nations communities and continues to prevent First Nations from becoming more autonomous, self-sufficient, and full participants in a Canadian economy. The question, Mr. Speaker, is the pathway. This motion today, in my respectful view, proposes an ill-conceived process to get rid of the Indian Act and would jeopardize current progress made by this government and its First Nations. Indeed, whether we're talking about the Indian Act or the legislation that's been produced going back the past couple of decades, but particularly in the last 6 years, what this motion is saying is let's undo all of that and recreate something in 3 months. Seems a little bit unusual and probably not achievable given the number of communities across the country that are implicated in that. Which raises my final point in this observation with respect to the debate so far. It appears as though the leader of the third party was using a frame of reference for a number of First Nations communities, Inuit communities that actually aren't under the First Nation or the Indian Act. So I hope that when he says that he made consultations to First Nations leadership or Aboriginal Canadians, they were people who had a thoughtful reflection on the Indian Act. This motion ignores the fact that this government has been engaging directly with First Nations communities and organizations to conclude a number of agreements and develop legislation, tangible options that go outside of the Indian Act. There are some examples, for example, the First Nations Land Management Act, which brings a community out of more than 25% of the Act. Read together, for example, with the substantive proposals in my colleague's private member's bill, for example, we are dealing with a number of important things. One, removing once and for all any legislative reference to the Indian residential school. Dealing with the powers of bylaws at the community level, dealing with wills and testaments, Mr. Speaker. These are substantive changes that are overdue, not to mention the fact that the member who brought the private member's bill forward on this side of the House is a First Nations Canadian. He falls under the Indian Act for the purposes of his status. And I think he brings, in the context of a private member's bill, and as I understand it as a person who has generationally tied to the Indian residential school, brings a particularly meaningful and thoughtful perspective to changes that need to be made. Incremental changes, Mr. Speaker. At the historic Crown First Nations gathering held this past January, the Prime Minister reiterated our commitment to working together with First Nations. He said, and I read, "There are ways, creative ways, collaborative ways that involve consultation between our government, the province, and First Nations leadership and communities, ways that provide options with the Indian Act or outside of it for practical, incremental, and real change." The good news is that the Prime Minister has seen to it that this is already in process, and we continue to bring legislation before this place that is substantive and dynamic to the extent that it incrementally chips away at the scope of the Indian Act, and certainly attempts in best efforts and good faith to deal with those parts of that legislation that are no longer useful, no longer apply, and hold us all back as Canadians, not just First Nations, for the purpose of the Indian Act. We know that from past experience that proposals to significantly overhaul the Indian Act didn't work, and many of them came from that side of the House, from that third party. As they were, the Liberals passed attempts to overhaul the Indian Act, all of which were met with complete and utter failure, failed substantively to develop modern legislation, and meaningfully dismantled the Indian Act. In 1969, for example, Jean Chrétien published the 1969 White Paper that sought to introduce measures to assimilate First Nations people. This paper was overwhelmingly rejected by First Nations people. In 1996, the same party introduced the 1996 Indian Act Optional Modification Act that attempted to introduce major changes to a number of areas such as band governance, bylaw authority, and legal capacity in the regulation of reserved lands and resources, which was also met with significant opposition and died on the order paper. Most recently, in 2002, Bob Nault, the former MP of Kenora, from where I hail, introduced the First Nations Governance Act, which would have involved significant changes to aspects of band governance. I must say many of them that were quite positive, but it died on the order paper. For the past 6 years, Mr. Speaker, in stark contrast, this government has been taking real action to provide First Nations with alternatives to the Indian Act. And I'd like to expand on a series of targeted, incremental initiatives that demonstrate the government's firm resolve to addressing challenges the Indian Act presents to the political, social, and economic dynamic and development of First Nations communities who fall under the Indian Act. Our approach is to bring incremental change in consultation with First Nations through new measures, investments in legislation that would provide alternatives to the Indian Act. Earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, we welcomed 18 new First Nations to the First Nations land management regime, which I referred to earlier. The regime enables First Nations to opt out of more than 34 land-related sections of the Indian Act, and in the process assume greater control over their reserved lands, their resources, and their governance. There are now 56 First Nations operating or developing land laws under enabling legislation known as the First Nations Land Management Act. Participating First Nations are better able to pursue economic activities, create jobs, and have more self-sufficient communities. To improve the regime, we collaborated with First Nations Land Advisory Board, removing legislative barriers that prevent or delay First Nations from taking advantage of the benefits of assuring land management responsibility, and yet the opposition voted against these amendments. I will say, Mr. Speaker, that at committee we are doing some hard work around land management and land use planning, and I appreciate the collective efforts of many of my colleagues, if not all, on the Standing Committee for their substantive contributions in this important work. The modernization of lands management regimes helps unlock the potential of reserve lands and natural resources and frees First Nations from some of the economic limitations imposed by the Indian Act. Another example of legislative change that unlocks the potential of First Nations is the Bill S-8, the Safe Drinking Water Act for First Nations, which is presently awaiting second reading in this House. The objective of this proposed legislation is to ensure that First Nations have the same health and safety protections for drinking water in their community as other Canadians. It focuses, Mr. Speaker, on capacity, reporting, monitoring, and maintenance of state-of-the-art facilities that often involve intensive management given the lands that many of the First Nations communities live on in isolated, remote parts of this country. It deals with an ongoing commitment to water infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Bill S-8 is there a mechanism for both governments to develop in partnership enforceable regulations to ensure for the first time that there is access to clean and reliable drinking water, the effective treatment of wastewater, and the protection of sources of water on First Nations land. Mr. Speaker, this is about working together. The process that led to the development of these and many other pieces of legislation that, if time permitted, I would say, as somebody who has invested the greater part of their professional life to areas involving or where the Indian Act applies, to areas of health for First Nations communities, and in areas, for example, of water and wastewater treatment, that what we're seeing across this country is a collective effort and a need to continue the consultation process for legislative tools outside of the Indian Act so that communities can thrive. These are in areas of infrastructure and economic development, Mr. Speaker, and we look forward to studying my colleague's private member bill at committee, hearing from witnesses, and as always, moving on to bigger and better things. The motion before us now calls for a new approach, one that we cannot support, one that would jeopardize the progress being made, and I encourage my honourable colleagues to reject that motion. Thank you.
L'ordre, la période prévue.
Order, please. The time set aside for private members' business has expired. And the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence. Orders of the day.
Today, government orders, government bills, Senate, commencement of debate at second reading of Bill S-11, Safe Food for Canadians Act, standing in the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Ritz, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moves that Bill S-11, an act respecting food commodities, including their inspection, their safety, their labeling and advertising, their import, export, and interprovincial trade, the establishment of standards for them, the registration or licensing of persons who perform certain activities related to them, the establishment of standards governing establishments where those activities are performed, and the registration of establishments where those activities are performed, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Debate. The Honourable Member for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to the many merits of the Safe Food for Canadians Act, Bill S-11, and as you've outlined the full comprehensiveness of the Act, I won't repeat you. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by urging all honourable members to help our government pass this bill as expeditiously as is possible. Consumers remain this government's top priority when it comes to food safety. We know that consumer confidence is critical for Canada's food industry and our agricultural sector overall. That's exactly why this government will never compromise when it comes to the safety of Canadians' food. Canada's food safety system is world-class. A recent report of OECD countries called Canada's food safety system, and I quote, superior. Every day, over 100 million meals are served in Canada. Over the past 6 years, our government's efforts have driven the incidence of E. coli illness down by over 50%, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work to reduce that number even further. Passing the Safe Food for Canadians Act is another critical step along that path. Mr. Speaker, the Safe Food for Canadians Act will strengthen and modernize our food safety system to make sure it continues to provide safe food for Canadian consumers. In fact, this bill contains new provisions that will strengthen the authorities of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. This legislation gives the CFIA more powers of food safety oversight than ever before. Let me be crystal clear, Mr. Speaker, the proposed bill is not about self-regulation. In fact, nothing in Canada's regulatory process for food safety is self-regulating. This bill is about continuous improvement in food safety oversight. Canadian consumers deserve a food system that anticipates the direction in which the food industry is headed. Bill S-11 does just that, Mr. Speaker. This bill modernizes existing legislation to ensure the CFIA has the tools necessary to manage today's food safety risks. The proposed Act focuses on 3 important areas: improved food safety oversight to better protect consumers, streamlined and strengthened legislative authorities, and enhanced international market opportunities for Canadian industry. For an example of improved food safety oversight, we need only look at the new prohibitions against food tampering, deceptive practices, and hoaxes that this bill provides. Currently, tampering or attempting to tamper with food can only be addressed by engaging police. Under Bill S11, the CFIA, which is often the first to be notified of when such things are suspected, can act right away. This new Act will provide new authorities to immediately address food safety systems and will build additional safety into the system. While oversight and prevention are always best, related penalties and fines will also be increased to deter willful or reckless threats to health and safety. This new Act holds a provision for fines of up to $5 million, Mr. Speaker, far beyond the existing $250,000 cap. These fines will make people think more than twice before intentionally threatening the safety of Canada's food supply. Mr. Speaker, this proposed legislation will provide the CFIA with strengthened authorities related to traceability and the recalling of food and the new tools to take action on any unsafe foods. The timing of this bill, tabled last spring, could not be more appropriate given the concerns raised by the recall of beef products from XL Foods Incorporated. During a food recall, one of the most time-consuming activities is getting access to a company's records to try to sort out who their suppliers are and who in turn they supply. The CFIA also needs to know what food was processed, at precisely what time, and precisely where in the facility that processing went on. Every business keeps records in their own unique way. This information is usually kept in a format that expedites shipping and receiving or accounts payable and receivable. This is the way business operates. What we need, however, to speed up food safety investigations is full traceability. Having enhanced authority to require industry to have traceability systems in a standardized format will be a powerful tool in the hands of food safety investigators at the CFIA and, of course, the Public Health Agency of Canada. Furthermore, this legislation provides for an authority that will require industry to keep and provide records in a manner that is more easily understood by these regulatory bodies. It would also provide for an authority to compel industry to turn over records in a more timely manner. This last part is key, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party has claimed this provision already exists. This is false. While currently CFIA inspectors can require a company to produce documents, inspectors have no provision to demand those documents in a more timely manner. While the Liberals refuse to accept this, those who understand the issue know this discrepancy exists. Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, Associate Dean of the University of Guelph's College of Management and Economics, recognizes that this power is currently missing from CFIA's arsenal. He said, and I quote, "The CFIA does not have the authority to compel the speedy delivery of information from industry during an outbreak." End of quote. This is testimony coming right from the member for Guelph's own riding, Mr. Speaker. Our government knows this is something that must be remedied, and the Safe Food for Canadians Act does just that. This bill also provides improved import controls at our borders. The new Act will strengthen import controls by including powers to license all importers and prohibit the importation of unsafe food commodities. Holding importers ultimately accountable for the safety of imported food sustains a level playing field between importers and domestic producers, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that the CFIA is made up of professionals who take their job seriously. In fact, Alan Goddard, an agricultural economist with the University of Alberta, recently said, and I quote, "I think there is nothing more CFIA can do. I think they are taking every precautionary step they can to ensure the system is as safe as it possibly can." Mr. Speaker, we know that with the passage of this bill, the CFIA will have even more authority to protect Canadian consumers. Because, as you can see, Mr. Speaker, this bill has numerous provisions that you outlined that seek to strengthen our already robust food safety system. Our government takes the safety of Canadian food very seriously. With all the added attention of food safety, the opposition has continuously tried to muddy the waters when it comes to our government's record of supporting food safety. Allow me to clarify our record right now. Since taking office, our government has hired more than 700 net new inspectors. This includes 170 dedicated to meat. Mr. Speaker, our government has increased the CFIA's overall budget by 20% since 2006. Dr. Sylvain Charlebois again stated recently, and I quote, "Canada spends about $10 per capita on food safety, which is more than most industrialized countries in the world." With respect to the XL facility in Brooks, our government has increased the number of CFIA inspectors at this plant by 20%. Mr. Speaker, Budget 2012 included an additional $51 million to further strengthen our food safety system. This built upon our government's food safety investments of $100 million over 5 years in Budget 2011. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this government consistently provides the CFIA with the workforce and the resources it needs to protect Canadian food. As Minister, my first job is to ensure that CFIA has the workforce, the budget, and the regulatory powers it needs. then secondarily to work with CFIA to make use of this capacity to ensure consumer confidence. Let's contrast this with the record of the opposition. It's no secret that while our government provided tangible resources for Canadian food safety, the opposition voted against our investments at every opportunity. If the opposition had their way, the CFIA would not have a single penny to operate. Further to their repeated record of opposing food safety improvements, certain members of the opposition have gone above and beyond to publicly fearmonger about the safety of Canadian food. As you'll recall, Mr. Speaker, just last spring, the member for Welland accused our farmers of trying to put roadkill on the plates of Canadian families. He's since been forced to stand down from those remarks, and I'm glad that he did, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the member for Guelph rose in this House and spoke of a 4-year-old girl from Alberta who had suffered from kidney failure due to E. coli. Mr. Speaker, we on the government side certainly empathise with this little girl and her family. No child should have to experience something like this. However, the member for Guelph rose in this House, Mr. Speaker, and asserted that this girl had contacted her E. coli from the XL plant in Brooks. This is not true. This case has not been linked to XL. In fact, CFIA and Public Health Agency of Canada have tested 30 different samples with regards to this case, and time again it has been found to be completely unrelated to the particular strain of E. coli found at XL Foods. Mr. Speaker, this is exactly the type of fearmongering that Canadians can't afford to hear from these opposition parties, but unfortunately is reflective of the opposition's overall stance on food safety. I remind the honourable member that food safety should never be a matter of politics. It's not a matter that can be strengthened by fear-mongering or posturing. Food safety is strengthened by real actions, by voting in support of important investments, measures and legislation like S11, the Safe Food for Canadians Act. Last week, I and a number of my colleagues moved a motion that would have expedited this legislation to committee. This motion was an important step to make sure the Safe Food for Canadians Act gets passed as quickly as possible. The opposition once again chose to play politics with Canadians' food safety and blocked those attempts to move this bill to committee. But Canadians in our government know the importance of this bill, Mr. Speaker, and we know that the CFIA needs the additional powers this bill will provide. I have outlined numerous provisions that will strengthen our food safety system when this bill is made law. So I stand here again, Mr. Speaker, to give my opposition colleagues another chance to do the right thing for Canadian consumers. I call on them to put politics aside and vote with the government to move the Safe Food for Canadians Act through this House and to committee. We must act quickly to provide Canadians with a modernised food inspection service and the increased protection they require. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I always listen with great intent and interest when the Minister of Agriculture gets to his feet and does revisionist history. It's always a marvelous experience to hear about revisionist history according to the Minister of Agriculture. You know, it reminds me of, and you can check Hansard if he wants, which part of yes don't you get? You know, when the response is yes, it means yes. And so when we said a little while ago, of course, the Minister referred to that debate with a term that I refused to use, Mr. Speaker. And, of course, he did retract it and apologize for it, but nonetheless he did use it. We said yes then, that we'd move it to committee, S11, and we are saying yes now to the Minister. And clearly we have said that for a while, but I guess it begs the question, Mr. Speaker, why it languished for so long in the Senate? Here we have the Minister standing saying, well, opposition move this along quickly, and yet in his response to a question about why it was in the Senate for so long, he said, well, they had to take a holiday. Well, one would think if this is expeditious legislation, they should have sat just like we did, the parliamentary secretary and I, during the month of August, doing the work on the co-op, writing the report. The senators should have sat. You should have asked them to sit. You should have made them pass it along. We'd have this done by now if you hadn't sat on that legislation, Mr. Speaker. Answer that question.
Before I go to the Minister, I'd remind all honourable members to direct their comments to the Chair rather than their colleagues. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, the old adage, the proof is in the pudding, applies here. The member opposite would recognize the fact that, yes, they've said yes all along, but then their actions did not support that yes. They had a chance on Thursday at several different opportunities to agree with motions that were presented during that day of debate that they hosted to move this on to committee very, very quickly. We could have had committee meetings as early as tomorrow, and they didn't do that. So, Mr. Speaker, the proof is in the pudding. When it comes to the work in the Senate, the member should also be honest with Canadians and explain that it was 22 sitting days in the Senate. That's amazingly fast for government operation, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly welcome the great work the Senate did.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minister, in his remarks, said to the member for Welland, the proof is in the pudding. It certainly is. It's under this minister that we've had the worst two food safety crises in Canadian history. And the last one, after he uses these talking points of 700 new inspectors, etc., we still had a crisis. And I got a couple of specifics on the bill I'd like to ask, but I also remind the member, and I know he'll recall this because we worked on Bill C-27 together, and worked quite well together at C-27 in about 2005 or 4 along there someplace, which included many of the powers that he's talking about here, but the Conservatives dragged their feet. One of them was tampering with food in stores and so on. But my question really relates to, under the current Meat Inspection Act, CFIA does indeed, we will be supporting this bill, but the minister is rewriting history. Under the current Meat Inspection Act, and Bob Kingston, the President of the Union, backed this up, the government has the authority to stop XL Foods and shut down the plant with the powers under the current Act. And my second question is, will this bill add new inspectors to check imported food at borders coming into this country from foreign countries?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, a number of things there, Mr. Speaker, and of course the member opposite is great at rewriting history too. Bill C-27 was under a majority Liberal government. If they saw fit to move that through, of course they had the ways and means in order to do that. There were a number of problems with Bill C-27. At the end of the day, not even the Liberals supported it, Mr. Speaker, and discontinued even bringing it back when they had a minority government in the following days. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of things in Bill S-11 that are required. And regardless of what Bob Kingston or other people say, we have analyzed, we've worked with industry on this, we've worked with a number of other entities to, do an assessment as to what the gaps are. And Bill S-11 tends to plug the holes on those gaps. When it comes to addressing the manpower of, as I said, the quote from Sylvain Charlebois, we actually spend more than a lot of the other industrialized countries on our food safety. In most cases, Mr. Speaker, it's not a matter of manpower, it's a matter of the budgetary capacity, which we keep enhancing by some 20%. We've added the frontline inspectors, and we want to make sure that they have the tools, and Bill S-11 gives them more tools to make sure that they can do their job efficiently.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I represent a rural riding, Simcoe Grey. We have a significant number of individuals that are involved in the agricultural community, whether that be with livestock or whether that be with growing potatoes. In fact, we're delighted that we grow about 90% of Ontario's potatoes in my riding. One of the things that's very concerning is that we're bringing forward, the Senate has brought forward this piece of legislation to truly enhance the opportunity that CFIA can utilize to implement exactly what Canadians are requiring, what the farmers in my riding are asking for. And so I'd like to ask the Minister if he could clarify, we've had a lot of confusion from the opposition, a lot of issues brought forward, really just to muddy the waters so that my constituents are actually quite confused and concerned about what the opposition are raising. Could the Minister please clarify for my constituents exactly what we're doing and why we're bringing forward this piece of important legislation?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've had the great opportunity to be in the members' riding and have a farm roundtable there in the early days of the summer, well attended by some tremendous farm operators in her riding. She's right to be proud of the great work they do. And those same farmers have embraced traceability. We have a system that we're starting to put in play, Mr. Speaker, of biosecurity and traceability right from the farm gate to your plate, whether it's here in the lobby for lunch today or what you're going to have with your family tonight. What's missing, Mr. Speaker, is some of the traceability in the foodstuffs as they move on forward. Now, the retail level has great traceability within their stores, but we're looking at the primary processing sectors like XL Foods and their secondary processors that they go to, and then from there it becomes a tremendous inverted pyramid of getting product out across the country. What we need is traceability on all of those products, Mr. Speaker, so that when there is a recall such as this, with the size and scope of this recall, we can get it done much quicker. I know there's a lot of angst out there when we announce recall after recall after recall. It's the same product, Mr. Speaker, and that defines that inverted pyramid, getting out there and making sure we've captured it all, or at least let people know to check in their fridge and their freezer to make sure if they have any of that product.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that the government has finally brought this bill before the House. Obviously, there's been a lot of concern in the Canadian public about the safety of their food and hoping for strong powers and mandate and staffing and intervention by the government. The question I'd like to put to the Minister via you, Mr. Speaker, is this. Previously, under previous governments and in different agencies, when the government brought forward new, quote-unquote, improved legislation, they also tabled an enforcement compliance policy. Why they do that? Because they recognize that a law is hollow, it's vacuous, if you don't show that you're serious about enforcing. And they also table a plan for staffing needed for each one of the provisions and the training, so that the minute that that bill is proclaimed, is in effect, you've got the staff on the ground with the appropriate powers. I'm wondering if the Minister, there's been a lot of controversy around the switch from enforcement of food safety legislation to voluntary compliance. And I'm wondering if the Minister could speak to whether or not he's willing to have an open public review with the inspectors of returning to an enforcement compliance strategy rather than a voluntary compliance regime.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, there is no such thing as a voluntary compliance regime in this country. There is no self-regulating of food processing in this country, Mr. Speaker. There's a very dynamic set of rules and regulations that our processors follow that we expect imports to follow as well to level that playing field. I'm certainly happy to share with the member. We've made technical briefings available to them, and we'll continue to do that, Mr. Speaker, should they want to take advantage of that. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, my job is to ensure, as Minister, my job is to ensure that CFIA and agencies such as that have the powers in regulation, which they do, and a lot of the go forward on S11 will be regulatory, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they have the manpower and the budgets to continue to move forward. At every opportunity, we see the NDP vote against those types of things, Mr. Speaker. So if we're to add staff to verify more of what S11 does, I'm sure they would vote against it, Mr. Speaker, and that's really unfortunate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join the debate on food safety, which is a critical issue, especially at this moment in time when we're witnessing, somewhere close to, I think it's £1 million, Mr. Speaker, being dumped in the Brooks, the Brooks dump, actually, their city dump, because there's no other place to put contaminated beef or supposed contaminated beef, because we're not really certain. So clearly, this is the largest beef recall in Canadian history. This is not an insignificant event. This is one of the most significant events in Canadian history. It is the largest beef recall. And what we do know, Mr. Speaker, is under this government, and indeed the same minister, we saw the listeriosis crisis of 2008, which was a hugely significant issue because 22 people died. Now, one would have thought, coming out of that, Mr. Speaker, we would have done some things that would have averted what's now just transpired. But of course, what we saw was a subcommittee in 2009. It was established by this House through the Ag Committee. And then, of course, an independent inquiry commissioned by the government side, conducted by Sheila Weatherhill, who basically paralleled the subcommittee at the same time and came back with a series of recommendations, I believe 57 in total. And of course, one of them was to do a few things. One was the ready-to-meat area was to clean it up, make sure we had the resources and the inspection facilities there, because that's where indeed 22 people contracted that disease, listeriosis, and actually died from that contagion. So when the minister and the government talks about 700 net new inspectors, of course we now know that 200 of that 700 are out looking for invasive species, and that's highly recommended we do that, Mr. Speaker. We don't need to have invasive species in this country that are detriment to our agriculture and indeed to other animals or plants or insects, etc. So that's desirable. And what we do know when we sort of pull back from that, there was 170 went into meat inspection. But they didn't go into the inspection plant like Brooks. They went into what's called the ready-to-eat meat plant, where the listeriosis crisis came from. So that was addressed, Mr. Speaker. One can actually say, and give the government credit for this, they addressed the ready-to-eat meat part after 22 people died. Now, one would have thought they would then have turned their attention, because now they've taken care of that piece, turned their attention to what we call the hygiene plants, or the slaughterhouses, to use the vernacular term, and done something similar. We're now aware of this plant that's been operating in the last year or so, perhaps two, at a capacity of 4,000 to 5,000 animals a day. You know, I had the great pleasure to be in Nova Scotia during Constituency Week and met with the Minister of Agriculture from Nova Scotia, Minister McDonnell, and he was telling me that they indeed slaughter 5,000 cattle in Nova Scotia annually. This plant does what Nova Scotia does in a year, in a day. In a day. And so, what kind of resources do we need there? Now, the minister has told us that, well, we put additional ones in there, 20% more. Well, actually, if you unfurl that back, you'll see that those weren't actually new. They were new people. No question, they were new inspectors. They were new people. It could have been a new Bob or a new Frank or a new Josephine. I'm not sure what their names would have been, but that might have been the new part. What they were doing actually was filling vacancies in the plant that had existed for quite some time, Mr. Speaker. So it wasn't a 20% increase from a number before. It just simply was filling the vacancies that already existed. And so, as I said earlier, 4,000 to 5,000 animals a day going through this plant. There are 6 vets, 40 inspectors. At that particular time, divided by 2 shifts, because they run 2 shifts a day, that means 20 inspectors and 3 vets to do somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 animals on a shift. Pretty easy to do the math on that one, I think, Mr. Speaker, how many animals you're responsible for. Not only is the vet seeing them come in before they're slaughtered, but on the process through, as well as having to do all of the other things that happen in those plants. So why do I raise that? Well, we now know that the compliance verification system, which is the backbone of CFIA's new inspection regime, Mr. Speaker, that's what's been decided after a pilot that was run in 2007, or actually 2005 it kind of started, all the way through to 2008. One of the major components of the Weatherhill report was, you got to know if CVS works, compliance verification system. CVS for short in the vernacular of CFIA. You need to know that it works. She said, you don't know. You ran a pilot. You don't know if the system works the way you think it does, and you have no idea if you've resourced it accordingly to make it actually function properly. So what she said was, first and foremost, verify that your system that you intend to have as the backbone of your meat inspection system actually does the functions you want it to do. And secondly, do you have enough resources and people doing it in the plants that you're responsible for? Now, we do know the government decided to go ahead, Mr. Speaker, and do what they called an audit. At least that's what it said from time to time, that it was an audit, but the reality ends up being, Mr. Speaker, that PricewaterhouseCoopers, who come in to do this so-called audit under the Weatherall recommendation, indeed didn't do an audit. And this is what Carol Swan said. Now, Carol Swan is no longer the president of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, but she was at the time of the Weatherall report, and she was at the time when this supposed, as the government tests to, what this audit was done. So what did she say? She said, quote, they did not conduct a traditional audit. They didn't conduct it as an audit. An audit is a very specific process. It was a detailed review. For the government to still lay the claim out there that they've actually committed and done all of the recommendations that Ms. Weatherall put in her report, I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, is not absolutely accurate. That's why this side is saying yes to move S11 to committee, and I think the government should say yes to our amendment that says that we actually want to have an audit of the system done now. And I say now because the government has agreed to an amendment to do an audit in 5 years. Now, I would hope that that's going to be an independent third-party audit conducted in a traditional audit fashion. If the Auditor General decides that he'd like to do that, that would be wonderful. We would love for him to do that. But indeed, we can't instruct the Auditor General to do something. We can only ask, and if he agrees that that would be wonderful, perhaps he will. But if not, there are other agencies out there that can conduct a third-party audit. We would expect that to be done, but we would expect it to be a full and wholesome audit, not a review. Clearly, the reviews don't quite measure up. And so 5 years where we'll get an audit. The problem is if we don't get one now, Mr. Speaker, we have no idea 5 years from now what we're measuring it against. It's like saying 5 plus something will be just 5 plus something. If you have 1 and it's 5 years later, you have 6. And in another 5 years, you have 11. But if you have 5 plus I don't know, you have 5 plus I don't know. And it's at the 10th year, when you do the next 5-year audit, you can measure against the last 5 years, and you've got a measurement point. When you don't have a measurement point to start from, then what are you measuring? So clearly it's imperative that the government does this with this legislation, not 5 years post. And I think that's one of the weaknesses that is actually in this particular legislation right at this present time. But let me just take a moment to speak to this idea that somehow this legislation would have averted what's happened at the XL plant. Unfortunately, it would not have. Yes, there's a piece in here that talks about the speedy, delivery of documents that companies have. And that's true. It articulates that, and that's a good thing. You can actually wave the document to the company CEO or the company managers and say, you're supposed to give me this at this particular moment in time. Now you'll have to go ahead and do that. And so what I would say, Mr. Speaker, is what happens when the company says, yeah, we'll get to it? What is going to be, as my colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona said, where's the enforcement piece? Where's the compliance through enforcement? It reminds me of driving down the highways in Ontario, and they have these lovely boards that basically talks about if you speed, it will be compliance through enforcement. In other words, somebody on the highway, an OPP officer, is going to write you one big ticket. In fact, if you go a certain number of kilometers over the speed limit, they impound your car for 24 hours and take your license away for the day. That's compliance through enforcement. I don't see that in this legislation. We know that the previous legislation pieces, albeit they are divided up into different pieces, there's the fish and the meat and etc., they also require fines for those who abrogate the rules and responsibilities that they are subjected to. But most times, as we've seen, they're not actually applied. So if we don't have the application of those, then we just have a toothless tiger. We have a piece of paper. We have a bill that says, well, we can fine you $5 million, but we're never going to. Just like we could have fined you a couple $100,000, and we didn't do that either. So the sense that the fine is $5 million, there's nothing wrong with that, Mr. Speaker. We would agree that, $5 million is perhaps an appropriate amount to be fined. What we disagree with is, how do you intend to do that? If someone has abrogated their responsibility, it's found to be true that they abrogated the responsibility, when will they get fined and how will they get fined? Will you actually take the enforcement mechanism and make them comply by forcing the fines? Or are we going to keep doing what we're doing now, which is basically, oh, it's okay. Do a voluntary recall. Why don't you just do a voluntary recall? You can avoid the fine. The voluntary recall, Mr. Speaker, is probably the greatest misnomer in recalling food product I've ever seen, because it takes on a wholly different attribute when you find out who the players are that discuss the voluntary recall. This isn't about a company putting its hand up right at the very beginning and saying, we will have a voluntary recall. There's a sense of negotiations happens here, Mr. Speaker, between CFIA and sometimes the minister and sometimes the CEOs and the managers as to how you're going to do that. And why do you end up putting your hand up at the end of the day as a plant? You put it up because you can avoid the fine if you do a voluntary recall. So it isn't voluntary in the sense that most folks would recommend or would recognize, that they were volunteering willfully to do something and saying, oh, I want to volunteer, I want to be a volunteer. It's not quite the volunteer recall that folks think it is. So where are we headed with this legislation? We're going to head to committee. As I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, we're happy and pleased to get it moved as quick as we possibly can and get it into committee. And I'm hopeful that the other side is amenable to concrete and really good suggestions from us that we'll have to place before them to actually make this bill work. If we're going to make food safety the #1 priority, as I heard the minister say, then let's indeed make it such so that in this House we can come together and say this bill will actually improve food safety for Canadians across this country and will do all of the things that we want it to do. Protect consumers, which is our #1 concern, to ensure that folks don't get ill from contaminated food. But also to protect industries so that they don't again suffer the way cattle producers across this country are suffering today. Through no fault of their own, cattle producers are seeing the price for their cattle go down, seeing it being held in feedlots and other places around. All kinds of different things are happening, whether it be cowed cows or whether it be culled, rather, or it be calf operators, finding there's lack of transportation, all manner of things because there was a weak link in the system. Not them, not the cattle producers. They weren't the weak link in the system. This one particular processor was the weak link in this system. If we had good food safety legislation in place that was tougher than what this is and actually had the appropriate measures in place, we can strengthen those links, Mr. Speaker, so that indeed we have that strong link all the way from the producer all the way to the consumer's plate, and indeed can reassure our international trading partners that the beef they get from this country is the finest they can get anywhere in the world, because that's the type of producers we have. We just make sure that the processors don't let those primary producers down. That's what this legislation should start to do. Protect consumers as its #1 concern, and then enhance the reputation of the entire industry from the beginning and the primary producer to the plate at the end. That's what it should do. It doesn't do it yet, but that's why we're going to take it back to committee, Mr. Speaker. That's why we're going to offer some real positive and concrete suggestions around how do we make it better. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this isn't about a partisan piece of saying, well, only one group of individuals that support one particular party eat. We all eat. My grandson, who's 16 months old, he eats, and he eats meat, and he likes it. And I want him to be safe, as all of us do, not only for ourselves personally, Mr. Speaker, because we all still like to eat meat, most of us. There are some who have chosen, for whatever reason, not to, and that's a personal choice, and there's nothing wrong with that personal choice. But for all of us, it's about ensuring the safety of the food that we get, wherever we happen to get it from, whether it's our farmer's market, a retail outlet, wherever it happens to be, Mr. Speaker. We absolutely want to ensure that indeed, when you take that product and take it home, you can absolutely be convinced in your heart of hearts that that is indeed safe product, and you know how hard everyone along that food system has worked hard to make sure that it is that safe product you deserve, which will go a long way to convincing our international partners that they actually should trade with us when it comes to those types of agricultural products. So as we can see, Mr. Speaker, it's an absolute goal on our side as the official opposition to get the best safety legislation we can get. Let me just touch a moment on the timeline. My House leader has informed me, and I think actually I was here when he did it, offered up an opportunity for the government to actually debate this bill last Thursday afternoon. Yep. And if memory serves me correctly, it was the government side that declined. Now, everyone has reasons. That's understandable, as to why people will say yes or no to a particular request. And so I think this back and forth as to who offered, when did you offer, I think, Mr. Speaker, we need to put that behind us. And what we need to concentrate on is how do we make this the legislation that it needs to be, because this may be the one and only crack this Parliament actually takes at this food legislation. It's been around, as my friend from Malpec said earlier. You know, they've been trying to do this for quite some time. Actually, it goes back into the 90s. I think the bill was C-80 at the time, if memory serves me correct. When an opportunity was taken back there, it was on the order paper, was lost in the order paper because the Parliament was dissolved. C-27 came along after that, and that ended up lost on the order paper as well, Mr. Speaker. And now here we find ourselves at S11. And so what I'm hopeful of is this is the piece that will finally get enacted, but indeed will get enacted with the bits and pieces that we think can make it a better bill. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, this is the one opportunity this House can take, because I know there's a lot of partisanship back and forth. You know, the Omnibus Bill 2, or OB2 as it's being called in the vernacular. I understand the difficulties with that and the back and forth on that. But ultimately, we all agree that food safety is something that is a #1 priority for all of us across this country. So we ought to be able to find a way to take the best ideas and incorporate them, regardless of who has that best idea. You know, whether it's a member of my caucus or a member of the Liberal caucus, or whether it's a member of the Conservative caucus who has a great idea and puts it forward, whether they be on the Ag Committee or not on the Ag Committee, whether it be on the Health Committee or they be on another committee, who just happen to say, you know, I got a really great idea about what I think this should be. That would be something we should take into consideration. And so I'm pleased that it's finally here. You know, it's a little disturbing that it went the other way. I mean, as New Democrats, we actually believe people's legislation should start in the People's House, not in the Senate. The Senate clearly is an unelected body. It has to do, under our present system, what it needs to do to pass legislation to get it to royal assent. No one disputes that. But in my view, in my humble opinion, people's business starts in the People's House. And it's unfortunate it didn't come here, but it's here now. So we are bound and determined to make this legislation better and to move it expeditiously, because that's what Canadians deserve. They deserve no less than that. And that will be our absolute attempt to make sure that that actually happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the comments from the member. And I think that there's a large number of Canadians that are watching what the government is doing in regards to this whole food crisis. A great deal of concern from a consumer's perspective, from an industry perspective, as to what it is that the government has actually done to date. And now, with the bill being brought for us today, the government's trying to say that this is in fact going to really help the situation, when in reality, and I asked the member, to what degree does he believe that this particular bill and its passage is actually going to be facilitating public confidence back in, given the amount of public confidence that was lost because of the lack of transparency in the way in which the government has responded to the issue as a whole. My understanding is that the current legislation enables them to have, for example, to have shut down the plant and so forth. And I'm interested in his thoughts on that issue.
The honourable member for Welland.
I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North for the question and the comment. Clearly, under the present legislation, there's an opportunity to do what eventually happened on September 27th, which was actually close the plant. And so, as draconian as that is, that ability was always there. The issue is about how you time it out and how do you want to do that when you see that the plant not necessarily doing the things you want them to do as far as the details of the data, the timeliness, all those sorts of things. And so that was there to be used. It is a big, it's like the sledgehammer, but it's there to be used. And so that could have happened. The other part is, it doesn't matter how good a legislation this becomes. If it's not transparent, if it's not open, if we don't have spokespeople, whether they be on the government side, who stand up and say to folks, here's actually what's happening. By the time the CFIA put its timeline up on its website, there were a lot of questions actually being asked. And then you get into the confusion around who told who first. Was it the Americans told the government? Did they find out at the same time? In fairness, it looks like about the same time, to be honest. But the problem becomes when it's not open and transparent, you don't actually see that. So what we need is not only good legislation, we actually need a plan that shows how we actually intend to implement the legislation and what it means for Canadians in the longer term. We need to talk to them in an open and transparent way around that as well.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Just speak about the bill being started in the Senate. I'd just like to explain to the House that it's really concurrent activity. Once the House comes back from the summer, we've got legislation to deal with here, but the Senate does not. So we started the bill in the Senate so that it could then pass to the House of Commons and we could use Senate time most effectively when they did not have other parliamentary bills to deal with upon their return from the summer. I think my colleague knows Bill S11 is not it's not a partisan bill, Mr. Speaker. It's a bill that deals with food safety. It's about giving more regulatory authorities to the CFIA to help inspectors do their job effectively and efficiently. And I'm glad that my colleague has committed to passing this bill expeditiously. What I would like to ask is, what types of things does he like in Bill S11?
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with my friend, the Parliamentary Secretary, around the issue of that this isn't partisan. It's not partisan. Absolutely not. And that's why we're hopeful that when we bring forward a series of amendments that we believe are constructive and will be enhancing the bill, that the other side will be open to that. You know, as for what's good in the bill, I'll leave those comments to when we meet in the Ag Committee because I want to make sure it happens there, and I'll be glad to share them with my colleagues at the Ag Committee. But as for the other place, for us as New Democrats, it's a fundamental piece. It's got nothing to do with concurrent legislation or not. The issue is about where should the people's legislation start. In our view, it should start here, in the People's House, not in the other place. You know, I have respect for the other place in the sense that there it is. There's a historical tradition. We're not debating today whether it should be there or not anymore, Mr. Speaker, so I'll leave that for another debate. But clearly, this legislation should have started here, not in the other place. So that's the only reason I have. But as far as moving this legislation along, I'm hopeful that indeed we can, in a spirit of cooperation and nonpartisanship, give Canadians what they truly deserve, the best food safety regime in the world. But we will only do that collectively by putting ourselves in a place where we can take off our partisanship hat, put it aside, and look at the legislation and accept where the weaknesses are, make them stronger, accept where things are maybe a little unclear, make them clearer, and when we don't have compliance and enforcement, make it so that we can actually go forward with the type of food safety that the Canadians deserve across this country. And that's my hope as we work forward with this piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleagues for his wonderful speech and highlight some of the points that he has made. I come from my riding Surrey North. I've met with a number of people from Surrey North, and they have similar concerns in regards to having safe food available at our grocery stores, and also to bring that food at the table, so it's make sure it's safe for their children and for eating. My question to my colleagues is that the Americans banned the export of importing of beef 2 weeks before this minister took action of banning it in Canada. So what would be the honourable thing for a Minister of Agriculture to do instead of, we've seen this legislation, being stuck in the House or Senate for 120 days, and they've had 6 years to come up with better legislation to address food safety concerns of Americans. So what would be the honourable thing for this minister to do, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question, the comment. I think what most Canadians still have as an outstanding question was on September 13th and 14th when the U.S. said no thank you to Canadian beef from XL, and the CFIA removed their license to export. Why did Canadians continue to get that beef? I think that is still a question that resonates with most Canadians across this country. If it wasn't good enough to export to Americans, why was it still good enough to give to us? You know, so I think that's the type of question that we need to address, that says in the future, if you have safety legislation, it says the same plant that's basically processing the same beef will ship it not to that place, whatever that place happens to be, then it ought not to give it to Canadians. I think that's what the legislation can look like, so that we actually have that sense that both things happen simultaneously. As soon as we say the beef is no good to go anywhere, it's no good to go anywhere. That should be anywhere, not to maybe this place or that place, and most importantly, certainly not to Canadians. And so that's the type of thing I'm talking about when we sit down and work through this legislation in the spirit of cooperation, that we do indeed find the ways to make it so that all of us are protected at the same time, not some protected at one moment in time and others protected later. And so that's really what it amounts to. As for the other place and the timelines, the other place has its timelines. They could have worked through the summer. They didn't. My friend, the parliamentary secretary, and I, we worked through the summer. I mean, at their request, we said yes. And we came in and worked during the summer here in the House, during the special co-op committee. In fact, we even wrote the report. You know, and I congratulate my colleagues on the other side who were part of that committee. It was a wonderful committee. And I congratulate the parliamentary secretary who spearheaded that committee from the other side. We wrote the report before Labor Day, Mr. Speaker. Before the end of August, we were done. Not only did we have the entire hearings, the witnesses, we wrote the report. The other place could have done the same thing. They could have done it in June or July instead of going home for the summer. If it was that important, if it needed to go over there because we couldn't get it here in a timely way, then they ought to have finished it over there before the summer and then sent it to us as soon as we resumed in September. There's no reason why that couldn't have happened. But that's, as they say, water under the bridge, Mr. Speaker. It is what it is. It's gone away now. It is here. Let's move this thing forward. Let's get it done, and let's get the best safety legislation for food safety that this country's ever seen, and let's do it in a spirit of cooperation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today and speak to the modernization of our food safety system. It's been a long time coming, and if anything has been made clear by the recent outbreak of E. coli at XL Foods in Brooks, Alberta, food safety in Canada needs a closer look. It needs a closer look because a system that the government will claim is one of the foremost in the world recently, and yet inexplicably failed and left 15 people sick across Canada. After nearly a month of constant coverage in the media, Canadians are all too familiar with the constantly evolving situation at XL Foods Establishment 38 in Brooks, Alberta, that led to the largest beef recall in Canadian history. It's important that Canadians watching this are not too fooled by the feigned urgency of the minister or his government when it comes to this legislation. They are simply trying to change the channel on a rather dire issue. When Conservative senators first introduced the legislation in the Upper House in June, there was no urgency to seeing it debated expeditiously. In fact, it did not become a priority until the Conservatives were embroiled in defending their cuts to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency in the last month. Bill S11 gave the minister an opportunity to claim that inaction on our part would hinder giving powers to inspectors that would prevent food safety breakdowns like XL's in the future. Unfortunately, this is a terrible ruse and all too familiar a tactic from this government. Let's assume for a second that Canadians were not aware that under the current provisions of the Meat Inspection Act, the inspectors at XL Foods and Brooks were unable to request the documents they needed, which of course is not true. Why would the government let a bill granting these authorities languish for a summer in the Senate if that were the case? This is all too characteristic of this government. There is no willingness to make good public policy for the sake of Canadians, but instead they wave it around this House like a hammer, scoring cheap political points. This bill is important, but Canadians need to understand it is no panacea. Once the bill is passed, Canadian food inspectors will not be magically able to prevent further foodborne illness outbreaks, and they will not have that many more tools than they are already having at their disposal. In effect, this bill will streamline some of the elements of inspection at the CFIA. Many of the changes are superficial, and all are primarily designed to modernize our food safety and inspection system. Yet, while it's nice to build a more efficient and modern vehicle, you need to ensure you have enough resources to drive it. This spring, the government announced some drastic cuts to the CFIA, including a reduction of $56.1 million in the budget. Only recently did we discover that the government had no clear picture of the resources available to the CFIA before making those cuts, because they had not performed the comprehensive audit of resources that had been requested by the independent investigator into the listeriosis crisis. We support modernizing our food safety system. After all, it was a Liberal government that introduced Bill C-27 in November 2004, a legislative measure designed as the second step in our modernization process, intended to consolidate and enhance existing inspection and enforcement powers of the CFIA for food, agriculture, and aquatic commodities, agricultural inputs, animals, and plants. Interestingly, the member for Haldimand Norfolk, now a minister but then the official opposition agriculture critic, complained that the bill might restrict industry too much and noted that her party, quote, supports a less intrusive approach to regulatory policy in Canada, end quote. The bill died the following year upon the dissolution of Parliament. Since then, there's been a major food safety crisis, one that killed 23 Canadians and made many more extremely ill. The first lesson we learned from the 2008 listeriosis outbreak was that once the contaminant is in the market, it's already too late. Foodborne illness targets the most vulnerable of our population: children, seniors, pregnant women, and their newborn. The only way to fully protect them is to catch contaminated food before it hits the shelves. An independent investigator, Sheila Wetherill, was appointed in the wake of that tragedy to determine what went wrong and delivered a series of recommendations on how to ensure the situation never happens again. In responding to her report, this government has made great fanfare about completing all of her 57 recommendations, Bill S-11 included as the final one. Yet the proof of this completion remains to be seen. Before this House passes another bill on food safety, the government will have to reassure this party and Canadians that if it wishes to make real and meaningful changes, it will have to provide independent assurances that the CFIA will finally get the resources it needs. And to do a comprehensive resource audit is required to see what it needs. On its face, Bill S-11 is relatively straightforward. It consolidates the Meat Inspection Act, the Fish Inspection Act, the Canada Agricultural Products Act, and the food provisions of the Consumer Packaging and Labelling Act into a single act. Furthermore, it establishes a parallel inspection and enforcement structure for all food commodities, meaning there will no longer be dedicated meat or fish inspectors, but inspectors who are trained along all commodities. This is slightly concerning to me. I have the greatest esteem for our inspectors who work so diligently to ensure we have safe food once it reaches our tables. But I know that even right now, they are not given all the tools they need to perform their roles to the fullest. We are asking inspectors to become jacks of all trades, spreading expertise even more thinly than it is right now. I ask the government what mechanisms will be instituted to ensure all inspectors receive adequate training across all commodities, when they still have not, 4 years later, trained all inspectors on the comprehensive verification system. This issue was very recently highlighted in the wake of the E. coli outbreak at Brooks. Mr. Bob Kingston, the president of the Agricultural Union of the Public Service Alliance of Canada, testified the following at the Senate Standing Committee on Agriculture and Forestry in relation to this bill, and I'm quoting, "You will be interested to know that in the XL plant, only a small portion of the inspectors are actually trained in CVS. That's right. For more than 4 years after CVS was introduced, most inspectors have not been trained in how to use it. Why, you might ask? The answer is actually simple. The CFIA cannot afford to deliver training any faster and does not have enough inspectors to relieve those away while being trained. As well, resources are often diverted to address crises, which further derails training." End quote. This revelation strikes right at the heart of the often repeated myth that this Conservative government has hired more inspectors than ever. Moreover, it is another clear indication that while this government is willing to build a car, it will not pay to hire a proper driver or, in this case, train one. It is concerning to us on this side that we might only be increasing the uphill battles inspectors are facing while trying to keep our food safe. Mr. Kingston continued in his testimony to say, and I'm quoting again, "This situation is not limited to XL. As a matter of fact, we found the exact same scenario throughout Quebec. This is yet another example of industry self-policing gone wrong because the CFIA is not adequately resourced to verify compliance." End quote. What then happened in Brooks, Alberta? This kind of food safety decay does not happen overnight. You do not get shut down for 3 weeks for a faulty nozzle. You get shut down for 3 weeks because there are compliance problems from top to bottom. The minister has stated that the Brooks facility boasts 40 inspectors and 6 veterinarians. How many of those inspectors are fully trained on the compliance verification system? Where in the legislation does the government address the number of inspectors required for each plant? Pretending that this legislation has the answers Canadians need is disingenuous and not at all reassuring because it creates no clarity and gives no answers to the issues I've just raised. The bill also establishes a number of prohibitions, primarily relating to import, export, and interprovincial trade, as well as the manufacture, preparation, and sales of food commodities, and brings in tougher penalties for tampering, hoaxes, or other deceptive practices. We agree that the CFIA should be given the necessary tools to enforce import standards and to penalize deceptive practices. But simply giving the CFIA a bigger stick is not reassuring to inspectors. Since the outbreak of E. coli at XL, the government has tried to claim that the CFIA does not have enough enforcement powers at its disposal. The minister claimed that it took 2 weeks to issue a recall on contaminated meat because CFIA inspectors on the ground were not given timely access to documents that would have shown XL was not monitoring trends leading up to the outbreak. It's a convenient narrative. However, the existing Meat Inspection Act already gives powers compelling, and I'm quoting, "any person to produce for inspection or for the purpose of obtaining copies or extracts, any book, shipping bill, bill of lading, or other document or record that the inspector believes on reasonable grounds contains any information relevant to the administration or enforcement of this Act or the regulations," end quote. Additionally, current regulations state, and I'm quoting, "the owner or person in charge of a place and every person found in that place or vehicle shall give the inspector all reasonable assistance to enable the inspector to carry out his duties and functions under this Act, and shall furnish the inspector with any information the inspector may reasonably require with respect to the administration or enforcement of this Act and regulations," end quoting. As recently as this February, the CFIA made its regulations for processors clear on its website in the Processor's Guide to Inspection, which reinforced the legal requirement to provide information to and assist an inspector when requested. If you read the government's release on S11 from earlier this year, it is clear that the power to request documents is not new. Question 8 of the FAQ sheet asks, "Are inspectors getting any new powers?" The question is answered as follows, quote, "Under the Safe Food for Canadians Act, all inspectors' powers of the Fish Inspection Act, Meat Inspection Act, and the Canadian Agricultural Products Act have been consolidated into one suite of authorities with a modernized language. The Safe Food for Canadians Act does not distinguish between different food products, as each individual statute did," end quote. So far, the only thing new about this is that the powers are now uniform instead of separated. It goes on to answer, and I'm quoting, "The main new authority that did not exist in any of the former food safety statutes is the power to request a warrant by telephone. In addition, the proposed legislation provides more explicit authority for an inspector to pass through or over private property to get to a place for inspection purposes or to take photographs." Now we're getting somewhere. This new act gives the power to phone in a warrant and make private property more accessible. Perhaps my colleagues across the way could tell me how that would have helped the 40 inspectors on the ground at Excel. Were they somehow unable to monitor the lines? Was it a closed-door facility that they were unable to gain access to? Doesn't seem that way, as the ministers claim they had a very close working relationship with Excel staff. The answer continues, and I'm quoting, "Many authorities have been updated from their previous version to reflect new drafting conventions and make them clearer for all stakeholders. Some of these authorities include the power to request that an individual start or stop an activity to prevent non-compliance with the Act, the power to ask for documents to be produced, and the prevention of obstruction and interference with an inspector carrying out his duties." End quote. So finally we have the piece that they claim we're missing, except, as the department clearly states, it was already there. This superpower that will finally be granted to inspectors was there all the time. The drafting language just needed to be made clear. This is information coming right from the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food's own department, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the language will be made clear, but it reinforces further that this legislation is not the magic bullet our food inspectors need. Our inspectors need, and consumer safety demands, that the government include in this bill a comprehensive third-party resource audit, including human resources, like the one our honourable colleagues in the other place attempted to include, and which our leader, the honourable member for Toronto Centre, requested from the Auditor General. In fact, the audit was first called for by the independent investigator into the listeriosis outbreak, Sheila Wetherill, who said, and I'm quoting, "Due to the lack of detailed information and differing views heard, the investigation was not able to determine the current level of resources, as well as the resources needed to conduct the CVS activities effectively. For the same reason, we were also unable to come to a conclusion concerning the adequacy of the program design, implementation plan, training and supervision of inspectors, as well as oversight and performance monitoring." End quote. Accordingly, she recommended, I'm quoting again, "to accurately determine the demand on its inspection resources and the number of required inspectors, the CFIA should retain third-party experts to conduct a resource audit. The experts should also recommend required changes and implementation strategies. The audit should include analysis as to how many plants an inspector should be responsible for and the appropriateness of rotation of inspectors." To this day, that has yet to be done. A mere survey was undertaken, and the former president of the CFIA, Carol Swan, stated that the review was not the same as a comprehensive audit. The government cannot answer who their inspectors are, what their roles are, or where they are located. They obviously cannot answer the question of whether there are enough or if we might need more. Members opposite will attempt to observe that the Auditor General already has the power to inspect the CFIA. However, they will also note, all of them having studied the last omnibus bill closely, that at page 187, the bill removed from the authority of the Auditor General of Canada the power to request the CFIA provide information about the agency's performance. Certainly it is with the mandate of the Auditor General to examine whatever departments he or she sees fit, but there are restrictions on how many audits he or she can perform yearly. Furthermore, if they object so strenuously to the Auditor General performing the review, they should open up a transparent third-party arm's-length process so that we might finally know which resources are required, where are they required, and if we have enough, among other things. Sadly, for this government, it is all about communications victories, not real assistance for Canadians. In the minister's speech today, he talked more about us in the opposition than his own bill. So while this bill contains a number of important measures we can support, it does not go far enough to ensure the appropriate resources, and we have given them every opportunity to date to add viable and important measures like an audit. Yet every time they have refused. We agree with Bob Kingston when he says, and I'm quoting, "Generally speaking, the bill is a good start, but we need to ensure that the proposed appeal mechanism does not give industry too much power to undermine the work of CFIA inspectors." The government has made an important policy statement today with the tabling of the Safe Food for Canadians Act. Now it's up to the government to provide the CFIA with the resources to enforce the new rules and CFIA management to adopt a prevention mindset. We will be moving this bill to committee next. I sincerely hope, Mr. Speaker, that the government will be more amenable to making the necessary changes there to ensure our inspectors have the adequate resources. I hope that members opposite can make this more than about scoring cheap points, and I look forward to the opportunity to take a closer look at the bill in the coming days. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. When this member has spoken in the House on this issue of food safety over his past number of speeches, there have been a number of inaccuracies that have had to have been corrected. And, Mr. Speaker, I too hope that the opposition will not play partisan politics with S11, an important food safety bill that's in front of the House and going to be moving to committee. But I do want to follow up on a comment that this member made during his speech and in earlier speeches too. He says that CFIA currently has all the powers that it needs, and why didn't it do more? But I would actually like to quote Sylvain Charlebois, Mr. Speaker, who's the Associate Dean of the University of Guelph's College of Management and Economics, and of course the University of Guelph is in this member's riding. He recognizes that CFIA does not have all the powers that it needs today. And he says, I quote, "The CFIA does not have the authority to compel the speedy delivery of information from industry during an outbreak." So, Mr. Speaker, this is coming from Mr. Sylvain Charlebois, Associate Dean of the University of Guelph's College of Management and Economics, right in this member's riding. And what Mr. Charlebois is saying seems to be contradicting what this member just said. And I'm wondering if you could clarify for the House who's right. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Well, I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for the question. He never relinquishes an opportunity to mention Mr. Charlebois' name because he knows that I know Mr. Charlebois, and while I know him and while he's in my riding, I don't always agree with him, but we have a deep respect for one another's opinion. I will say this. If they didn't have the authority that they need, why is the plant closed? If they didn't have the authority that they need, why are other abattoirs in Canada functioning properly? If they didn't have the authority they need, why is it that ultimately they took the steps that were necessary to require compliance? I have said it in my speech. The government has said it in its bulletins as recently as February of this year. You must comply. You must do everything that is necessary in order to accommodate any request by the CFIA. What's troubling, in closing, is that this member and his party are trying to deflect away the fact that there is no comprehensive audit which is required in order for us to fully understand the needs of the CFIA, and they're using it as a ruse so that Canadians forget about the fact that 15 people out there are sick because of their failure to act on time, and now claiming that this act is the panacea to food safety, when it is not.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Guelph for his speech on food safety and indeed his intention and his party's intention, like mine, to move this along to committee. I welcome some of his comments around how this food safety legislation, if it had been in fact passed in the spring, would have made no difference to XL. We would have been faced with the same situation because there is no teeth in this legislation. It is the proverbial toothless tiger. One can talk about, well, we'll have some dates here. Reminds me about we have some fines there too. So I wonder if the member could speak to the fact that we have fines in the present legislation. The new fines are actually going to go up. But what do the fines really matter if no one actually applies them? If no one actually sanctions folks who break the rules and say to them, we're actually going to make you comply, and if you don't, you'll pay a penalty for that. We teach youngsters, I know I did my youngsters, that for certain types of behavior, you take responsibility, and for certain types of behavior that are behaviors you don't want to see, you take repercussion for that behavior. So why is it we see a certain type of behavior, but yet we see no repercussions to that behavior. So I wonder if my colleague would comment on that aspect of this legislation.
The honourable member for Guelph.
I want to thank the member from Welland for his insight always, and thank him for his work on this bill and on the committee. Funny that we've had this conversation before when the bill was first discussed, I think before we retired for the summer recess. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that this is just yet another typical response by the Conservative Party. We won't provide the resources, we won't provide the programs, we won't provide the training so that this will not happen again, but we'll just increase the fines. Because we know that this tough-on-crime government has a solution to everything that ails us. Increase the fines. No fines, from my understanding, were levied under the old legislation. And if you don't think that a $5 million fine is not the answer, I can tell you that XL has lost a heck of a lot more than $5 million with this food outbreak. Just the loss in the marketplace from sales should be sufficient for them to avoid these kind of circumstances. I repeat, again, at the risk of the comment being ignored, we need to know what exists at CFIA through a comprehensive audit and then provide them the resources that they need to implement good, sound policy. Increasing fines is not the answer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was listening to the member, and the member uses a lot of interesting phrases, such as scoring cheap political points. I haven't heard more cheap political points in 5 minutes than I heard coming from his corner. And because, Mr. Speaker, you raise your voice and you yell, doesn't make your point that much truer. The truth is, we did increase the number of inspectors. The member also says, well, why is one plant closed and the other plants are open? Well, that's because this plant failed to comply, and that's why CFIA closed it. So I'm wondering why the member chooses to utilize certain phrases when in actual fact he is the perpetrator of most of these phrases, and why doesn't he recognize the fact that S11 is designed to actually make a good system that the OECD says is a good system. As a matter of fact, they used even higher words of praise, and we want to make it even better. Why is it so difficult for him to just admit that and come out and say he wants to work with us to make it better? Why must he be so? Why does he have to score those cheap political points?
The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, I will speak less loudly. Mr. Speaker, it's not a cheap political point to ask for what Sheila Weatherall asked. It's not a cheap political point to ask for a comprehensive resource audit. It's not a cheap political point to ask for the very thing that's needed, that the people in the CFIA are asking for, a full comprehensive audit to know what they have, where they are, how many inspectors, what they do. You can't know what you need if you don't know what you have. So I regret that the honourable member opposite thinks that these are cheap political points, but they are in fact what has been requested by Sheila Weatherall in the inquiry. And to reduce my request to a cheap political point undermines the efficacy of the effort that was made by that committee, by the Weatherall Committee, on its investigation into the listeriosis outbreak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Time for a quick question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the honourable member, while we would agree there needs to be a thorough audit of what went on along the lines that Sheila Weatherall did in listeriosis, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the member if he would agree that it would be useful, as was the case under the Environmental Protection Act, to actually bring in the field-level inspectors, bring in union representatives. We noticed the member from Medicine Hat previously had said that working in this plant are not only temporary foreign workers but also refugees. So would he agree that it would be useful to take these hearings to Brooks and actually hear from the people working on the ground?
The honourable member for Guelph, short answer, please.
Yes, I thank the member for the question. I've asked for that at committee. It was refused by a Conservative-dominated committee to investigate into what exactly went wrong, both of the CFA and the XL industry, the XL managers and staff there. I completely agree with her that we should attend the XL plant. But in order to have a fulsome inquiry and discussion about this, we need the cooperation of the party opposite the government. And, Mr. Speaker, but for this act, everything else is refused. Everything. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Yes? Mr. Ritz, seconded by Mr. Oliver, moved that Bill S11, an act respecting food commodities, including the inspection, their safety, their labeling and advertising, their import, export, and interprovincial trade, the establishment of standards for them, the registration or licensing of persons who perform certain activities related to them, the establishment of standards governing establishments where those activities are performed, and the registration of establishments where those activities are performed, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yep. All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
I'd ask that you defer the vote to tomorrow at the end of government orders.
Request has been made to defer the vote on this matter until the end of government orders. Till the end of government orders? Tomorrow. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, Senate. Resuming debate at the second reading stage of Bill S7, Combating Terrorism Act.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was interrupted, unfortunately, last time in the House. I ran out of time. So I'd like to continue my speech, if you don't mind. I had time to look at some of the things that were said about S7, and I looked at international agreements, as I said last time. As I explained last time I spoke on Bill S7, I did a bit more research into our position on terrorism, especially internationally. What international agreements have we signed in this arena? I think it's important to go to the heart of the issue of terrorism and look at what's been done and what hasn't been done around terrorism. So I looked at the Anti-Terrorism Committee, the Special Committee, and there's a technical guide to the implementation of Resolution 1373, if I'm not mistaken, which was adopted in 2001. It was passed unanimously by the UN in the wake of 9/11. There was a sense that something had to be done quickly, internationally, and that was done. So it's interesting to see that this was done rapidly. It was unanimously agreed to by all countries represented at the UN. So obviously that includes Canada. And at Chapter 2 of this technical guide, it talks about two very interesting things. Point number 2 talks about putting an end to the arms supply to terrorists, and the other point was about border control. I had begun to talk about the importance of border control. That's very important when it comes to terrorism. And I think it's funny, actually, that we're talking about things like that On the weekend, my colleagues and I went to the border at Stansted. It's a bit further south of Montreal, a couple hours south of Montreal. That's on the U.S. border. And we made some very shocking findings with my colleague from Compton Stansted and from Brome, Missisquoi, and from Sherbrooke, too. My colleague from Sherbrooke was there, too, because that's not far from the riding. Sherbrooke, about 20 minutes from Sherbrooke, from the riding. So a lot of people are affected in the area surrounding Stansted. A lot of people call the Stansted border crossing a bit of it's like a sieve. There were 42 illegal crossings in the past year at Stansted, and the number jumped, has grown year by year. Today, this year, I think we're up to over 300 illegal crossings at Stansted. So the amount is growing. It's increasingly worrisome. The mayor has attempted to deal with the problem, but unfortunately what the mayor did was he set up barricades, but people simply go around them. They get around them, they go and cross elsewhere. Those who've been caught recently were mostly refugee claimants. We have an international convention that deals with that. Canada is a welcoming country to refugees. So when people make a refugee claim, their claim has to be examined under law. And I fully agree with that. But what I find worrisome, and what was strangely qualified as not being so worrisome by a conservative senator yesterday, what worries me is that some of these people who cross the border illegally, they called the police themselves. In Magog, for example, they called the police themselves to say, "Howdy, we're here, come catch us." So they had basically crossed the border illegally and called the police to say that they'd done so. So I find that a bit worrisome. How is it that they weren't caught? Why didn't the police detect their illegal crossing? The police apparently didn't even know that those illegal crossings had occurred. So people crossed illegally and then had to contact the authorities themselves to say, "Hey, we're here and we want to make a refugee claim." So I think it's good. I agree that we have to examine those claims seriously. But what we discovered was that there are cases of human trafficking going on in Stansted, and it's very worrisome. There are secret networks all along the border. They're setting up, and it's a very serious problem. We have to deal with it. So when it comes to terrorism, if people are getting across the border so easily enough that they have to contact the police themselves to tell them that they've crossed illegally, their illegal crossing was not even detected. If it's that easy to cross the border illegally, what if it's, for example, not a refugee claimant, but a drug trafficker or an arms trafficker? That's not the kind of person who's going to phone the police and say, "Hi, I'm here." No, these are people who are going to cross with their illegal weapons or drugs, and they're not going to report it. So that's what's worrisome, and nothing seems to be being done about it. What's even more worrisome, Mr. Speaker, is that when it comes to terrorism, the government boasts about cracking down on terrorism, but at the same time, behind the scenes, they're cutting funding to the Border Services Agency. They're cutting the number of positions, the number of officers. According to CBSA, in Quebec alone, 260 jobs are at risk of being cut. People have received notices that their jobs are affected. And all across Canada, it's 1,350 officers. That's a lot of people. But it seems to me that there are more concrete solutions available. First of all, cancel the cuts. In fact, if anything, increase staffing and make officers mobile so that they can actually move from the actual border crossing physically and go out there and catch the people who are crossing illegally. So for a country that boasts about everything it's done to combat terrorism, and I'm quoting the government of Canada here, they're pleased to support measures taken by the UN Security Council. So it seems to me there are better things to do than passing a bill like this that's not really going to do much about combating tourism, despite the title. The other interesting thing I found in the technical guide was a reference to ending the supply of arms to terrorists. So what exactly are they talking about when they say that? So I looked at the precise definitions at page 23 of the technical guide, and there's a place where they talk about arms brokers. They talk about regulating the activities of arms brokers. And just before that, it refers to detention. So set rules and regulations governing the acquisition, detention or holding, and transportation of civilians, the granting of licenses to brokers, records keeping, trafficking of light weaponry, light arms, and rules governing all light arms lost or stolen. This really made my hair stand on end, Mr. Speaker. Last year, in the House, we saw an end put to the arms registry. And on this side of the House, we fought against that. And I could also talk about my colleague Forgatno. We fought tooth and nail to prevent the scrapping of the gun registry. In Quebec, the government of Quebec has gone to court to prevent the destruction of the data. Unfortunately, the federal government has appealed that decision, and they're not giving up, even though the court has found in the government of Quebec's favor on that. I really can't believe it. That resolution was passed, and the Canadian government claims to be proud of that, condemning the terrorist acts that occurred on 9/11 and boasting that the steps taken by the Security Council are the right ones and that the Government of Canada supports them. But what they're actually calling for is for a registry and for tracing gun movement. But what did the Conservatives do? They scrapped the registry. It's inconsistent. So it's crazy to think that passing this little bill from the Senate, which isn't really going to change anything, but meanwhile, they scrapped the gun registry. Maybe the registry wasn't perfect, but it could have been tinkered with, it could have been improved, it could have been made less expensive, more interactive. There were all kinds of options, and there was a consensus. There was an opportunity, anyways, to find common ground. And unfortunately, that opportunity has been lost with the scrapping of the gun registry. And here we have agreements with other countries, but we're not even meeting those commitments domestically. I think that's really serious. As I also said here in the House, I myself am a hunter. I come from a family of hunters. And registering our guns is not at all problematic for us. In fact, we feel safer for having registered our guns. People in my family think it's just to be expected. It's something good to register our weapons. So I think it's sad that, unfortunately, Canada is making these commitments internationally and then not carrying them out domestically. Why not deal with the real problems, Mr. Speaker? Why not deal with what's really broken or wrong? What's sad about this bill is that it really misses the opportunity to work together and do something concrete. Changes are being made here to our terrorism legislation, changes that are unnecessary. According to a number of experts, they agree with our position. Look, there's the Canadian Association of Muslim Lawyers. There's Mr. Copeland from the Law Union of Ontario. There's the Canadian Islamic Council. A lot of people agree with our position that this bill really is unnecessary. It's pointless. I also agree that all terrorist threats are to be taken seriously, can't be taken lightly, and that's far from what our position is. But we would prefer to see terrorism dealt with more effectively. And S7, unfortunately, I don't see anything effective about it in terms of dealing with international terrorism, and I think that's very unfortunate. So I'd like my colleagues opposite to take into account the fact that our own border crossings are like a sieve. There are obvious problems of illegal crossings, not just in Quebec, in ridings all across the country. I spoke to officers to see what they thought about this, border services officers. And when it comes to arms control and the technical guide that I mentioned, the Special Committee on Terrorism and their technical guide, we have to open our eyes to this is something that is very important and needs to be done. I'm very worried to see how lightly the government is taking this. There's this terrorism issue is a very serious one, and it's being used to play politics. We have to be very mindful of public safety. We have international obligations to meet, and this was a golden opportunity to work together to do something serious. And on that note, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? La députée.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague. I particularly appreciated the connection she made between certain decisions by the government opposite, which sometimes appear illogical, because here we're debating the issue of terrorism through Bill S7, and I repeat, this was started in the Senate, and it affects some fundamental rights, but at the same time, we had to deal with scrapping the gun registry. And as she said, internationally, the control of guns is very important. That's a key ingredient to combating terrorism. I also liked in her speech on S7 what she said. One thing that struck me particularly about S7 is that a number of experts have told us that the criminal code already contains all the necessary tools for dealing with terrorism. And for 4 years, there's been no serious attempt by the government to improve or change along the lines of S7 the existing provisions. So there didn't really seem to be any effect not having those tools in combating terrorism. So I'd like to hear my colleague on that, the Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to take the time to thank my colleague for Gatineau for her very judicious and interesting comments on this issue. This Conservative government has never seriously attempted to legislate along the lines of S7 to amend the Anti-Terrorism Act. And as she said, the criminal code already contains everything that we need. There really was no need to get into this and unsettle the dust, if you will, because everything we need already exists. We have legislation that deals adequately with the problem. So you have to ask yourself, what is the government's motivation? Why are they tinkering with the criminal code in this way? Why are they wanting to change the anti-terrorism legislation? That's a question I still have. I don't know what lies behind this. And I'd like to ask members opposite, I'd invite them to read the technical guide of the UN Terrorism Committee and see, what is really needed. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, as my colleague was saying, I have some questions with regard to this bill here, because it seems that safety and security is an important objective for the Conservatives, but when we look at where they're putting their priority, we see, as we've seen over the past weekend, it's not Stansted, where really, unfortunately, we see that it's quickly becoming a illegal crossing for many. So I think we want good relationships with the United States, but how can this be possible when we can't even put people to work manning the border at Stansted, be it with regard to taking concrete action, something that leads to results. No, we're not doing that. We're talking about a bill where they're putting forward ideas like terrorism and so forth. So this is not the priority. And I would really like to hear about Stansted this morning and to say, yes, we're going to take action. We're going to put people there. We're constantly seeing that there are cuts throughout the government, and this is really difficult. We heard from the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and we have to say that we want some effective measures to be in place. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Quebec who raises some very important points in the current debate. Yes, I think that everybody in the House, no matter what party, believes that national security is extremely important, and we want to protect Canada. It's extremely important. We want to protect Canadians. No one is against goodwill. No one. And what I think is sad, however, is that the means being used by the opposite side to reach its goal. We heard the Minister of Public Safety come out with his tough on crime agenda. I don't think it's tough on crime when people can really illegally cross a border. I don't think it's tough on crime to have double bunking in prisons and make the prison population and our corrections employees vulnerable. I don't think it's tough on crime to abolish the gun registry, and I can't understand. We have to prove to the international community that we're prepared to effectively combat terrorism, and yet we're missing a lot of good opportunities to do so, and we saw this, in fact, on the weekend when we see that there are problems at our borders.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've been listening to the member talk about the anti-terrorism legislation, and I see the member going all over the map. But what the member refers to some technical things from the United Nations, and having had the privilege of sitting on the Special Committee on Anti-Terrorism after the 2006 election, when we had to deal with the sunset clauses, I think the member also leads people to believe there have been cutbacks at Canadian Border Services, and actually the number of officers has been increased under this government by some 25+%. But what the member also infers that there's something internationally illegal or something wrong with this legislation. What the member doesn't say is that the Supreme Court has upheld similar legislation. What the member doesn't say is countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, South Africa have all initiated legislation along this line. So what is it about Canada that we wouldn't want to be with our partners in fighting terrorism that, if you watch the news, is rampant throughout the world?
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for that question. I know that he works extremely hard on the Standing Committee on Public Safety, and it's also interesting to have a different perspective on a subject that is so important as national security. We can not be in agreement, but it's important to have this debate today and to see ideas come forward, such as his. I would like to come back to many things that my colleague on the opposite side of the House said. We have to be extremely careful. I'm not attacking the anti-terrorism legislation that currently exists and that was voted on or anything like that. I think it's just interesting and intriguing that they're proposing legislation like S7 that isn't essential, particularly when we already see that everything that is essential is already set out in the criminal code. To come back now to the increased number of officers working for Canada Border Security. I think it's interesting that a colleague said it in the House, and it was nice for me to be able to come back and respond to him. In fact, there are some places where at present people were hired part-time to work at night, for example. So the hours have been cut of the hours which border crossings are open, and I think we're talking about $140 million that's being cut from Canada Border Services Agency, and the 260 officers in Quebec and the over 3,000 CBSA officers got notice that they could lose their jobs. They haven't yet lost their jobs, so it will be disastrous to see what will happen in the coming years when these jobs no longer exist. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for just a short question and response. The honourable questions and comments. The honourable member for Davenport.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech on this issue. And it's curious that that over the course of the government's anti-terrorism regime since the occurrence of September 11th, outside commentators have pegged the amount of money Canadians have spent at $92 billion, and one wonders how much these new measures are going to cost and why the government hasn't tabled those numbers. And I'd like my colleague to comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelin, a brief answer, please. I will try to be brief, Mr. Speaker. Well, once again, this comes back to what my colleague from Gatineau said earlier, and I think I'd like to take the time to thank my colleague from Davenport for the question, which is a very interesting one. And I think that it would be important for the government opposite to respond to this kind of question being raised and tell us what's happening and also tell us the reasons for S7 coming through the Senate. Why do they want to change legislation that already works well, in fact, very well? And why did they eliminate things, or they're trying to eliminate things that are essential for our safety? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we resume debate, I'll just let honourable members know that we have had more than 5 hours debate since the first round on this bill that's before the House. So accordingly, all of the interventions from this point on will have the maximum of 10 minutes for speeches and, of course, the 5 minutes for questions and comments. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on S7, which proposes to do a number of things in amending the Criminal Code, the Evidence Act, the Security of Information Act. But I want to focus on just two things that this Act proposes to do, the two that I believe are the most significant. And these are the reintroduction of the provisions for investigatory hearings and the reintroduction of preventative detention in national security cases, also known as recognizance with conditions. Regrettably, S7 places measures before this House which the House had already wisely sunsetted in February of 2007 during the 39th Parliament by a vote of 159 to 124, a decisive vote. These measures were wisely rejected again by opposition parties when reintroduced by the Conservatives in 2009 in the 40th Parliament. And of course, these two measures were part of the package passed quickly in the aftermath of 9/11, when Canada's new Anti-Terrorism Act was adopted by the House of Commons on November 28, 2001, and received royal assent on December 18, 2001, just more than 2 months later than the terrorism attack on the Twin Towers in New York. But even in that climate of intense fear and even panic over national security, such was the concern about these two measures, again, investigatory hearings and preventative detention, that a sunset clause was inserted so that these provisions would expire in 5 years. Yes, there was a climate of fear and panic that all of us probably remember well. I have personal reasons for recalling that day and its aftermath very clearly. My mother was flying from Washington, D.C. to Seattle that day, and a friend of my partner was flying from Boston to New York. Fortunately, we located my mother safe on the ground in Denver, but my partner had to tell his friend's parents that their son had not been so lucky. He had to tell them we had confirmed their son was on that flight from Boston. He, who had been late to everything in his life, managed to catch that flight, unfortunately. And we had to tell him that his body would never be recovered to be returned home to them in Indonesia, as his was that second flight that hit the Twin Towers that day. So we do remember that day in my family. But as residents of Vancouver Island, we also remember that fear and panic can do harm as well as responding emotionally to these kinds of issues. Canadian history itself tells us a climate of fear and panic, no matter how real the threat, can all too easily lead to great injustice when governments act too hastily. And I want to reflect a bit today on what happened to Japanese Canadians at the outbreak of World War II. Action taken in a climate of panic, also in the name of national security. And so I'm going to offer my comments on Japanese Canadians as a kind of cautionary tale that relates very directly to the kind of measures we're asked to consider adopting in S7. Much of what I will say here is based on the work of Anne Tsunohara from her 2005 book called The Politics of Racism. And she has very interesting things to tell us about decision-making with regard to the deportation of Japanese Canadians, because she was the first author to have access to government documents from that period after the expiry of the 30-year secrecy rule for these documents. In her book, Tsunohara clearly demonstrates government actions ordering the internment of more than 20,000 Japanese Canadians and the confiscation and sale of their property were based on nothing but fear and panic, often stemming from overt racism and ultimately facilitated by the latent racism against Japanese Canadians present throughout Canada at that time. Again, a cautionary tale when we see members of the Canadian community today, especially Muslim Canadians, often targeted by anti-terrorism measures and the fear and panic that terrorism tends to cause. Of the 23,000 Japanese Canadians in 1941, less than one-third were Japanese nationals. The rest were either native-born Canadians, some 13,500, or else naturalized British subjects, some 3,650. So two-thirds of Japanese Canadians at that time should have enjoyed exactly the same rights as any other Canadian. Yet even those Japanese Canadians born in Canada were denied the right to vote, denied the right to practice most professions, and discriminated against in many, many ways. The so-called Gentleman's Agreement between Canada and Japan in 1907 had limited immigration from Japan to Canada to 400 per year, and in 1928 that number was revised downward to 150 per year. So given this climate of latent or overt racism against Japanese Canadians, it's perhaps not all that surprising that after the outbreak of World War II in the Pacific, with the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor in early December 1941, the Canadian Cabinet adopted an order in council under the War Measures Act on the 14th of January 1942, ordering confiscation and sale of Japanese Canadian fishing fleet and removal of the coast of all male Japanese nationals. Cabinet said explicitly this was for reasons of national security and to prevent sabotage or collaboration with a possible Japanese landing force. In taking this action, Prime Minister King was following the lead of the United States and giving in to demands from BC, provincial and federal politicians who continued to demand the removal of all Japanese Canadians from the coast, men, women and children. On January 23, 1943, as a solution to the problem of how to pay for the internment of Japanese Canadians, and as a way to prevent their eventual return to the coast, the Canadian Cabinet passed an order in council again under the War Measures Act that granted the custodian of enemy property the right to dispose of Japanese Canadian property in his care without the owner's consent. Now, what's important about these two things? What's the lesson I draw today? Cabinet at that time did all of this against the advice of senior public servants and military officers. It did this, according to Tsunohara, against the advice of the RCMP Commissioner, of the Deputy Minister of Defence, of the Deputy Minister of Labour, the Deputy Minister of Fisheries, and the Vice Chief of the General Staff of the Canadian military. So the actions against the Japanese were opposed publicly and consistently only by the 28 CCF MPs, the predecessors of the NDP here in the House, to be joined later in 1943 by a few Liberal senators after the dispossession order was made. So the deportation of Japanese Canadians from the coast is often justified after the fact by selectively pointing to the U.S. experience, citing the similar experience with the removal of Japanese Americans from the U.S. mainland Pacific. But relying on the U.S. mainland experience ignores the other U.S. experience and the awkward fact that in the U.S. territory of Hawaii, there was no legal action taken against Japanese Americans. And this is an area in which Japanese Americans were definitely on the front lines in the Pacific War, but where they constituted 32% of the population, and so the economic impacts of internment would have been too difficult. So in Canada, at the end of the war, Prime Minister King was eventually forced to admit in this House that not only had not a single Japanese Canadian ever been convicted of sabotage or aiding the enemy, none had ever even been charged with these offences. Yet Cabinet still refused to rescind the restrictions imposed by the Order in Council and did not end the exclusion of Japanese Canadians from the BC coast until 1949, again citing national security as the justification. So I've devoted most of my speech today to this dark period, this dark piece of Canadian history, one which took us nearly 40 years to come to terms with. Not until 1988 did Canada officially apologize and offer some compensation both to surviving internees and in the form of support for the National Association of Japanese Canadians. Obviously, this came far too late for most of those who suffered injustice. In Esquimalt, where I live, we are only now restoring the Takata Gardens, the oldest Japanese gardens in North America, where the Takata family had operated a very successful tea house before being dispossessed for reasons of national security. This is a powerful local reminder to Esquimalt residents that injustice caused by fear and panic has cost for all Canadians, not just those who are the direct victims. I see the experience of Japanese Canadians in World War II as a cautionary tale for all members in this House as we contemplate S7, a bill the government insists is necessary for national security. A cautionary tale that tells us that sometimes ugly consequences of letting fear rule over rationality. The provisions that we're talking about restoring here were never used in the 5 years they were in place. Some will cite the Air India inquiry, where an application to hold an investigatory hearing was approved, but challenged in court, and that hearing was ultimately never held as the Sunset Clause came into effect in the meantime. So we are left with no concrete example where an investigatory hearing was actually used. Yet in the 10 years since the Anti-Terrorism Act was passed, the government has managed to get terrorism convictions. Mohamed Khawaja, Zakaria Amara, Saad Khalid, Saad Gaya of the so-called Toronto 18. Therefore, I would ask, has our security been more at risk in the last 5 years since these provisions were allowed to expire? Does the government have any examples to show us when these powers could have been used? Instead, I look back to the Japanese-Canadian experience, and we see the obvious contradiction of having fought a war for freedom and democracy and against racism, while at the same time treating a portion of our own citizens so unjustly. So can we not see now the risk of a new contradiction, that in the struggle to protect freedom, human rights, and rule of law, that we risk trampling the fundamental rights that are the basis of our democratic and legal system, the right to freedom of detention without charge, and the right to protection against self-incrimination? That we also risk the unfair treatment of Muslim Canadians, though perhaps not as severe as the deportation of Japanese Canadians in World War II, this constitutes a potential blot on our human rights record that I know all in this House would like to avoid. So let's not repeat the past, but rather learn from it. Let's not stampede to trample rights because of our fears for national security. I urge all members of this House to reject the false security offered by S7 with its all too likely consequences in weakening our rights and the principles that are the foundation of our justice system. We know that the best response to threats to our national security is to be found in giving resources to law enforcement and security agencies so they can do their jobs while working within our system of rule of law and respecting those very rights that give meaning to the quest for national security. Thank you.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuca will have 5 minutes for questions and comments when the House next returns to business on this issue, a motion that's before the House. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the good work done by Rotary clubs across our great country. In my riding, the Mississauga City Centre Rotary Club has worked hard to better our community for over 30 years. I've had the pleasure of going to many of their events and seeing firsthand the good work they do for seniors and many charitable causes, and the hard work and dedication of their board members and all volunteers. Since 1985, Rotary International has put a focus on eradicating polio, a disease which still afflicts too many people and too many people are still at risk of. Rotary has given over $1 billion to help this cause, but there is still much to be done. I am pleased with our government's Pennies and More for Polio initiative to match donations to Rotary Canada through CIDA. Funds are also being matched by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I hope that with our contribution to these global efforts, we can finally end polio. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy today to highlight the 20th anniversary of Action Centre-Ville, an organization in my riding that is working to fight isolation among seniors by promoting entraide and solidarity. Mr. Speaker, seniors are a true wealth in our community, not only for what they've contributed in the past, but also for everything that they continue to contribute, their commitment, their vast experience, and their knowledge. Our seniors, through their own networks as volunteers, mentors, or activists, play an essential, very active role in our society. I want to congratulate the entire team at Action Centre-Ville that works day in and day out to promote this involvement and to allow all seniors to continue to make contributions.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Sunshine Foundation of Canada, based out of London, Ontario, celebrates its 25th anniversary. As a national charitable organization, Sunshine has done some pretty special things for some very special kids, Canada's kids. Its goal is to provide a unique dream for a child with severe physical disabilities or life-threatening illnesses. Over these 25 years, thousands of Canada's kids have had their dreams realized because Sunshine cares and Canada cares. At their recent gala, Sunshine's amazing volunteer Ginger Metron received the Wayne C. Dunn Spirit of Service Award. Sunshine also announced the Ryan and Heather Simkowski Foundation Challenge Champion Grant, where contributions will be matched dollar for dollar in support of our kids. Thanks to Nancy Sutherland, Executive Director, President Pat DeMeester, and all the staff, board, and volunteers who work so diligently to make this night a success. Mr. Speaker, did you know that this Wednesday, October 24th, Sunshine will have a Disney World Dream Lift leaving from Halifax, where 80 kids from Canada's eastern provinces will get to realize their dreams. More than 7,000 kids have gotten their dreams fulfilled over 25 years, and we thank Sunshine for making this happen.
L'Honorable Député d'Ottawa-Vanier.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Following the Kananaskis G8 in Alberta in 2002 and the importance that it placed on the future of Africa, a non-governmental organization was created, the Canadian Council on Africa. Last week, the Canadian Council on Africa celebrated its 10th anniversary at a gala entitled Looking Forward.
Celebrating 10 years of facilitating and promoting trade between Canada and Africa. During this time, it has led 20 missions to Africa, hosted 40 incoming delegations, and organized numerous conferences and seminars about Africa. Mr. Robert Blackburn, Senior Vice President for SNC-Lavalin, was instrumental in creating CC Africa and became its first chairman.
Shortly thereafter, Mr. Lucien Bradet became President and CEO and has that role again still today.
First decade, and best wishes for the next one as you accompany the African continent on its progression.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I joined the fine people of Russell, Ontario for their inaugural 15-kilometre Volksmarch in support of our Soldier On program. The Russell Legion Branch 372, Royal Canadian Air Cadet No. 5 Cyclone Squadron, and volunteers and walkers from the local fire department and community gathered to enjoy a beautiful fall Sunday morning and to raise money for a worthy cause. That cause is the men and women who have soldiered around the world on our behalf, and when things haven't gone as planned for them personally, soldier on, sometimes against seemingly insurmountable odds. Members of Soldier On battle injuries of the body and injuries of the mind, and achieve rehabilitation through sport. They're an incredible group of Canadians for whom defeat on any battlefield as part of their military team or in personal battlefields is simply not an option. They have conquered the march at Nijmegen, Mount Kilimanjaro, the Paralympic Games, Many personal mountains are currently in Nepal, conquering the 6,000-meter island peak in the Himalayas. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the people of Russell Township and everyone who supports our Soldier On program, but most of all, I want to thank and salute those who do soldier on and provide inspiration to all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, over the last 6 months, Canada has witnessed an outpouring of stunned disbelief in the wake of the Conservatives' decision to defund the experimental lakes area. Nowhere else in the world are whole lake ecosystem studies done and long-term effects of experiments monitored on anywhere near the scale or with the path-breaking scientific success of the ELA. And what is the operational cost, Mr. Speaker, of the ELA? Approximately $2 million per year. That's all. To put this in perspective, compare this to the massive subsidies to the fossil fuel industry that will still be $1.2 billion per year by the end of 2016. Mr. Speaker, a major mistake has been made, but there's still time for this government to recognize and rectify the error. If the government were indeed to change its mind, I would be the very first to stand here to give credit to the government for doing the right thing and for showing that goodwill and good sense are still possible in this Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, on October 10th, I was delighted to announce on behalf of my honourable colleague, the Minister of State for the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario, a $990,000 investment in an Etobicoke Centre-based association, the Canadian MedTech Manufacturers Association. Anyone in the medical technology industry knows that CMMA and its small and medium-sized business division, MEDEC, has been in the business of strengthening and growing the industry since 1973, and this new investment will allow CMMA MEDEC to continue to deliver results. Funding will help Southern Ontario medical technology companies achieve their export development goals and will create an anticipated 30 jobs in our region and more in the future. Local investment such as this demonstrates that our government's top priority remains the creation of jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity. We will continue to help our local companies become more innovative, productive, and competitive in the global market. I wish CMMA MEDEC continued success in this project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the ongoing efforts of 3 Rotary Clubs in Barrie for their excellent fundraising work. The Rotary Club of Barrie-Huronia hosted their 2nd annual Fall Fishing Festival during the 3rd week of September. Don Jerry and his fellow Rotarians raised almost $20,000 to support local environmental projects as well as their Christmas hamper program. The Kempenfelt Rotary Club held their 3rd annual Great Canadian Beaver Race Festival on the last weekend of September. Krista Laterviere and her Rotary team raised $55,000 for local charities. And the Rotary Club of Barrie's annual Oktoberfest festival was once again a smashing success. Co-organizers Adam Adrock-Smith and Bruce Shipley's team raised over $50,000 for local causes, including our hospital's Cancer Care Centre. Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly happy to report that the spirit of giving is alive and well in the city of Barrie.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, this fall, several organizations in the Quebec riding are celebrating the anniversary of their foundation. They're absolutely essential to the well-being of people around us. Respect, solidarity, and assistance are values that guide our society, and characterize my riding especially. Here are some of the events to highlight. 10 years for Fiducie de l'Aube-Rivière, 15 years for the Antidote Youth House, 20 years for Croissance Travail and the Centre Jacques Cartier, 20 years for Pignon Bleu, 25 years for Café Rencontre, the Centre de Crise de Québec, the Urban Life Interpretation Center, the Maison Marie-Frédéric, and the Petit Frère des Profs. 30-year anniversary for the Quebec Women's Center, for Kermesse de la Paroisse Saint-Monique, for the Collectif des Accompagnantes, 40 years for Quebec France Association, 50 years for the Multi-Ethnic Center, 75 for the Historical Society, and 150 years for the Voltigeurs de Québec. Congratulations to all these organizations, and thank you on behalf of volunteers and donors for all of the services provided.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Arundale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to bring to the attention of all members of the large number of Turkic Canadians that have come to Parliament Hill today to celebrate the independence of the Republic of Turkey. The Anatolian Heritage Foundation represents 23 member organizations across Canada and will be hosting its first annual reception this evening. Tonight's event will be an opportunity for parliamentarians to experience the elements of Turkic cultures such as art, food, music, and traditional clothing. It is also an opportunity to learn about the many contributions of this community to Canada. The Federation was established to advance the already healthy dialogue between Canadians and people from the Anatolia region, which includes Turkey, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan. Mr. Speaker, I urge all parliamentarians to come to the Sheraton Hotel this evening and show their support for the Anatolian Canadian community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to pay tribute to a cherished Hamiltonian, a man with both the royal jelly and the common touch, the Honourable Lincoln Alexander, who passed away peacefully last Friday. First elected to this House in 1968, the man we knew simply as Link became Canada's first black member of Parliament in the then riding of Hamilton West, which would later become my riding of Hamilton Centre. Regardless of whether he was Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, Canada's Minister of Labour, Honorary Commissioner of the OPP, or any of the other positions he would hold, to many of us, he was first and foremost a Hamiltonian. Link took great pride in our city, and our pride in him was equally matched. The evidence is all around Hamilton, where you'll see his name on street signs, schools, buildings, and highways. I'm honoured to have known Link and to have served with him at Queen's Park. On behalf of Hamiltonians and this House, I would like to extend our condolences to the Alexander family as we celebrate the life of this remarkable man. Thanks, Link.
The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, today the Prime Minister is meeting with the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Portia Simpson Miller, on her first official visit to Canada. The leaders will discuss matters of mutual interest such as regional security, trade and investment, and multilateral cooperation. They will then meet with Jamaican diaspora here in Canada. Je suis fière de mentionner.
I'm proud to say that this official visit marks the 50th anniversary of bilateral relations between our two countries. Canada and Jamaica have built a firm partnership that has lasted through decades, and our relationship is based on close personal ties, shared roots, and common values.
To work together to advance our joint objectives of increasing prosperity, security, and democracy in our shared hemisphere. We are pleased to welcome Prime Minister Simpson Miller to our great country and look forward to continued good relations with our friends and allies in Jamaica.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to two distinguished parliamentarians, Harvey Andre and Lincoln Alexander, who passed away recently. Harvey Andre served with distinction in opposition and government as a member of Parliament from Calgary. I knew him as a committed Conservative, a feisty debater, and an extraordinarily hard-working Member of Parliament and Minister. Lincoln Alexander, Mr. Speaker, was elected to this place in 1968 and resigned his seat in 1981 to chair the Ontario Workers' Compensation Board, then to serve as Lieutenant Governor of Ontario and Chancellor of Guelph University. Link, it's fair to say, was loved by all of us who knew him. And speaking personally, my wife and I have lost a dear friend. I salute his wonderful vitality, his dignity, his sense of public service, and his sense of humour. Ontarians will rightly be paying tribute to him all week before the state funeral in Hamilton on Friday. Mr. Speaker, in the words of the hymn, time like an everlasting stream bears all its sons away. But let us who are waiting our turn pause to reflect on the loss of such friends. Our thoughts and prayers are with their loved ones, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents told me loud and clear they don't want to pay higher taxes. I was pleased to assure my constituents that our government would not raise taxes. In fact, we have continually lowered taxes. The NDP's plan, on the other hand, is the stark opposite. They would impose a carbon tax that would raise the price on everything, including gas, groceries, and electricity. The NDP have made their sneaky carbon tax scheme very clear on page 4 of their platform. It notes in black and white that they will bring in $21 billion in revenues from this tax on carbon. We believe that Canadians should keep more of their hard-earned money in their pockets. The NDP actually want to take the $21 billion out of their pockets. This is simply outrageous. Will the leader of the NDP enlighten the House on his $21 billion tax scheme? Will he explain why he would like to impose more taxes on Canadians? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Trinity-Spadina.
Well, since returning from the summer, the member for Mississauga Brampton South has given 4 statements, but none highlighted events in her riding. She didn't mention the United Achievers Club Scholarship and Recognition Awards held on September 15th, or the Sikh Community Town Hall held on September 30th. Brampton Day, a celebration of all things local in Brampton, happened just 1 month ago. Again, nothing from this member. Just yesterday, the Brampton Battalion hosted a Special Olympics Day. Players and fans brought red laces in support of the Special Olympics. Why were none of these events worthy of celebrating in the House, Mr. Speaker? There are many wonderful community events happening in every riding all across Canada. I encourage members to take this time to highlight the Canadians that help build our vibrant communities and not simply repeat fabrications cooked up in the Prime Minister's office.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Calgary Centre North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have some wonderful news for my colleague from Trinity-Spadina. According to Canada's Emissions Trends Report, Canada's emissions in 2010 virtually stabilized while we saw a growth in our economy by 3.2%. What does this mean? This means that our greenhouse gas emissions are lowering while our economy is growing. Our policies with regard to regulating the coal-fired electricity sector, the transportation sector, investing in clean energy technology, investing in climate change adaptation, all of these things, Mr. Speaker, are seeing a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Great news for our constituents. However, what we will not do is make sure that we do not take $21 billion out of the pockets of Canadians to see these things happen. Mr. Speaker, we are getting the job done without taxing Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canada's in good hands.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in 2010, the Conservatives promised a clear and transparent review process for foreign takeovers. 2 years later, Canadians and foreign investors still don't know where they stand. On Friday at midnight, like a thief in the night, the industry minister rejected the Malaysian company Petronas' attempt to take over Progress Energy. But why? What criteria did the minister base his decision on in rejecting Petronas' offer? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, yes, indeed. A transaction was proposed by Petronas, and as industry minister, I was not convinced that that transaction would have a net benefit to Canada. So at that time, based on the Act, the company has 30 days to make additional representations, and we're willing to welcome foreign investment that's in Canada's interest. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Whatever. We still have no idea, Mr. Speaker.
Transparency we're going to get. The criteria for evaluating foreign takeovers are not clear, they're not transparent. Conservative ministers make multi-billion-dollar decisions in the dead of the night. No wonder investors are left in the dark. That's not good for business and it's not good for the economy. Without clear criteria, we don't know whether these decisions are influenced by cronyism or partisan political purposes. The Conservatives promised reform of the Investment Canada Act but haven't delivered. Why can't they make the net benefit test clear for investors, for Canadians, for all to see?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, Friday night I announced as a Minister of Industry that I was not satisfied with the fact that the proposed transaction was going to be a net benefit for the country, Mr. Speaker. So, starting from that point, the company has 30 days to make additional representations. And Mr. Speaker, we all know we welcome foreign investment that is in the best interest of Canadians.
L'honorable chef d'MPD.
The Honourable Leader of the NDP.
Transparency. Today we learned from the Globe and Mail that the Minister of Finance is moving toward the privatization of the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation. Can the Finance Minister inform this House and indeed all Canadians why he wants to dismantle a 60-year success story at the CMHC? It was just 4 years ago that private mortgage insurance schemes in the United States nearly sank the global economy. Why does this Finance Minister now want to take Canada down the same road?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the fact is, despite what the Globe and Mail said, there are no plans to make that change at this time. Our government is focused on implementing Economic Action Plan 2012, and if the opposition had cared to read that, they would have seen that we've actually included action to improve the oversight at CMHC.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
At this time.
Exactly.
If the minister goes ahead with his plan to privatize CMHC, thousands of homeowners and those who dream of buying their first home will suffer the disastrous consequences. We've already seen this in the U.S. The privatization of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac was a genuine fiasco. Are the Conservatives actually basing their plans on one of the worst economic failures of all time?
Mr. Speaker, and as I said, there are no plans to do that at this time. But we do always need to recognize that we can strengthen oversight in this country, Mr. Speaker. We've seen examples in other countries where there was a lack of oversight. That's why we've actually strengthened CMHC's role.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, it's not surprising he doesn't know that turns out Conservatives don't even know what was in their own budget. They've gotten so used to making things up, they just can't stop themselves anymore. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said changes to the Navigable Waters Act were on page 282 of the budget. There is no mention on page 282 of the budget, only reckless plans to cut transportation. Why are they removing environmental protection for thousands of lakes and rivers, even though they never once mentioned it in their budget?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This piece of legislation has always been and remains about navigation and navigation only. In fact, the amendments will focus resources to ensure that this is still the case. This will not affect the government's protection of the environment. In fact, I can list several pieces of legislation that do deal with the environment: the Canada Environmental Protections Act, the Federal Sustainability Act, the Fisheries Act, the Migratory Bird Convention Act, the Species at Risk Act. Shall I go on, Mr. Speaker?
No. The Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Minister of Industry can explain to us how is Petronas going to tell the government what is of net benefit if the government hasn't told them what is not of net benefit? And if the government has had those conversations with Petronas, can you please tell the Canadian people this whole process is in the dark? It should be transparent, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Leader of the Liberal Party mentioned, the investor has the opportunity to make additional representations in the next 27 days. Mr. Speaker, I announced that I was not satisfied that this proposed transaction was going to bring net benefit for Canada. Mr. Speaker, as the member knows, we have the law. It is clear. There is factors under Article 20 plus guidelines, Mr. Speaker. And as we all know, we welcome foreign investment that is in the best interest of this country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the government a question about the Indian Act. The question remains that, as a member opposite described, it's a colonialist piece of legislation from the past that has no reason for continuing to exist. So can the government tell us now what they're going to do to make sure there's true equality between the Government of Canada and First Nations of Canada? When will that day finally come?
Mr. Speaker, all parties in the House agree that the Indian Act has held back First Nations for over 136 years. What the Liberals are now proposing is more talk, more delays, and more inaction. What we are doing is taking concrete steps to improve education, access to safe drinking water, transparency for First Nations government, and protecting the rights of women and children. Our approach is practical and it's delivering results for First Nations, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Liberal Party.
Mr. Speaker, the leakage of information, the sharing of information, the selling of information by Mr. Jeffrey DeLille to the Russians has been described by members of the government as the damage is astronomical, the damage was exceptionally grave, the damage is simply huge. This went undetected for 50 months. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the government, when a breach of security of this kind happens, it's usually followed by a judicial inquiry. I want to ask the government, when will there be a judicial inquiry in the case of Jeffrey DeLille?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the honourable member, certainly assure the House, all Canadians, that the Canadian Forces take these issues very seriously, particularly where sensitive information is involved. The member will know, certainly, that the matter is still, in fact, before the court. This individual is still facing sentencing, and for that, Mr. Speaker, we will not be discussing it, certainly in the House of Commons or publicly.
The
Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, the rules to toughen up mortgages didn't have the desired effect. Household debt continues to be on the rise. The minister's solution is to privatize CMHC. Mr. Speaker, the interest of private companies is profit, not to help people with housing problems. Why privatize CMHC when the housing sector is in jeopardy? Why put the private sector ahead of the interests of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the suggestion by that honourable member is incorrect. There are no plans to privatize that at this point. We have recognized that there are challenges, and we've, in 4 different occasions, Mr. Speaker, reduced the amortization period for homeowners. Mr. Speaker, that's prudent, and we've actually seen the improvements in the market, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are investing in homes, but they're investing prudently, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hochelaga.
Museum of Civilizations too, and look at what happened there. What the Conservatives are saying is that we need to get out of the business of providing confidence in the housing market. They say we need to abandon CMHC, the best tool middle-class Canadians have for ensuring stability in the housing market. But the example of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac in the United States shows what happens when you make private companies too big to fail. If the privatized CMHC fails, who do they think will pick up the pieces?
Order. The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to remind that honourable member that her party actually voted against strengthening the rules to protect CMHC, Mr. Speaker, and then they stand in this House and criticize what we're doing to make sure that we actually protect the savings of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We put in place improvements to our pensions, Mr. Speaker, to pension plans for Canadians. They voted against that. I'm not sure what it would take to offer something that the opposition would actually vote in favour of that actually helps Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Housing isn't the only file the Conservatives have mismanaged. Friday at midnight, the Industry Minister announced that he would not be authorizing the takeover of Progress Energy Resources. Investors and analysts don't understand the hidden reasons behind this decision. They want greater transparency and the establishment of clear criteria to judge what constitutes a net benefit. When will the Conservatives finally do their homework and clarify the review process? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, the criteria are to be found in Section 20 of the Act. Those are the factors to be taken into account in deciding whether or not there's a net benefit. And for the transaction in question, I let investors know that I wasn't convinced that the transaction had a net benefit for Canada, and now the company has 30 days and additional proposals can be made 25 days from today.
New Westminster.
Well, an arbitrary decision made behind closed doors at midnight on Friday is no way to run an economy, Mr. Speaker. Canadians deserve better than that. Canadians are asking, are they going to be as arbitrary on the CNEC proposal to take over Nexon? Canadians want transparency and accountability on foreign takeover applications. Conservatives are mismanaging multi-billion-dollar issues. They've broken promise after promise. Question is simple. When will there be clarity and transparency on the foreign takeover review process?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, the members should note that there is the Article 20 in the law which contains factor for evaluating net benefit. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, I said to the investor that I was not satisfied that the proposed transaction was going to provide net benefit for the country. So that being said, Mr. Speaker, the investor has 30 days from the decision to make additional representations, and our government will come for investments, Mr. Speaker, that are the best interest for this country.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
No answers, no clarity. This is no way to run an economy, Mr. Speaker. And their mismanagement is making investors and the public lose confidence in this government. And they, of course, can join the crowd. The Premier of BC has also lost confidence and is concerned now that Conservatives are looking at using the disallowance power of the federal government to revoke BC laws. This hasn't been invoked since 1943. Now, is this government so out of touch that they think they can ram through Northern Gateway over BC objections? When will Conservatives start listening to the province, to First Nations, and to British Columbians?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
The Northern Gateway project is currently before an independent joint review panel, which will review it on the basis of independent science, and we look forward to hearing their recommendations. In the meantime, our government continues to enhance environmental protection, pipeline and maritime safety, and Aboriginal consultation.
Exactly. L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' attacks on the Navigable Water Protection Act are irresponsible. The Conservatives are endangering our wetlands, lakes and rivers. Water quality in the places where millions of Canadians live will be affected, as will tourism all across the country. Of the 4,500 rivers in Quebec, the Conservatives have chosen to protect only 97 lakes in all of Canada. Why does the minister feel that the Du Moine, Diable, Moisy rivers don't also deserve protection? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister. The Honourable Member should read the act she's talking about. The Navigable Waters Protection Act is not a piece of environmental legislation, so the changes we're making to it will have no effect on the environment. Luckily, there is legislation to protect the environment. The Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, the Fisheries Act, the Migratory Birds legislation, the Endangered Species Act, the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. So changes to the act in question will have no effect on that legislation, on those other acts, and will have no effect on the environment. Thank you.
Well, instead of working for Canadians, this monster budget bill protects the oil pipelines and put our pristine lakes and rivers at risk. Right. These changes aren't about transportation at all. They're about the Conservatives' refusal to protect the environment. They need to get their priorities straight and put the water back in the Navigable Water Act. Will the minister come to the committee and defend his decision to change the Water Protection Act to a Pipeline Protection Act?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is making up acts. This act is dealing with navigation. This piece of legislation has always and remains to be about navigation and only navigation. It has nothing to do with the environment. There are other pieces of legislation that are focused on the environment. This one is focused on navigation. I can help you navigate through the legislation if you wish.
Order, and I would remind all honourable members to direct their comments to the chair rather than to their colleagues.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques.
Budget cuts will affect the services they rely on. But it is a sad day when the parliamentary budget officer has to go to court because Conservatives are hiding information. The parliamentary budget officer has a mandate to provide analysis to Parliament on planned spending of the government and the state of the nation's finances. Why are Conservatives refusing to give the parliamentary budget officer this information?
Wait.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we continue to give the budget officer information that falls within his mandate. We have done so in the past. We are doing so in the present. We will undoubtedly do so in the future. And we continue to report to parliamentarians and to Canadians using the normal means, which includes, of course, the quarterly reports and the estimates and the public accounts, and we will continue to do so in the future as well.
The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, what's the point of passing transparency legislation if it's unenforceable? On the same day, the Conservatives tabled another monstrous budget bill. They refused to take action and follow through on recommendations to enable Parliament to better monitor government spending. The committee's unanimous recommendations would make the budgetary process clearer and more easily understood, but the government dismissed them out of hand. Why do the Conservatives oppose the committee's recommendations, and why are they so allergic to transparency? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Again, Mr. Speaker, we overwhelmingly approved most of the recommendations. I believe 15 out of the 16 recommendations we either agree with or we've referred it to Parliament as it is the purview of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. We agree with the recommendation, for instance, that helps us trace the spending that is found in one set of estimates to actual departmental spending, Mr. Speaker, to make it easier for parliamentarians to understand the process by which these spending decisions are made. We will continue to find ways to report to Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, in refusing to give information on spending cuts to the parliamentary budget officer, the government makes the truly ridiculous argument that the PBO's job is to examine levels rather than cuts in spending, as if he can examine the true level of spending without first knowing the cuts. Makes no sense. Why? Given the central importance of MPs to scrutinize the government's spending, is the government forcing the PBO to take it to court to get the information he needs to do his job?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, I say again to another honourable member, we have cooperated with the budget officer in the past. We do so in the present as well, and undoubtedly we will do so in the future. And as the honourable member knows, being in this place for a number of years, we report to this place through the quarterly financial reports, through the estimates process, through other parliamentary means, and we report to Canadians as a result of that as well. We're proud to do so in the future as well, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, not only is the government opposing the parliamentary budget officer when it comes to transparency, the government's also opposing the Government Operations Committee, which tabled a unanimous report in June of this year on how to make government more accountable and more transparent. Will the minister commit to supporting my concurrence motion so that the House can move forward on this important file.
Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Echo with this chamber, Mr. Speaker, but I be happy to answer the honourable member as well and indicate that we have agreed with and approved 15 out of the 16 recommendations, either as government action or to go to a parliamentary committee because it pertains to Parliament rather than the Government of Canada. We have agreed to making sure that spending approvals and specific government programs, that there's traceability, better traceability than now. And, Mr. Speaker, and these are reforms, Mr. Speaker, that we have done. When they were in power, they did none of them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2006, the Finance Minister introduced to Canada U.S.-style 40-year mortgages with no down payment. This failed policy helped lead to record Canadian consumer debt levels. Now the minister says he wants to privatize CMHC. With record household debt and weakening housing prices. Why would the Conservatives privatize the CMHC and give up a key federal lever in the housing market? Why do the Conservatives seem so intent to follow failed U.S. economic policy?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, speaking about failed Liberal policy, it was under the Liberal watch that CMHC actually moved to the 40-year mortgages, Mr. Speaker, and they sat and watched that happen, Mr. Speaker. We're watching out for Canadians. We're helping Canadians, Mr. Speaker, and we're not intending to make any changes to CMHC, Mr. Speaker, other than the ones that they're planning on voting against, and that's providing more oversight over CMHC.
Here, here.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, 8 Conservative cabinet ministers, including the Prime Minister, have spouses whose investments are not in blind trusts. Ministers know that their better half own shares in banks or oil companies, whose future is directly influenced by decisions made by the federal government. So potentially they could profit from decisions made by their spouses. I highly doubt, at least I hope, that not all the Conservatives in the House think this is okay. Can the Conservatives admit that there is a problem, that the door is open to conflicts of interest and even insider trading?
To the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, the Ethics Commissioner is responsible, and members do follow the rules of the Ethics Commissioner concerning conflicts of interest. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Well, the government should have more courage if it talks about transparency, but it's not the only problem with the Conservative government. We see this with what's happening with the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs after having spent thousands of dollars over the campaign spending limits set out in the Act, and after negotiating a funny arrangement with an airline in order to not to further violate the Elections Act. The minister is still refusing to rise in the House to give a better explanation other than to say, sorry, it's the first time it's happened and I won't do it again. Can the minister justify the overspending in his campaign and explain why his official agent got a job?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Ministry of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, there is an official agent to respond to all the questions.
Sure, we'll respond to all. This minister's official agent will respond to all questions through Elections Canada. The honourable member across the way has not responded to the obvious questions that Canadians are posing him. He gave not one, not two, but 29 donations to the hardline separatist Quebec Solidaire. Now, all we're asking him is for him to tell us his position on the Quebec Solidaire support of sovereignty. Is he a federalist, yes or no?
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all enjoy this member's performances, but he's ignoring serious issues here. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's own guide to accountable government states, ministers of state, and parliamentary secretaries must avoid conflicts of interest in situations that have the potential to involve conflicts of interest. 8 spouses of cabinet ministers hold portfolios of publicly traded securities. This gives the appearance of a possible conflict of interest. So will the Conservative cabinet members do the right thing and disclose all family holdings?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Speaker, as I've already said in this place today, spouses disclose their holdings to the Ethics Commissioner in accordance with the rules and follow any instructions from the Ethics Commissioner on potential conflicts of interest.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'd like to see this government take some action itself before it's told what to do. Here's another ethical problem Conservatives are hiding from. A cabinet minister who won by 79 votes and clearly broke the election laws to do it is now avoiding all accountability. The Prime Minister promised to finally deal with the ethical mess that he inherited. But he's done the unthinkable, Mr. Speaker. He's made it even worse. When will the Conservatives stop the blatant hypocrisy and start taking some responsibility?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this member has taken responsibility and has acted in complete transparency and integrity, and we have confidence that Elections Canada will get all the answers that it needs. That is in stark contrast to the practices of the NDP, which accepted over $300,000 in illegal union money over 5 years and refused to come clean until they were caught. That's exactly why we need the new Conservative bill on union financial transparency. The question is, why won't the NDP stand up and support more transparency in union spending? What more does the NDP have to hide?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, in a period of global economic instability, small businesses across the country continue to face challenges. They need our continued support. Unfortunately, the only ideas we hear from the NDP involve just that, a $21 billion carbon tax that would be devastating to small businesses. Mr. Speaker, small businesses simply cannot afford the NDP high tax agenda. Of course they can. Can the Minister of State please tell Canadians how Economic Action Plan 2012 will help small businesses?
And thank God for that plan.
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Mississauga East Cooksville for a very good question. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government recognizes the contribution that small businesses make to this economy, Mr. Speaker. We've actually consulted with small businesses, and they've asked us to extend the hiring tax credit that was in last year's budget. Mr. Speaker, it is there for this House to support. It supports the creation of 536,000 net new jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's a $200 million tax credit to small businesses. I have no idea why the opposition are going to vote against that.
The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Juan-de-Fuga.
Mr. Speaker, Conservative bumbling on the national security file has reached new heights in the Delisle case. It turns out that Australia, Great Britain, the United States all had their secret information compromised by this incredible 4-year-long leak. And the Conservatives still can't tell our allies what the full scope of the damage is. Mr. Speaker, protecting the information coming from our intelligence networks needs to be a real priority, and this government is treating this as a sideshow. Instead of photo ops and attempts at preemptive damage control, when will the Conservatives get serious about cybersecurity?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I just indicated just moments ago, there is nothing more important than national security, and the Canadian forces work closely with other security agencies, including public safety in the country, but the member knows full well that this matter is still before the court. Surely the most irresponsible thing that we could do would be discussing that national security incident here on the floor of the House of Commons or publicly in any way.
Right on.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pelin. Mr. Speaker, astronomical and exceptionally grave damages, those are the words used by intelligence experts with regard to the Jeffrey DeLille spy scandal. He caused irreversible damage to our relationship to our closest allies. He engaged in spying for 50 months. 50 months when he went in and out of a high security building with a USB key containing potentially top-secret Five Eyes only information. How can the Conservatives let such abuse occur under their watch?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
And the member left out, and he was caught and prosecuted, Mr. Speaker. And so, as I mentioned, the reality is that these issues remain of very serious concern. This is why this matter has proceeded through the courts, where it remains until the matter is sentenced, Mr. Speaker. So I would ask that the member and all members opposite respect that process and allow that conclusion, that sentencing to occur.
The honourable member for Brough-Missisquoi. Mr. Speaker, in my region, border problems are a reality that cannot be ignored. But the Minister of Public Safety has announced cuts of $146 million in the budget for the Canada Border Services Agency. 260 jobs will be cut. There's already a trafficking network at work. Hundreds of immigrants are victims of human trafficking. Now is not the time for cuts. Why is the minister not taking this seriously?
Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said on numerous occasions, our government increased frontline officers by 26%. But while we were doing that, that member was voting against Bill C-31, the legislation that in fact provides tools to address exactly the issue that the member is now complaining about.
The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Once again, it's completely absurd and irresponsible by the minister to hide his head in the sand. If traffickers are operating in Stansted and human trafficking is a reality, what is there to stop drugs and guns from also crossing that border post? What are they hiding? There are not a million ways to fix the problem. We need to give the Canada Border Services Agency the resources it needs, period. The problem already exists. Now is not the time for cuts. Is the minister prepared to work with us to find solutions and come see with his own eyes the scope of the problem on the ground and work with our communities?
Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we do know that it's not the NDP that is preventing any of that, whether it's drug trafficking, whether it's human trafficking, whether it's guns. That is the party that voted consistently against all of the measures, including C-31, that this government has taken in order to stop those measures. So he can go back to his constituents and tell them that he sat down on the job when he should have been standing up and voting with us on C-31.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Canada-China investment agreement is different from all other investment agreements, and in a bad way. Since 2004, every Canadian government has required a transparency clause. Yet in this agreement, DFATE has told us that China can refuse to allow public hearings or the release of documents to the public. And the best interests of Canadians, Mr. Speaker, is transparency. Canadians fear the worst. They deserve an explanation. So can this minister tell the House why his government has agreed to this violation of transparency?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this is an agreement that is designed to protect the interests of Canadian investors, to ensure that they are secured. That's why it's received such strong support from Canadian investors who are looking to see that their investments in China are protected. We know in the past there have been concerns about whether they are properly safeguarded. We're working to make sure that Canadians' investments and Canadian jobs are protected.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, on Friday I asked the minister to consent to amending S11 to include a third-party comprehensive CFIA audit like the one that was requested by the Weatherall report. The minister said he had a panel, quote, waiting for this type of an issue to move forward on. The recommendation for an independent comprehensive audit was made 3 years ago, and yet no action was taken. What panel is he talking about? Can the minister confirm that he wasn't waiting for another outbreak like this to act? Will he tell us who his experts are? Otherwise, will he finally do the right thing and call in the Auditor General?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General already has those powers and may do an audit if he sees fit. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, coming out of the Listeria situation and the Weatherall report, an expert panel was put together at that point. All of the CVs of the expert panel are up on the CFIA website. I would point the member in that direction.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Boucher. Mr. Speaker, after having renamed the Promenade de l'Outaouais in the Canadian Museum of Civilization, now the government wants to spend yet more taxpayer money to rename a cornerstone of Canadian heritage. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives now want to rename the Trans-Canada Trail to call it the Queen's Jubilee Trail. Where will such unconditional love stop? Will they change the flag, change the name of our country? Why not? Can the Minister of Canadian Heritage explain why he wants to change the name of the Trans-Canada Trail?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Citizenship.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know that investments in the cultural sector are extremely important for the Canadian economy, and that is why we have made historic investments in that sector. Unfortunately, we know that every time we do make those investments, like last week, $25 million for a new history museum, the NDP will vote against those investments.
We had a museum of tax and spend and highlighted such classics as an increase in the GST, increasing taxes for families, and the ever unpopular $21 billion carbon tax. Then maybe we'd get some support for a museum.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. I'm really disappointed in my colleague. I was expecting more, not the same old tape. The Trans-Canada Trail evokes the grandeur, diversity, and beauty of our country. It also means what it says. It crosses Canada. It's the same principle as the Trans-Canada Highway. It means something concrete, trans-Canadian. But to paraphrase our guest of honor of today, the Prime Minister of Jamaica, we love the Queen, but it comes a time when we must define ourselves as a government. Can the Conservatives set aside their nostalgia for the British Empire and realize that this is the 21st century? It's the time to move forward, not backwards. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
How ironic a question in the same vein he's talking about forgetting about our historic connection to the monarchy. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we know and we understand what Canadians want. They want to talk about the history, they want to talk about the events, the places, and the people that have made this country great. Contrast that to the opposition with separatists sitting in their party making 29 donations to separatist parties. We'll never apologize on this side of the House for investing in arts and culture. We'll never apologize for doing all of those things and celebrating all of the things that have helped make this the best country in the world in which to live, and remind them why they sit in this place, to defend the best country in the world in which to live, and not to talk it down every chance they get.
Order. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has acted to ensure that the necessary support is in place to help Canada's men and women in uniform as they transition into civilian life. That's why our government supported the Helmet to Hard Hats initiative, which helps veterans find employment in the construction industry. Could the Minister of Veteran Affairs tell this House what other steps this Conservative government is taking to assist releasing members of the Canadian Forces?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
His outstanding work for our veterans as we are entering Veterans Week soon, Mr. Speaker. Well, today I formally asked the Public Service Commission to explore options to give our medically released Canadian Forces members hiring priority in the public service to assist their transition to civilian life.
Mr. Speaker, I also have asked that the necessary measures be taken to ensure that we can work with former members in my department.
Men and women in uniform to transition into civilian life, and this is still the beginning. There's still more to come for our vets, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, last night the Conservatives delivered the final blow to a decorated veteran. The Conservatives fired Harold Leduc from the Veterans Appeal Board. Mr. Leduc was repeatedly harassed by Conservative appointees to the board. They even poked around in his personal medical files, all because he often sided with the veterans, giving them the benefit of the doubt on their appeals. How can it be that this man and so many other veterans who actually served their country with dignity, bravery and honour should be treated so disgracefully by a government consumed by spin and propaganda? Let the spin continue.
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can assure the member that over the course of summer, indeed, some members' mandate come to an end at the tribunal, and I thank them for that, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, appointments are not for life, and our government will work continually to appoint new qualified candidates to this important board. And as yesterday, Mr. Speaker, our government has moved to appoint 4 new highly qualified candidates who all hold military or medical experience, Mr. Speaker. These appointments announced yesterday make that the number of boards with medical, police backgrounds and medical is the highest in its history of the tribunal, Mr. Speaker. You know what? That's what veterans and veterans organizations have asked us, and that's what we are delivering. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavut, KU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is boasting about its trade record, but let's look at the facts. Yes, the facts. In August, Canada recorded a $1.3 billion trade deficit, and industrial goods exports fell by 13% over last year. Even in terms of imports, the news is bad. Equipment purchases by our companies fell by nearly 4% last month. When will the government show some seriousness with regard to its sad showing instead of this poor record?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP is simply wrong in spreading false information. The reality is that a trade deficit narrowed in August, didn't increase in August. The irony is, however, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP's recklessness and irresponsible anti-trade agenda that they would impose upon Canada would put Canada's trade deficit to zero, not decrease it, put it to zero. Ever since the NAFTA, the NDP has opposed trade. They continue to oppose trade. What they need to do is explain to us how they're going to support trade. We've got an ambitious trade agenda. We look for your support.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development, I have heard firsthand from First Nations who have expressed frustration with the complicated and lengthy land designation process. We know that land designation is an important tool for economic development on reserve. Can the Minister please tell the House what the government is doing to assist First Nations unlock the economic potential of their land?
Doing a great job, Kyle.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his question. I am pleased to report that we've proposed amendments that will speed up the process to designate reserve lands as part of the Jobs and Growth Act 2012. These changes will increase economic development opportunities and reduce red tape for First Nations. Mr. Speaker, we continue to create the conditions for First Nations to participate more fully in Canada's economy so they can achieve the prosperity they seek and that Canada needs, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, the Human Rights Tribunal must determine if the Conservatives exacted reprisals against the First Nations Child and Family Caring Society of Canada. The Conservatives don't like to be told that Aboriginal children face discrimination, and yet such discrimination is alive and well and must be eliminated as soon as possible through adequate funding. Why is the government attacking and defaming those who disagree with it? Why shoot the messenger instead of resolving the problem?
Well, Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the member's allegations are completely false. Funding for child and family services has increased by 25% since 2006. This includes a new prevention model which is now being implemented to benefit First Nation families and children on reserve. We continue to work in partnership to ensure that children and families have the support that they need.
This concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32-2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Exchange of Notes between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America, constituting an agreement amending Chapter 4 of Annex 4 of the treaty between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States of America concerning Pacific salmon done at Washington on 15th and 16th October 2012. An explanatory memorandum is included with the treaty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Order. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 13th report of the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights in relation to Bill C-36, an act to amend the Criminal Code, elder abuse. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with an amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of government bills. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today, so I'll be brief. The first one, as we are in the midst of debating Bill S7 in this House, I'm pleased to present a petition with respect to the report and recommendations of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security of the House of Commons of 2009 concerning the cases of Abdullah al-Malki, Ahmed al-Mati, and Muayyad Nuruddin. The petition calls on the House of Commons to demand that the Prime Minister act immediately on those recommendations and bring a much-needed measure of justice and closure to these cases. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from citizens, residents of Toronto, and they'd like to draw the attention of the House to the following: that Canadian values, including the rule of law, equality, and accessible education, are well known, cherished, and sought after worldwide. That as a nation with a reputation for being a peacekeeper, Canada has a duty to reach out and improve the conditions of nations ravaged by war. That promoting positive Canadian values such as the rule of law and human rights whilst delivering humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan will benefit Afghanis by advancing security and improving regional diplomacy. And finally, that investing in the future of Afghanistan's children and youth through development programming in education and health has the capability to improve future living conditions for Afghanis. Therefore, the petitioners call upon Parliament to continue funding Canadian aid and development programs in Afghanistan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by more than 700 citizens living in Wellington, Halton Hills.
700 Canadians who live in and around, I should add, my riding of Wellington, Halton Hills, who are calling on the House to pass Bill C-398, which would facilitate the distribution of generic medicines to developing countries in Africa.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table a petition on behalf of many Ottawa residents who are urging the government to reinstate funding to the Community Access Program. The signatures on this petition were collected by the Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre, which I am fortunate enough to have in my riding of Ottawa South. Sadly, the Conservative government, according to the petitioners, is disconnecting Canadians from their communities, from business opportunities, and from government services. They are shutting people out of the online conversations that are shaping our society. I am pleased to table this petition this afternoon.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Davenport.
Table today. Now, nothing could really be more important than the preservation of fresh water in this country. It's why thousands upon thousands of Canadians from coast to coast to coast have signed a petition calling on the federal government to recognize the importance of the experimental lakes areas and reverse the decision to close the ELA research station. I present that to the House today. And the second one, Mr. Speaker, is Canadians continue to be concerned about this government's plans for immigration and refugees as expressed in Bill C-31. This petition widely criticizes the government, raises several concerns about this issue, and I'd like to table that today as well. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River.
mentioning whereas Canada's 400-year-old definition of a human being says a child does not become a human being until the moment of complete birth, contrary to 21st century medical evidence. And whereas Parliament has a solemn duty to reject any law that says some human beings are not human. Therefore, we call upon the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to confirm that every human being is recognized by Canadian law as human by amending Section 223 of our Criminal Code in such a way as to reflect 21st century medical evidence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Wascana.
By thousands of people across Saskatchewan who are concerned about the closure of the Prairie Shelter Belt program, including specifically the tree farm at Indian Head. That's part of the budget cuts that are going forward. The people who have signed this petition, the one I have before me today, are from places like Abernathy, Lemberg, Balcarres, Lake Alma, Beaubier, Radville, and so forth. They call upon the Prime Minister to reverse his decision to discontinue the funding of the Prairie Shelter Belt program, and they want that program to be allowed to continue contributing to the sustainability of Canada's agriculture and the environment.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions today, Mr. Speaker. One from Edmonton, Sherwood Park, Bonnyville, St. Albert, and Lac La Biche in Alberta, calling on the government to restore federal money for Katimavik. The second petition is from Leduc, Edmonton, Calgary, Fort Saskatchewan, Red Deer, St. Albert, Spruce Grove, and Nanton, supporting Bill C-393 to reform Canada's access to medicines regime to provide affordable, life-saving generic medicines to developing nations. And the third, Mr. Speaker, from Albertans calling on the government to stop muzzling government scientists, to reverse the cuts to science research, and to restore the National Council of Welfare and First Nation Statistical Institute.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have arise to present 4 petitions today. I'll be brief. The first petition calls on the House of Commons to pass Bill C-398 without significant amendment to facilitate the immediate and sustainable flow of life-saving generic medicines to developing countries. And the Grandmothers Advocacy Network has been hard at work gathering signatures. I also have another petition that calls on that states, whereas the destruction is the most common reason for the species decline and extinction, and it is critical that any changes to the Fisheries Act do not jeopardize the ecosystem on which future generations depend simply to provide short-term profits for a few. Therefore, the petitioners call on the House of Commons to keep Section 35(1) of the Fisheries Act as it's currently written, with its emphasis on habitat protection. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present petitions calling on the government to publicly condemn the Chinese government's persecution against Falun Gong and to help rescue the listed family members of Canadians who are incarcerated for their belief in Falun Gong. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I have petitioners who have signed and call on the Government of Canada to enact a Canada public transit strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Beauséjour.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Beauséjour.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure to rise today in the House to present 2 petitions. The first one, Mr. Speaker, deals with EI and proposed changes by the government, which will deal a blow to seasonal workers in my riding. They'll have to travel an hour to look for jobs, to work at jobs that may not even exist. So people are calling upon the government to review these changes.
The second petition is a group of grandmothers and others from the Tantramar area of my constituency around Sackville. We're very, very concerned about access to life-saving generic medicines in Africa and other developing countries, and are calling upon Parliament to support Bill C-398, which in my view will do a great deal to encourage Canadians to support these people in very, very difficult circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Following on from my Davenport colleague, I rise to present a petition from dozens of people, mostly from Toronto, calling on the government to reverse the decision to close the ELA. Mr. Speaker, Canadians like the petitioners wish this government to remember that without a 28-year experimental lakes area experiment on the effects of acid rain on lakes, sulfur dioxide emissions would not have been curbed by Canada and the U.S. through treaties and statutes, or without an ELA experiment on algal blooms, we would still have lakes choking to death as they were in the 1960s. What major findings could be next? if the ELA were to live on. This petition asks the government to give the ELA a new lease on life. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, am tabling a petition on the ELA. Many people are very concerned about our lakes and rivers and bodies of water, and they're calling upon the government to reverse its cuts to the ELA, in particular to recognize the importance of the ELA to the government in studying, preserving, and protecting our aquatic ecosystems, and to continue to staff and provide the financial resources that are necessary in order to support the ELA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed, and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bill Senate. Resuming debate at second reading on Bill S7, Combating Terrorism Act.
When this matter was last before the House, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Wander-Fuga had completed his remarks, but had not done questions and comments. And so at this time we have 5 minutes of questions and comments. Questions and comments. L'Honorable Député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the critic for public safety. I just drew a blank there with respect to the name of it. He's doing an excellent job, however, on these issues and on S7, which is being described by the Conservative government as an extremely important bill for public safety, with a focus on terrorism. Now, I have a question for him, and I'd like to put it to everyone, but because I haven't yet received a satisfactory answer before this bill is referred to committee, I would like to ask a question about the time it took for the government to bring forth the bill, not here in the House, as I said in my speech, but in the Senate, a bill that they claim is so fundamental for protecting safety of Canadians. It took years, in fact, for the Conservative government to bring the bill to the House. Will the existing provisions in the Criminal Code be satisfactory in the view of my honourable colleague?
I'm Wander-Fuga.
Well, I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I think we have many contradictory messages going back and forth here from the government, who says this is extremely urgent but took forever to get it back before the House. The other contradictory message that I see is very important, which I didn't mention in my remarks, was the fact that what message does it send when the two main measures in this bill, preventative detention and investigatory hearings, were not used by the police and prosecutors for the entire 5 years it was in force? So if these are such wonderful tools that are so necessary, then why were they not used by police and prosecutors? So I'll be very interested when we actually get this bill to one committee or another to see what police and prosecutors might have to say about this issue. So it, to me, seems quite obvious, as I mentioned in my remarks, that we've had convictions for terrorism in the 10 years since the Anti-Terrorism Act was adopted, and these did not use preventative detention or investigatory hearings. So obviously the provisions of existing legislation were adequate for those cases.
Questions and comments? L'Honorable Député de Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to put a question to my colleague who spoke earlier in the day. I'd like to know if he thinks that the Conservatives are showing a preference for paradox in this agenda here, because they've made cuts in a number of areas that seem to make no sense, and now this bill is a smoke stream. These measures aren't concrete measures. There are a number of other steps that could have been taken. Perhaps the Honourable Member could mention some measures that should have been included in Bill S7, but that were not.
Wander-Fuga.
Well, once again, I thank my colleague for his question. I think he raises a very important point, which was also addressed by the member for Alfred Pelland in her speech, and that is this is a government that says we have to do more in this area and then cuts the public safety budget by 10%. So it's more that it takes more than just putting a bunch of words on a piece of paper, or it takes more than just some speeches or answers to questions in the House of Commons. It actually takes resources given to those people who actually do the hard work of investigating terrorism for the law enforcement agencies. And this is a government that likes to say, well, since 2006, yes, since 2006 things increased and then they've decreased. So the government likes to take credit when it increased the budgets, but it fails to acknowledge that in the last budget it made some very serious cuts to the funding for national security matters.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beaches East York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to stand today in this House and speak against Bill S7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Security of Information Act. The genealogy of S7 takes us back to C36, the Anti-Terrorism Act, which was tabled by the Liberal government in 2001. The original intent of the Anti-Terrorism Act was to provide a Canadian legislative response to the events of September 11th, 2001, 9/11 as we now know it. There is no question that that day should not and indeed cannot be forgotten. The images of passenger planes flying into those iconic towers repeat themselves over and over again in news, television, and film, and undoubtedly simply in the mind as memories of the many who were personally impacted by that act of terror. And I note with sadness that my colleague from Esquimalt, Wanda Fuca, and his partner have such memories to bear. And as these images repeat themselves, we witness the deaths of nearly 3,000 innocents, including 24 Canadians, over and over again. That day awoke us to a new kind of threat and a new level of threat. And most importantly, it awoke us to a new and profound sense of vulnerability. And so we responded. Several provisions of Bill C-36 became permanently enshrined in other legislation, such as the Proceeds of Crime and Terrorism Financing Act, the Criminal Code, and the Access to Information Act. However, several parts of the Anti-Terrorism Act had sunset clauses expiring in February 2007. These provisions concern investigative hearings and recognizance with conditions or preventative arrest provisions. These measures were largely without precedence in Canadian law, and for good reason. We believe, in fact, that these provisions run contrary to fundamental principles and rights and liberties enshrined in Canadian law. The rights and liberties violated include the right to remain silent and the right to not to be imprisoned without first having a fair trial. We believe that these are important restrictions on the authority of the state because in their absence, there is not sufficient protection of an individual's freedom. As per the terms of the Anti-Terrorism Act, these provisions, in order to be extended, had to be adopted by way of resolution by both houses of Parliament. The resolution was, however, defeated soundly, 159 to 124 in this House, and these controversial provisions of the Anti-Terrorism Act sunset. We know, of course, that the efforts did not end there. Similar bills were proposed in 2008, 2009, and 2010 in the forms of S3, C19, and C17, respectively. It seems this is an annual or almost annual right, Mr. Speaker. And now they're back. But time has passed in the interim, Mr. Speaker, a decade roughly since C-36 was brought before this House, and time has been instructive. Since the passage of the Anti-Terrorism Act, the recognizance with conditions or preventive arrest provision has never been used. Never. The investigative hearing provision has been used but once in the Air India case. Many consider that exercise to have had no positive effect, in fact, quite the opposite. Paul Copeland, a highly experienced and respected lawyer representing the Law Union of Ontario, speaking about this sole experience with the investigative hearing provision, said to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in 2011, quote, "We characterize this episode as a fiasco, and this description seems perfectly appropriate to me. end quote. He went on to say about all of the provisions examined, quote, in my opinion, the provisions that you are examining here in committee will unnecessarily change our legal landscape in Canada. We must not adopt them, and in my opinion, they are not necessary. Other provisions of the Code provide various mechanisms for dealing with such individuals, end quote. And this seems to be the nub of the issue here. Without such extreme provisions, without changing the legal landscape of Canada, without breaching the rights and civil liberties of Canadian citizens, we have successfully protected the safety and security of Canada and Canadians from terrorist attack. These provisions have proven over the course of time to constitute an unnecessary and ineffective infringement. As our NDP, former justice critic, said in this House in 2010, and I quote, when facing a crisis, the political leaders in us think we need to do something, even if everything shows that our structures, the force of our society, and the force of our laws are enough to cope with it. In the beginning of 2002, we adopted an Anti-Terrorism Act in a moment of panic. In the past 8 years, we learned that we didn't need this act. The only thing to add to that summation, Mr. Speaker, is that in the past decade, we have learned that we didn't need this act. The proof, as they say, Mr. Speaker, is in the pudding. As Denis Barrett, spokesperson for the International Civil Liberties Monitoring Group, noted before the Standing Committee on Bill C-17 in 2011, between 2007 and today, police investigations have successfully dismantled terrorist plots without having to resort to any of the provisions discussed here. He concluded, we believe that Canadians will be better served and protected by the use of the standard provisions of the Criminal Code rather than by unnecessary provisions. The use of arbitrary power and a lower level of evidence cannot replace the properly carried out work of the police. On the contrary, these powers open the door for the denial of justice and the substantial likelihood of ruining the reputation of innocent individuals. And we have borne witness to that in this country, Mr. Speaker. While these provisions have proven to have no effect on the fight against terror, they have had a profound social impact on Canada and many Canadians. On the eve of 9/11 this year, I showed a film at my local review theatre, the Fox in the Beach. The film is called Change Your Name, Osama. It was produced and directed by a local filmmaker, Fuad Chowdhury, and focuses on a community in my riding of Beaches, East York, called Crescent Town. Crescent Town, Mr. Speaker, is a very densely populated and diverse community, but it is largely made up of Bangladesh Canadians, most of whom are Muslim. The film is not a point of view film. It was made for television and screened at the Montreal Film Festival. It includes significant interview footage, for example, of the Assistant Director of CSIS. It also includes footage of our Prime Minister in a fairly recent CBC interview telling Canadians that the major threat to Canada is still Islamicism. And so the film also tells the story of what it feels like to be one of about 1 million Muslim Canadians in a political climate in which their religion has been held to be a threat to the security of their country. It is noted in the film by a University of Toronto academic that governments, through their actions, have the power to create stigmas and to marginalize communities. Of this, we need in this place to be very mindful and sensitive. And this is where the film gets its title, Mr. Speaker. It was the advice amidst the political fallout of 9/11 of a leader of this community to members of this community. Change your name, Osama. Shave your beard. Do not wear your kufi. In essence, change or disguise your identity. Bills such as that, introduced in 2001 by the Liberals and its partial reprisal today in the form of Bill S7, have had that impact, and motivated as they have been, have left so many across this country and so many in my riding feeling like they have something to apologize for, like the onus rests on them to demonstrate somehow that they are not terrorists. And herein lies a great tragedy, Mr. Speaker. In Bill S7, as with Bill C36 before it, we have before us a bill that contradicts not just the legal heritage of this country, but a fundamental social and political heritage that takes us back decades at least, a heritage of which we should be proud and protective. The heritage I speak of is the opportunity to maintain and exercise one's culture and religion in Canada freely and still be and feel fully Canadian. This social and political heritage is one that has made us a great place, a place where so many around the world long to come to live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his dissertation and intervention in this debate. And he references one of the communities in his riding, and you know, this anti-terrorism legislation, which was enacted after September 11th, 2001, has, by some estimations, cost Canadian taxpayers about $92 billion. Now, my colleague will know that folks in Crescent Town and other communities in Toronto, when they try to get government subsidies and grants to do community projects that are going to aid the community, every single dime and nickel of that has to be accounted for. And the government puts onerous systems in place to guarantee that. And yet here we have a piece of legislation that comes with no price tag at all. And I'm wondering if my colleague would comment on the juxtaposition of these two realities.
Beaches East York.
I thank my colleague from Davenport for that question. There's a contradiction here, Mr. Speaker, that one cannot ignore. And the community of Crescent Town is in what we call in Toronto it's a priority community. It is a place that's being designated as having structural poverty and in need of extra intervention. And yet that intervention doesn't come easily. As my colleague notes, the social services that these communities rely on, settlement services for recent immigrants, have been cut and are very difficult to come by. We have a federal government that has absented itself from cities in this country and do not support them. The policing that this community needs to deal with crime is not available to them when they need it. And we note, too, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the contradictions here, that there have been a number of cuts on the security front. 325 jobs on the front line of border crossings have been cut, Mr. Speaker. These are very important jobs for the safety and security of these communities, Mr. Speaker, because they stop the import of guns into the community and forms of violence that are very prevalent. So I thank my colleague for that question.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. Dans la député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was particularly appreciative of my colleague's argument about the fact that I think we were all in shock in 2001 after September 11th. Another colleague on the NDP benches said the other day in a speech that it's one of those events that everyone recalls. Everyone remembers where they were at that specific point in time and what they were doing. I remember I was on the radio, I was being interviewed, and she may have thought I was the most impolite person in the world because she was talking, I wasn't listening to her. I was so struck by the images on the screen of those planes hitting the World Trade Towers. So when it comes to terrorism, we're all very thin-skinned because of that traumatic event. But I think we have to be careful to try to strike that perfect balance between protecting the public and protecting fundamental rights of individuals. And we shouldn't let one isolated event. We only have time for an answer. The honourable member for Beaches East York.
Well, thank you very much to my colleague from Gatineau, especially for her leadership and wisdom on this particular issue. One of the interesting things, Mr. Speaker, is if it were only so complicated that what we need to do here is find a balance between national security and our rights and freedoms and the protection of civil liberties. But what history has shown us over the last decade, and that's a good long time, Mr. Speaker, to have a look at this question, is that these provisions that were brought forward in C-36 and now are being reprised in S-7 were fundamentally ineffective and unnecessary. And so it is not really a matter of finding a balance here, Mr. Speaker. What we have found is that our current laws and criminal justice system and security arrangements have been sufficient to protect Canadians from acts of terrorism in this country.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question? Yes? The question is the following. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Ms. Ablonzi, moves that Bill S7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Security of Information Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui. Que tout ce qui...
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay.
Que tout ce qui...
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis...
In my opinion, the yeas have it.
Where are we at? Call in the members. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that this vote be deferred till tomorrow at the end of government orders.
Accordingly, the deferred recorded division stands deferred until tomorrow at the end of government orders. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming a debate on the previous question moved by Ms. Gallant on Bill C-15, Strengthening Military in the Defence of Canada Act.
A resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to offer a few observations with respect to C-15. May I say at the outset that the Liberal Party will be supporting this bill. There are some issues that we do wish to raise, and we do wish to raise in a collegial fashion as much as possible in this place. But nevertheless, I think there are some questions that do bear some exploration, and that exploration hopefully will take place at the committee, and the committee will be given a fulsome amount of time in order to discuss this. This bill has been kind of kicking around for a while, somewhat like the previous bill. Its previous reiteration was C-41, and before that I kind of lost track of what numbers it's seen over the course of several parliaments. I want to confine my remarks to basically 3 points, one with respect to sentencing, second with respect to judges, and the third with respect to the supervisory power of the Vice Chief of the Defence Staff. As it relates to the Provost Marshal. The first observation, Mr. Speaker, has to do with military sentencing generally. It is arguably, and actually beyond arguable, it is simply a fact that military sentencing is harsher and less flexible than is civilian sentencing for comparable offenses. And this bill does make some effort to reconcile the sentencing that would take place in a military tribunal with the sentencing that would take place in a civilian tribunal, and we think that is, by and large, a good thing. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that flexibility in sentencing actually is to the benefit of the justice system
It's to the benefit of the Crown. It's to the benefit of the accused. Ironically, and I do have to make note, Mr. Speaker, that it is somewhat ironic that the government, on the one hand, is introducing flexibility in sentencing with respect to C-15 and military personnel, while simultaneously in other legislation introducing more and more minimum mandatories, all of which takes away from flexibility in sentencing, where a judge and a Crown and a defense may actually arrive at a better sentencing option than possibly a minimum mandatory does. So in order to be consistent, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party agrees that there should be greater flexibility in sentencing, such as C-15, that where appropriate, the sentence should be more flexible and possibly less harsh. Simultaneously, we do hold our military personnel to a higher standard than the standard of civilians, and there are cases where the sentence should reflect not only the civilian component, but also the code of discipline that applies to all military personnel. It's one thing to go running around the countryside and be a drunk driver in a motor vehicle, a civilian motor vehicle. It's another thing altogether to be drunk with a military vehicle, which could have far more serious consequences and is clearly a breach of discipline. And the law should recognize that concern, as it is an additional responsibility that a person in the military takes on, and should recognize that these are very serious accusations, and these are very serious breaches of not only the criminal code, but breaches of the code of conduct expected of military personnel. Second point I wanted to make with respect to judges. We think it's a good idea that part-time judges be made available in various tribunals. There is, after all, a population of only about 68,000 serving personnel. 100,000 roughly is the gross population of the military. We think that the availability of part-time judges is actually a good idea. Interestingly, the Act maintains the retirement date of 60 years of age. Where I come from, Mr. Speaker, judges are actually just coming into their, if you will, judicial career somewhere between 55 and 65, because of the argument that it takes quite a while to accumulate the knowledge base for reviewing criminal code offenses, but also to arrive at wise and intelligent judicial discretion. So it's somewhat counterintuitive that we don't limit civilian judges until they're age 75, but we limit military judges to age 60. Now, the argument is that the judges need to be deployable. At one level, I think that's probably a good argument. At another level, I don't know that you need to be terribly deployable while actually sitting as a military judge in a place like Ottawa or Montreal or Toronto or any other base in Canada. That the issue of deployability is not as necessary for judges sitting in those particular communities. So it does actually strike me as counterintuitive. I think we walk away from some very capable people who are in fact quite able to administer justice to those members of the military who find themselves on the wrong side of the law. The final point that I wanted to make, Mr. Speaker, has to do with Section 18.5, and this concerns the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal. And in the ranking, Mr. Speaker, the Vice Chief of the Defence Staff is in effect, the second most powerful military figure in our hierarchy, and he or she, as the case may be, under subsection 2, may issue general instructions or guidelines in writing in respect of the responsibilities described in 18.4 A and D. The Provost Marshal shall ensure that they are available to the public. So as a general proposition, the Vice Chief may issue guidelines. Those guidelines are communicated to the Provost Marshal. The Provost Marshal, in turn, is able to make those public. This is, if you will, Mr. Speaker, the military police. This is telling the police what they are supposed to be able to do, the military police, or what they're supposed to be able to do in terms of investigations as a general proposition, which, if it was left there, would be perfectly acceptable. However, there is a further section, Mr. Speaker, with respect to this same issue, and it says that the Vice Chief of the Defence Staff may issue instructions or guidelines in writing in respect of a particular investigation. In respect of a particular investigation. Now, what is objectionable about that, Mr. Speaker? Well, may you, Mr. Speaker, cast your mind back to Somalia, and you'll recall that as a blight, if you will, on the on the otherwise exemplary record of our forces operating abroad. That led to an inquiry, and it was not, how should we say, a happy outcome for any of the parties involved, particularly the military. This section, in effect, gives the Vice Chief the option of shutting this whole thing down, shutting any investigation down on his or her say-so. And that, Mr. Speaker, I'd suggest is a significant departure from what we expect of civilian police officers. So the analogy is imperfect, but is an analogy which may help people appreciate the significance of this section. It is as if the police were faced with an investigation, and the mayor came along and said, "Don't do it," or the premier came along and said, "We don't want you to do that one," or the Prime Minister came along and said, "We don't want you to conduct this investigation." Mr. Speaker, that is inconsistent with, if you will, the general independence of police officers, the independence that they have from, if you will, political supervision. The government from time to time will rightly say in question period and elsewhere that, well, this isn't a police investigation, it is under police investigation, we have no authority to intervene. And that is a kind of a recognition of a file called Campbell and Charose, a case that was decided by the Supreme Court, which gives an enormous amount of protection to the independence of a police officer, of a police investigation, to pursue it in the fashion and the manner and the distance that it requires in accordance with the views of the investigating officers. That, however, is being pulled back in this particular case, Mr. Speaker, and it will be potentially circumscribed by the Vice Chief of Defence Staff, presumably on the instructions of the Chief of Defence Staff. So every investigation that potentially could get launched, and investigations that could go in directions that maybe the CDS or the Minister of Defence or the government of the day doesn't want it to go, can be yanked. And the way it can be yanked is through this particular section. It does violate some of the core concepts of police independence, and it allows the Vice Chief to issue instructions and guidelines in specific cases. And that, Mr. Speaker, I think is possibly one of the more difficult sections of this particular bill, which I think should be explored at committee. I think that, or at least I'm hoping, that members will be given a real opportunity to mine into this issue. For those who hold the independence of the police as, for want of a better term, sacrosanct, this is a very significant pullback of the authority of the police to do their job. And any time, if you will, the state intervenes, whether it's through a vice chief or through the CDS or through the military or through the government or through the minister in a police investigation, is potentially a bad thing for our system of government and probably quite offensive to our way of government and our way of life here. Allowing the second highest ranking officer in the Canadian Forces to shut down a military police investigation, in our judgment, is not the way to go. So we need to understand that we respect the RCMP. For instance, I'm just using the RCMP as an example. There's no comparable section in the RCMP legislation which would allow the minister of the day or the deputy minister of the day to actually shut down an RCMP investigation. And were it to happen, Mr. Speaker, there would be, if you will, a political price to pay. So we agree that there should be, on the sentencing aspect, significant overlap between the Code of Discipline and the Criminal Code. We question the advisability of limiting the judges to age 60, and we really want to ask some questions with respect to Section 18.5 sub 3, which gives the Vice Chief some, what I would argue are extraordinary abilities to limit investigation. So thank you for your attention, Mr. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to any questions that members may have.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments?
Questions and comments?
Member for Chilliwack, Fraser Canyon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-15 provides a statutory articulation of the objectives, purpose, and principles of sentencing in the military justice system. This will provide military judges presiding over courts-martial, presiding officers at summary trials, and appellate judges in the Court-Martial Appeal Court and the Supreme Court of Canada with parliamentary guidance similar to that which has been provided to their civilian counterparts, while recognizing the unique characteristics and requirements of the military justice system. Does the honourable member agree that providing statutory articulation of the objectives, purpose, and principles of sentencing to these important actors in the military justice system is something that should be supported by all members of the House?
For Scarborough-Guildwood.
I thought that's what I just said for the last 15 minutes. You know, I take it that the honourable member missed the opening sentence of my speech, which was that the Liberal Party will be supporting this to move it to. We think that, frankly, articulation of the principles of sentencing is nothing but a good idea. If you go to the Criminal Code, there's an entire section which is the guidelines with respect to the sentencing of guidelines appropriate to a particular offence. We think that there should be as much a parallel between the Criminal Code and the Code of Discipline as possible, recognizing that the military has a unique and special role in our society, and that unique and special role has to be still recognized in a Code of Discipline, which may impact on a sentence in any given case.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will take note of the response by the colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood, but at the same time I'd like to ask him, it's not a blank check that the Liberal Party is giving the Conservative government with regard to the passage of C-15, because I think that not so very long ago the Liberal Party agreed in committee during a presentation that had occurred on a similar bill in order that there be a lot of amendments. The Liberal Party was also in power when the Honourable Justice Lemaire presented something like 80 recommendations, only a couple of dozen of which were actually applied through C-15. So I hope that this is not a blank check, that the Liberal Party is giving the Conservative government here.
For Scarborough-Guildwood.
Far from a blank check, Mr. Speaker. I think I've articulated at least 3 areas where I think there's a legitimate questions to be raised. I don't think that is an exclusive list by any means. I agree with the honourable member that this bill has seen a number of reiterations. And as to Mr. Justice Lemaire's report, I think it was a good report. I think it was quite useful, and I think a lot of the Justice's recommendations see their way into C-15, and insofar as I can, without having my arm twisted behind my back, I'd commend the government for actually recognizing that. I do wish it was not quite the, how should we say, the last thing on the government's agenda on each and every parliament, but anyways, we're here, and let's hope we can get it into committee.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Davenport.
And it is true that this bill has seen many iterations. Unfortunately, many important amendments that the NDP had moved in the last Parliament are not present in this current iteration. And you know, we ask our men and women in uniform, we ask enormous things from them, and I think many Canadians would be surprised to know that important due process is not granted to our men and women in uniform in these summary trials. And I'd like to know how the honourable member in the corner there squares that circle.
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I like our little corner down here.
It'll grow.
Yeah. It seemed to me that in another life, this honourable member might have seen this corner as well, and maybe in the future. Actually, there is actually a squaring of this particular circle in that there's in effect a merger of the guidelines, the sentencing guidelines that apply. So you'll first of all have a military person that is charged with a charge, and evidence will be heard in the normal fashion. The standard of evidence will be heard in the normal fashion. The conviction will be entered or not in the normal fashion, and then we'll get to the sentencing. So up to the point of sentencing, it was actually a fairly parallel system. What ceased to be parallel was the harshness and the inflexibility of the sentencing. And I like to think that the criminal code guidelines that are applied to criminal code sentencing will actually be the guidelines for the military, unless, if you will, either on the balance of probabilities or even beyond a reasonable doubt, you can show that the code of discipline is something that should override in a particular case. I also take note that that there is if you will, a reconstituting of the panels so that members of similar rank are in effect doing a peer review of each other. I don't want to call it a peer review because that's not quite the right language, but sergeants will be sitting in on corporals and privates, and colonels will be addressing issues with respect to officers. So I think that this bill actually moves the yardsticks quite substantially towards a civil code system, or criminal code system.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire? The honourable
questions and comments.
Well, I just thought, though, you know, regarding, notwithstanding what the member has said, I mean, when we get into these summary trials, there's no transcripts, there's no record, and you know, for members of the military, you know, who are tried on some minor variances and are stuck with a criminal record that could be, you know, harmful to them in the future. I think this is an issue which we think is of serious concern, and I'm wondering if the member agrees.
Scarborough-Guildwood.
Actually, I think the honourable member does make a legitimate point. And there are minor things that happen to a member of the military, and where there is no record and there's no ability, if you will, to appeal that. It is in effect a double jeopardy. I don't disagree with that, but it also is a function of being a member of the military, and that when you take on that uniform, you in effect take on a level of responsibility which civilians don't take on. And the consequence of that is that when you do get yourself in a bit of trouble, the consequences are potentially more serious than were it be a parallel civilian offense. But I do agree with him as far as transcripts, as far as whether a record can be viewed or not viewed, particularly by a potential employer, the relevance it is to any other aspect of the military person's life.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member, Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if my colleague can just provide comment in regards to C-15 and what he might perceive as one of the shortcomings of the bill, maybe something that the government could have done either in a more timely fashion or just in general in regards to the bill. Does he have any thoughts in regards to that?
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Well, my main comment had to do with the supervisory function of the Vice Chief of Defence Staff. As it relates to a potential police investigations, and some very thoughtful people, and I think of the late Kent Roach as one, have given a great deal of thought to the issue of a vice chief being able, at any given time at a point of investigation, to issue quote-unquote guidelines. Guidelines is a nice word, but it can be used in a very expansive way, and so you can actually circumscribe an investigation in a manner which is far more extensive than any other civilian police officer or civilian police would put up with. So I think that is, if you will, the main criticism of the bill.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour for me to have this opportunity to rise and speak to Bill C-15. I'd like to start with some compliments to our defence critic, the member for St. John's East, who is doing a remarkable job on the file, a file that is difficult at times when dealing with a government that prefers playing G.I. Joe to looking seriously at defence issues and what they cost Canadian taxpayers in order to have an overview of our defence role, defending our territory, and the role that we want to have our men and women in uniform cover here and when they're deployed abroad. Canadians who are in the Canadian Forces are people who I respect immensely, Mr. Speaker. And when I say immense respect for them, I would just start by saying that being in the National Capital Region, I have a number in my riding who live there. So oftentimes I meet with members of the Canadian Forces, with everything that's happening throughout the world, with the work that they do here, within our borders, has given me immense respect for the work that they do. Not everyone can put their own lives on the line to protect our rights, and that's why we stand here every day. And this is the reason why we can't allow the government to introduce a bill after so many years. And I say after so many years, Mr. Speaker, because in 2003, former Justice Lemaire, who was retired at the time and mandated to prepare a report and to put forth recommendations behind this bill. Now, I'll cover the background a little later, but what the bill states is that it amends the National Defense Act. It deals with the military justice system, and it will provide security of tenure for military judges until their retirement. It will permit the appointment of part-time military judges, specify the purposes, objectives, and principles of the sentencing process, provide for additional sentencing options, including absolute discharges, intermittent sentences, and restitution, modify the composition of a court-martial panel, modify the limitation period applicable to summary trials. The enactment also sets out the Canadian Forces Provost Marshal's duties and functions and clarifies his or her responsibilities. It also changes the name of the Canadian Forces Grievance Board to the Military Grievances External Review Committee. Finally, it makes amendments to the delegation of the CDS's powers as the final authority in the grievance process and makes consequential amendments to other acts. So that's the summary. It's quite a broad-ranging bill, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier. In my view, it should have been acted upon since 2003. But if something should have been acted upon because it affects the Canadian forces, it doesn't mean that anybody should be given a blank check. And it's not our custom in the NDP to give anyone a blank check. This bill has appeared in various shapes and forms in the past, C6, C45. They all died on the order paper because Parliament was prorogued in 2007 because of an election in 2008. In July, C60 was put in place to simplify the court-martial process, to determine the selection of a court-martial, to harmonize it with the civilian system. In 2009, the Standing Committee in the Senate studied C60 and made 9 recommendations to amend the National Defense Act. Now, that was after 2003, when the Right Honourable Justice Lemaire prepared a report. There were 88 recommendations, in fact, in the initial report dealing with military justice, with the Military Police Complaints Commission, the grievance process, and the Provost Marshal. Now, if we look at C15, because that's the one that we need to consider, it is supposed to be a legislative response. However, only 28 amendments or recommendations were incorporated into the bill. I think that our critic clearly outlined the fact that we will not be supporting this bill at second reading because the government will send it to committee, but there are so many shortcomings, serious shortcomings in this bill, that it's not because it's long overdue that we should simply adopt anything and everything. So that's our position. In 2012, C41 was introduced in order to respond to the 2003 Lemaire report and the Senate report dating back to 2009. The provisions dealing with military justice were covered with respect to sentencing, judges, the summary trial, the Provost Marshal, some provisions dealing with the Military Police Complaints Commission. So, for people who were here at the time, and I wasn't, but others were, between C41 and C15, we see a number of similarities. And it's similar to recommendations put forth by the Senate committee. Now, this bill deals with security of tenure for military judges until their retirement. However, there are another number of other issues were adopted in committee at the end of the last parliamentary session. However, the amendments were not included in this bill, C15. If we look at the NDP amendments dealing with the authority of the Chief of the Defence Staff over grievance processes, a recommendation from the Lemaire report, the changes to the grievance committee, including 60% to civilians, and other provisions dealing with unduly affecting an accused, making, at any rate, unduly subjected to a criminal record. Now, of course, we do support the idea that the military justice system needs to be updated. I don't doubt that. I don't expect anyone in this House will say the opposite, Mr. Speaker. We all know that members of the Canadian Forces are subjected to extremely high discipline standards, and they need a military system that reflects that. When I started in law, I was a defense attorney, defense lawyer. I worked in the Outaouais region near Gatineau, the area I represent, and a judge came from the military system, and he said sometimes, or in fact there was nothing more secret than the military justice system. We can understand that because the discipline system is held, there is a very high standard. Canadian Forces voluntarily respect that type of discipline. We know that they do work that is absolutely critical, and that the chain of command doesn't permit exceptions. Now, we understand that. However, when there are certain behavioral problems, and I say problems with behavior, because when we look at what can lead to a criminal record for a member of the Canadian Forces, if it would shock someone who's not familiar with the system. And when people practice in civil society in terms of criminal law or labor law for grievances, there are provisions that are somewhat surprising. Now, the problem, or one of the problems here, is with respect to the changes to the summary system. The amendments or the changes don't deal with summary proceedings. At present, being found guilty of a summary trial will lead to a criminal record. However, summary trials are held without the accused having an opportunity to consult a legal advisor, no recourse, no transcription of the process, and the judge and the commander for the accused are in charge. Now, there are some minor offenses someone might be charged with. Sometimes it's completely ridiculous. I've heard people have contacted me saying that, explaining the situation. So when we talk about a summary trial, Mr. Speaker, put yourself in the shoes of a member of the Canadian Forces who has committed an offense such as being away without leave, or a quarrel between two members of the Canadian Forces. Your commander says, look, we're going to hold a summary trial. Mr. Speaker, don't you think seriously that the member of the forces will contradict what his commander will suggest? That's not transparency, not what we call transparency. So for some members of the Canadian Forces found guilty of minor offenses, it's too harsh. Now, we need to know what we're talking about here. So these minor offenses include insubordination, quarrels, being absent without leave, being drunk, disobeying an order. And of course, these are all very important for military discipline. However, should the soldier end up with a criminal record? And I think that's what we need to look at. Because as you know as well as I do, in fact, Mr. Speaker, having a criminal record is something that can impact a member of the Canadian Forces even after he leaves the forces. He or she may have difficulty finding a job, housing. So Bill C-15 does provide an exemption for certain offenses. There is a positive aspect in that regard in the bill. However, it doesn't go far enough. We hope that the committee will sit down and do the work that it needs to correct this. I'm not sure, though, if the National Defense Committee is in as good a position to adopt these measures like we do at the Justice Committee when required. Now, Bill C-41, under C-41, we called for an extension from 7 to 21, the number of offenses that would be considered minor. The amendment also dealt with sentences from a court without resulting in a criminal record, a serious reprimand it could have been, a fine representing a month's salary, for example. That was what was put forth for summary trials. The amendment, however, wasn't incorporated into C-15. So we would like it to be put in. Now, a criminal record after a military career can make life very difficult. It can result in someone being refused housing. You can't rent something. You can't travel. For Canadian soldiers who have so bravely supported us and defended our country, for the kind of behavior or behavioral issue that I mentioned is shocking. As I said, when I read through the bill and when I looked at what happened what's happened over the past 10 years, that's what I thought. Now, there's also the matter of the grievance process. When I was involved in labor law, I always called for the greatest transparency, for arbitrators who are independent, and the same thing is required here when we talk about an external committee, a committee to examine military grievances. At present, this isn't possible. Retired members of the Canadian Forces, some recently retired, are the ones who make up the external committee. If the grievance committee is to be perceived as being civilian and independent, then the nomination or appointment process needs to be changed in order to reflect that reality. It should therefore be made up of members coming from civilian ranks. The amendment to that the NDP put forth at the time and will undoubtedly put forth again at committee is that 60% of members be people who have not served in the forces or been an officer in the forces, because it is an external review committee. In March 2011, that was adopted under C-41, but it wasn't something that was retained in C-15. It would be very important, and I'm convinced that colleagues will agree with that, for an external review committee be made up of external representatives. So we hope to see this amendment incorporated into the bill. Now, with respect to the Chief of the Defence Staff and the authority over the grievance process, this is a flaw which runs counter to the Lemaire report with respect to the authority for the Chief of the Defence Staff to deal with grievances. Despite the fact that the Minister of National Defence approved the recommendation, no concrete action was taken in order to implement that recommendation. The ministers in charge of certain portfolios need to appear before committees and to state whether or not they agree with amendments we put forth. When they do agree, then they need to remember that they've agreed to that. The NDP had put forth amendment at committee last time around. It was adopted in March of 2011, but the amendment wasn't included in Bill C-15. So clearly, under the leadership of the official opposition defense critic, the member for St. John's East, will continue to work hard on this bill if and when it is sent to committee. Now, the Military Police Complaints Commission will be strengthened under this bill as well, to give the authority an opportunity to provide oversight. This is something that wasn't dealt with. It needs to have the legitimate authority to investigate. Now, Mr. Speaker, we aren't the only ones who have covered off these fundamental requirements, fundamental changes that need to be made to Bill C-15. There are another organizations that also support our position. The Civil Liberties Association of BC, they talked about fundamental equality because individuals need protection. The Supreme Court of Canada, which is an essential part of our democracy, in a decision talked about imprisonment and the best protection provided in terms of procedures, and I don't think anyone would be surprised by that. This is where the shoe pinches, in fact, Mr. Speaker.
Because when people say that military justice is very rarely transparent, people don't know what's going on, it seems to be very secretive. It's important to make sure that justice is in fact done, and our members of the Canadian Forces who dedicate themselves to defending Canada, even internationally, promoting our fundamental rights and values like democracy, fair trials, and so on. Then they come back to Canada and they may face military justice and sentencing that without any counsel to advise them. They don't have, for example, there may be no court record, no record of the proceedings. So when they go see outside counsel, sometimes that counsel can't really represent them because there's no record on file other than what the member or the former member of the forces can recall. Since I have no time left, I'll just wrap up, Mr. Speaker, by saying that maybe this is a small step. I wouldn't go as far as my colleague who spoke before me, my colleague from Scarborough-Guildwood. I'd call this a tiny step when you consider how many years have passed since the La Mer report. But I think our Canadian Forces members deserve much better than C-15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Gatineau for her speech, and I think it's important in this place that we remember that the previous iterations of this bill died in the first instance because this government decided to prorogue Parliament. Shame. And in the second instance, they were found in conflict with Parliament, and that's why these iterations of this bill died prior, and we had supported those, and they were better than what we've got right now. And the reason they were better than what we've got right now, Mr. Speaker, is because the government was listening to wise counsel from the opposition, something which they'd be well advised to do in this instance. And the reason that we aren't supporting this right now, I mean, there are things in this that we do support, but we're not supporting it at second reading because we want to see this go to committee, and we want to see these issues that my honourable colleague laid out in very clear fashion. We want to see some of those rectified, and I want to just ask my honourable colleague here why it is, in her view, that this government consistently wastes taxpayers' money on continually redoing these bills and actually watering them down and making them less effective than they were in the first instance.
L'honorable député de Gatineau. The honourable member for Gatineau. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excellent question. The problem is trying to respond on behalf of the Conservative government. That's impossible for me to do. I really don't understand their logic. 3/4 of the time, if not all the time, because on the one hand they call themselves tough on crime, they make all kinds of ill-thought-out decisions that the courts overturn. But at the same time, when you listen to the defense minister, he acts as if he's the only one who's concerned about how members of the Canadian Forces are treated. But when it comes time to address their treatment with a major change that, like what C-15 should be, and here we can see that the minister is actually doing a huge disservice to Forces members, making false promises, but really we should be protecting them after all they've done for their country. I think that's the least we could do for them. We have to be fair.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pickering Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, the last time that this House debated the matter, much was said about the fairness and administration of summary trials in the military justice system. I myself served in the military and I served also in Afghanistan. So when Justice Lesage's review concluded that the summary trial system was both vital to the maintenance of military discipline and essential to the important work that the military does, and concluded that, regarding the constitutionality of the summary trial process, I am satisfied, as was former Chief Justice Dixon, that the summary trial process is likely to survive a court challenge as to its constitutional validity. My question to the honourable member opposite is, given this strong endorsement for the place of summary trials in the military justice system by Justice Lesage, will they support the government in passing this key piece of legislation at the second reading, so that it can be studied in greater detail at the committee? So, viewing this urgency of this matter, I think that we should go forward.
L'honorable député de Gatineau.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Yes, it's so urgent that the changes have been needed since 2003, the amendments to the National Defence Act. The fact that it's urgent because the government let the situation fester, well, we should only pass legislation that does the right things. The prorogation is what wiped this work right off the map. Everything that had been agreed on between the parties in a minority government context, where the political parties have to work together a bit more than what the government is doing now. So if he wants to talk about the report, the Lesage report, Justice Patrick Lesage did not have a blank check from the government. He agreed with, or did not give the government a blank check, I should say. There were a lot of things that would need to be done to make C-15 palatable.
L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You made the right choice. I'd like to thank my colleague from Gatineau. She raised an important point. She talks about the external review committee for grievances, and when too many members are not from outside, it's debatable whether or not it's an external review. So in the previous parliamentary review, we came to the conclusion that 60% external membership was a good balance to strike, a good mix, and the Conservative members felt it was a serious mistake to limit the number of military members to 40%. So I'd like her to tell us a bit more about that, about her interpretation of that. Why were the Conservatives against the idea of making the Grievances Review Committee majority external members? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'll try to stay away from mere impressions, but on a strictly factual basis, the Conservative government likes things to be done in small, isolated groups. They don't want outsiders brought in. They want to keep things internal, behind closed doors, and this really raises alarms with me. It really concerns me. What's the point of having a committee made up of people from outside? Well, it's precisely to make sure. It's a bit like a jury trial. It's to make sure that there's a group of peers who can look at a situation. They're not experts, but they can make sure that the system's working well. Why did the Conservative government not reintroduce this amendment, which, as my colleague mentioned, had been negotiated and discussed at committee? It was a generous compromise. There's no explanation for that, no logical explanation. I don't know why the government doesn't like transparency, but to repeat Tom Cruise in A Few Good Men, they just can't handle the truth.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been blanketed, repeated assertions that the honourable members opposite have made, and that is that none of the amendments made in the predecessor's Bill C-41 at committee were retained in Bill C-15. So I want to ask the honourable member opposite if you or they are aware that, in fact, two of the amendments made at committee are present in Bill C-15, and that is found in Clause 101 and Clause 135 of this bill. Would the member please clarify?
The honourable member for Gatineau.
My esteemed colleague was there throughout my whole speech, but I never once said that all are amendments. I said very, very essential and important amendments. She's correct that there are some that were incorporated. So the point being, not the fact that no amendments were accepted or reproduced in the bill, but the fact that some still very fundamental points have been tossed away by this government, who doesn't seem to like anything that asks for transparency and fairness for the people who are at the top of the line, who are going to be at the end result of that work towards C-15.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and participate in the debate, and I want to thank my colleague, the member from Gatineau, for a very interesting presentation and something that I enjoyed very much. And I want to indicate to you that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable and the capable member from Sherbrooke, who will likewise participate in this debate and enlighten all members of this chamber just how this affects him and his constituents and what we think needs to be done with this bill as it relates to the Canadian Forces. I want to begin my remarks by indicating that there is a large population of Canadian Forces members in Dartmouth Cole Harbour, a large population that I hear from on a fairly regular basis on a number of different matters as they relate to community volunteer activities, as they relate to what's going on at the market, as it relates to our support as the official opposition for a proper procurement process to make sure that our Canadian Forces, women and men that are being asked to serve on behalf of this country, are provided with the equipment, the best equipment to enable them to do their job in a safe and effective manner. And we also are there standing with our Canadian Forces women and men and their families as it relates to the government supporting those members who return from active duty from various spots around the world, because it's certainly my commitment and the commitment of this party, Mr. Speaker, that if we're going to ask our women and men, our brothers and sisters, our fathers and mothers, our uncles and cousins and community colleagues, if we're going to ask them to risk their life and limb, that the least we can do is ensure that when they do return, and if they don't return, that they and their families, when they return to this country, are properly cared for. And that's certainly my commitment to the to the people of Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, and I know that that's a feeling shared by my colleagues in the official opposition. I think it would be fair to say that most Canadians only have a glimpse of the nature of justice in the Canadian Forces, and I frankly think that Canadians would be shocked to learn that people who bravely serve our country can get a criminal record from a system that lacks due process, usually required in civilian criminal courts. We know that in those systems that there's an incredible need and requirement within the armed forces for a strong disciplinary system. But we also need to recognize that the women and men who work for, who serve for this country should be at the very least subject to the same rights and benefits under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as are we, as are regular citizens, regular civilians, Mr. Speaker, and that's simply not the case as it relates to issues like summary conviction and the grievance procedure. And I'll talk a bit about the concerns we have with respect to those systems. This bill, Bill C-15, is, as has been described, the latest iteration as a result of a report recommendation from an internal review of the National Defence Act in 2003 by Right Honourable Antonio Lamer, former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. 88 recommendations were contained in that report as it related to military justice and the Military Police Complaints Commission, the grievance process, and the Provost Marshal. Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize that Bill C-15 is the latest response to these recommendations, and thus far only 28 recommendations have been implemented in legislation, regulations, or via change in practice. And again, has been said, and I think it needs to be underlined, we are standing in our place here today, and as we have in debate on this bill, and as our critic and deputy critic have said so well, we feel that it's important that we do better, that we can do more, that even in previous parliaments more has been done, that the recommendations of the Defence Committee, all parties represented on the Defence Committee worked very hard on the recommendations coming out of the Lamer report and Lamer inquiry, and there were a number of changes that were passed in those previous parliaments. But unfortunately, those changes, those amendments to the National Defence Act did not find their way into Bill C-15. And frankly, I find that it's almost a sign of disrespect for the hard work of those members of the Defence Committee not to move forward. If it was as important as some government members have suggested when they stood to their feet in this debate, that this is incredibly important and it needs to go through immediately, and why are we holding it up? Well, why didn't they bring this bill in forthwith when this new Parliament began? And why didn't they bring in the same bill that was accepted by all members of this House, but was lost on the order paper when the government decided to go to an election last year? If it was so important, why didn't? And we believe it is, but why didn't they bring forward the bill that we had all agreed on? And undoubtedly, Mr. Speaker, that bill would then find its way through committee and by now be passed into law. But that's an indication of how big a hurry this government it is. They tabled Bill C-15. What was it, in October of last year? and it just doesn't seem to be a priority because it has not gotten the kind of attention, frankly, that it deserves. There are other important amendments that were passed at that committee stage, Mr. Speaker, that include the following. The authority of the Chief of Defence Staff in the grievance process, and I'll speak to that if I have any time at all, but it's specifically responding directly to Justice Lammer's recommendation, and it relates to the ability, the authority of the Chief of Defence Staff to be able to levy a financial award of one shape or another. That does not exist now, and it was recommended that needed to be done. Changes to the composition of the grievance committee to include 60% civilian membership. Right now, the grievance committee generally consists of Canadian Forces members, often at the officer level, or at the very least, recently retired Canadian Forces member. That needs to be changed to bring in some greater external oversight. Thirdly, a provision ensuring that a person who is convicted for an offence during a summary trial is not unfairly subjected to a criminal record. That's a serious problem in here, Mr. Speaker. The summary trial system needs to have some of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms provision brought into it, so that it's not as onerous and as damaging potentially a system as it is right now on the future of many of these women and men in the Canadian Forces. I see you've indicated that my time has come to a close. I just want to say that this is an important issue for us, an important issue for the people of Dartmouth-Cole Harbour. We want to make sure that the right thing is done and that the proper changes are made. And I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Excuse me. Before I go to questions and comments, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Gaspé-Île-de-la-Madeleine, Search and Rescue.
And the Honourable Member for Edinburgh and St. George's on Employment Insurance. Questions and comments? L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You made a judicious choice, I have no doubt of that. First of all, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for his extremely interesting speech. I think he was able to really highlight our concerns with regard to this Bill C-15 on military justice. In reality, one of the concerns that is very important is the possibility for an individual to have a criminal record after a process, a trial that is not fair. There won't be a lawyer in a court that won't be truly independent. So we're concerned with regard to this structure. And I also imagine that my colleague knows that the UK, New Zealand, Ireland, in recent times, they have amended their summary trial process in order to ensure that there was fair justice, a fair justice system in place. So why would we deprive our armed forces of these kinds of procedures that could help out in summary trial cases?
I thank my colleague, the member from Quebec, for her insight into a key part of our opposition to this bill, which is the summary trial process. That it is something that's completely closed. It's often presided over by a Canadian Forces member's commanding officer. There's no record of the process. There's no appeal process. There's no opportunity for the person on trial or being subject to the trial to have access to counsel, and the penalty may very well be a criminal record, a criminal code violation for offences, Mr. Speaker, and without there being due process. We believe that this is wrong, and I thank the member for bringing that issue forward.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, would like to congratulate my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour, and I would like to ask him this question. How, in his opinion, are our soldiers, how do they feel when they saw that parliamentarians had dragged their feet yet again to try to resolve this injustice of having overly strict penalties in this context?
Harbour.
Thank you. Thank the member from Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher for that question. What I can say to him is that the Canadian Forces members that I talk to in Dartmouth Cole Harbour get extraordinarily frustrated from time to time, and they stop me in the market, or they stop me on the street, or come into my office, and we have a conversation about the way they feel they're being treated by this government and by previous governments as it relates to things like returning from fields of battle, when it comes to issues like that in terms of dealing with matters of justice, having the right of appeal, getting an answer from the Minister of Defence. They get discouraged sometimes. I would not say everybody, but I have heard this from members of my constituency, Canadian Forces members. They do get frustrated when the government talks with great relish about how they honour the women and men who fight for our country, and yet they will not move with the speed that they should in order to provide them with the rights and benefits that they are in fact duly entitled. Thank you.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to thank my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour for sharing his time with me. I greatly appreciate that. So I'm very pleased. As you know, in Sherbrooke, we're proud of being able to count on 2 reserve units of the Canadian Armed Forces, and I'm talking about the Sherbrooke Fusiliers and the Sherbrooke Hussars, 2 real institutions for our city, and so I have the pleasure and privilege of meeting them several times over the past year, and even a bit longer than a year, and I can tell you that they have my respect and my recognition for the work that they do day after day, and it is out of duty and due to that respect for their work that I rise today to talk about Bill C-15. These men and women protect our lives, so I must protect their interests here in the House. To give you some history now with regard to this bill, which is now called C-15, which has taken several forms in the past. On October 7, 2011, the Minister of National Defence tabled Bill C-15, an act to amend the National Defence Act. The C-15 will allow to strengthen the strengthening of military justice. It's a direct reaction to the 2003 report by the former Supreme Court Justice Honorable Antonio Lemaire, as well as the Standing Senate Committee on, let me repeat that, the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs of 2009. So the NDP believes that this bill is a step in the right direction in order to ensure that the military justice system and the civilian justice system are more compatible. But like a defective submarine, it is on the wrong track. As you will see, I'm using a lot of allusions in my speech, so I want to give you the right image. So there is a need at present to reform the summary trial process and the grievance system while strengthening the Military Police Complaints Commission. In order to understand the need for this reform, I want to provide a context for the situation. In 2003, the former Supreme Court Justice Antonio Lemaire tabled his report on the National Defense Act. The Lemaire report put forward 88 recommendations in order to clear the mines from various fields, including military justice, the Military Police Complaints Commission, concerning the military police, and the grievance process. So the demining work was done in part. Only 28 recommendations were put into legislative measures, and of course the rest of the land, which has yet to be demined, is extremely dangerous. In fact, C15 had a number of previous forms. It was C7 and C45, which died honorably on the battlefield following the prorogation of Parliament in 2007 and the calling of the election in 2008. We can say that if the government had not had this unfortunate habit of pushing the panic button and proroguing Parliament, we wouldn't be in this situation then. Still in a different form, C60 came into being, and it simplified the structure of court-martials to make it fit better with the civilian justice system. Following the study conducted by the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, 9 recommendations were presented to amend the National Defense Act. In 2010, Bill C41, and so now we've gone through a number of numbers for bills, and I hope that you can follow along with the figures. C41 was presented to respond to the Lammer report as well as to the Standing Committee. C41 proposed reforms to sentencing, judges and military panels, summary trials, among other things. And so we can say that C15 is the brother-in-arms of C41. The amendments brought back included the makeup of the court-martial panel, appointments at pleasure of military judges until the age of retirement. And yet, a number of essential amendments that were passed at committee stage at the end of the last parliamentary session were not included in Bill C15, and this is where the problem is for us. And perhaps 3 extremely relevant amendments by the NDP did not wind up somehow, I don't know how, in C15. So these 3 amendments are the following: the authority of the Chief of the Defence Staff in the grievance process, a direct response to the recommendations set out in the Lammer report, the changes in the makeup of the grievance panels in order to ensure that 60% of the members be civilians, and third, provision to ensure that upon conviction for a summary offense, an individual would not receive a criminal record. And we also talked about this earlier, along with the second thing that I mentioned. So I want to talk about these 3 amendments. We really don't know why, but they didn't wind up in the C15 that we're debating here today. So the C15 does not effectively deal with the injustice caused by summary trials. Currently, a conviction during a summary trial from the Canadian Forces leads to the creation of a criminal record. What's unfortunate for our troops is that the accused cannot consult counsel. There is no recourse, no trial transcript. Everything is off the record. The judge also is the direct commander of the accused. So what happens to impartiality? Even retired colonel and military law expert Michel Drapeau said in February 2011, and I quote, "I strongly recommend that your committee look at the issue of summary trials. Nothing is more important at present for Parliament than to make corrections to a system that has an impact on the legal rights of a significant number of people each year. Furthermore, any other type of legal challenge is almost impossible since there is no trial transcript and the accused cannot be represented by a lawyer. So at times, soldiers make mistakes due to stress. Here we're not talking about major infractions, but rather problems with behavior, absence without leave, disobedience. We recognize that the code of ethics and conduct of soldiers are fundamental pillars behind the Canadian Army, but soldiers are still human, and they experience things that few people in our society experience. They live with continuous stress. We're not asking for immunity, but just that we take these lapses in conduct into context. And they shouldn't deserve to get a military record and have to live with that. At committee stage last March, we had proposed extending the list of offences that would be considered minor and therefore not subject to a criminal record, and increasing the number from 5 to 27 to give greater latitude to soldiers. The amendment was left in no man's land. So when a soldier finishes their military service and they have a criminal record, it's difficult for them to find a new job or even rent an apartment. We want them to be perfect, but the reality is that they're human, and human beings are imperfect. Soldiers are entitled to equitable justice, just like other Canadians. The Second Amendment concerns the reform of the grievance system. So currently, the grievance panel does not allow for external review. So this is like the Cold War mentality where everything has to be hidden. Retired Canadian Forces employees are working on this. So we think that the Canadian Forces grievance panel should be external, civilian and independent. That's why we have proposed that 60% of the panel be neither an officer or a soldier within the Canadian Forces. This amendment was approved in C41, but it's not in C15, and we'd like to know why. The third amendment that we would have liked to have seen in the bill, but that is not there, that we had put in C41 rather before, was strengthening the Military Police Complaints Commission. The idea of giving greater powers to the Complaints Commission to ensure that it was an oversight body was not really considered. We have to ensure that we expand its scope so that it can conduct legitimate investigations and report back to Parliament. The question now is, why did the Conservatives retain the amendments put forward by the NDP and that went through committee stage in 2010 when it was C41? I think that these amendments were important to help defend the interests of our soldiers. Conservatives are continuing to put mines in the ground despite all the work done by the standing committees, because the members of the Standing Committee on National Defence. So I see that I just have 1 minute left. I think that even our allies, the UK, Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland, felt it was important to modernize the summary trial process. So why Canada, after so many years of hesitating with regard to this issue, is not doing what needs to be done and giving our soldiers the tools they need to be properly tried and represented? Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this time. We are opposed to C15. As a number of people have said before in the past, this was like a tank without power, and we want to ensure that our soldiers can be judged and tried fairly. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech on this critical matter. It's still trying to keep us awake and alert in the House, because it's an important matter to be paying attention to. A number of the materials that have come forward here and in committee, there have been a lot of experts who have testified, and including Michel Drapeau, Corporal Michel Drapeau, who is a renowned Canadian lawyer and professor and author on military justice. And his commentary on the way that the government has proceeded with this legislation is along these lines. He has said that what they're bringing forward is still deficient in major areas and requires more than tweaks and tinkering to bring it into the 21st century. It's been made clear today, Mr. Speaker, that in previous iterations, of which there are many of this bill since 2003, in the last iteration, there were substantive changes brought forward to the bill tabled by the government, agreed to by all members of the committee, and that their concern is that the majority of those amendments have disappeared. Is the member concerned that it becomes a pointless exercise in this House when the government is simply going pro forma through the process, goes to committee? What is the likelihood that they will actually accept the amendments this time around and make it a proper bill?
L'Honorable Député.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Well, it's close to zero. I think the amendments that were proposed in 2010 in the Standing Committee on National Defence were rejected, and I don't know what chance we would have to get them passed in committee when in 2012 12 they're coming forward with C-15. It would be surprising if they would change their opinion. We've seen that in the past it's rare for them to accept the opposition's recommendations. I don't know why they'd change tactics today, but we're here today to propose amendments, and I hope that this will turn a light on their side, and perhaps they'll think it's a good idea, and that's what we're doing today. We're trying to show them that there are recommendations that come from outside of their own party, and sometimes these recommendations are good and should be studied in greater depth.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent speech. And, you know, we on this side of the House, we stand shoulder to shoulder with our men and women in uniform. When they come back from service that we as parliamentarians ask them to serve, we want to make sure that they have every access to all of the instruments of rights that every other citizen has, and we also want to support them in terms of how they retire, how they reintegrate, how they get back into the workforce, things in which many members of the military have complained about this government in terms of access to retirement, pensions, and this sort of thing. So we see in this another example of a way in which the government has failed to really stand in support of our men and women in uniform. And I'm just wondering if my honourable colleague here would care to just talk a little bit about the process here and how this government has failed Canadians in terms of the process that has got us to this bill.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. I'd like to thank the member for Davenport for his question, and indeed there are several questions that you have to ask yourself about this bill and about the process that's currently in place for the forces. That's what makes us think the most. When we see that there's such an opaque process, such as it is now, and the government has an opportunity to table a bill to try and improve that, and that's opportunities passing them by, we think it's unfortunate. We would have liked, of course, for this to be changed. As I mentioned in my speech earlier on, this is a process that is quite unfair in my opinion, and clearly there have to be some slightly different rules. These people are in the Canadian Forces and the rules and regulations are different. They have to be subject to commands, and so there have to be a few things that are different in the details. However, in terms of having the right to the same constitutional rights as other Canadians have, that is to say, to have a fair and equitable trial, I think that the Canadian Forces deserve our greatest trust, and they deserve those rights as well. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Quebec. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in this debate today on Bill C-15 on military justice. As a former member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, I have the greatest respect for the work of the men and women of the Canadian Army. I think that these are exemplary citizens and they deserve the best. Bill C-15 amends the National Defence Act to strengthen military justice. The military justice system is a parallel system, but it's distinct within the Canadian legal framework, even though it's similar in many ways to the criminal code, the criminal justice system, rather. It has some differences, and I'd like to say that this is really important for the Canadian Military Justice Service. The Supreme Court has on more than one opportunity recognized and confirmed the necessity of putting in place a military justice system that's distinct in order to have discipline respected. And more clear definition was expressed by Mr. Justice Lamer of the Supreme Court in 1992, and I quote, "The purpose of a separate system of military tribunals is to allow the armed forces to deal with matters that pertain directly to the discipline, efficiency, and morale of the military. The safety and well-being of Canadians depends considerably on the willingness and readiness of a force of men and women to defend against threats to the nation's security. To maintain the armed forces in a state of readiness, the military must be in a position to enforce internal discipline effectively and efficiently." This extract deals with several fundamental themes of military justice. In fact, this discipline is the very cornerstone of a professional army. It is critical to the success of their operations. However, when we talk about military justice, it's important not to forget the word justice. We want to be able to count on a high level of morale within the forces, and we require the loyalty of our soldiers. However, the principle works both ways. The system also have to be considered as being fair for the members of the armed forces. The two sectors of the military justice system that I particularly want to concentrate on today, where this fairness leaves something to be desired. I want to speak more particularly about summary trials as well as the whole issue of grievances. In our military system, grievances come under the National Defense Act. Our armed forces are submitted to military discipline, and they have a rigid top-down structure based on the chain of command. The only recourse when it comes to issues dealing with their salary, their benefits, their freedom, medical problems, and having access to adequate medical treatment is to appeal through the grievance system. Currently, this system is disorganized, and the changes proposed in this act will do nothing to improve things. I would also like to quote retired Colonel Michel Drapeau, who is well aware of everything dealing with the Army and military law. And when speaking about the grievance system, he said that given the increasing number of complaints filed by the members of the forces and the pitiful state of the current system, the last thing that leaders should do would be to try and minimize the problems related to dealing with grievances. In the armed forces, the filing of a grievance is normally considered as something that you would do as the last chance, because it risks having negative effects on your career. Now, Mr. Speaker, we can imagine this very well, I think. When a member of the Canadian Armed Forces decides to file a written grievance to his commander, it's because he sincerely believes that the issues that resulted in this grievance are serious enough to warrant such action, and that he will have some independent judgment. At this point in time, the Grievance Committee does not allow for external review. If the Grievance Committee of the Canadian Forces is going to be seen as an external and independent civilian corps, as it should be the case, the appointment process has to be changed to reflect this reality. This committee should, therefore, be made up of members coming from civil society. The NDP suggests that at least 60% of the Grievance Committee be people who were never officers or members of the Canadian Forces. This amendment was passed in March 2011 for Bill C-41, but it wasn't kept for C-15, and that's unacceptable. Another great weakness in the military grievance system is the lack of power for the Chief of Defense Staff to resolve problems that that have a financial aspect in grievances. The NDP proposed an amendment to resolve this problem at committee stage for C-41, but unfortunately, once again, this was not kept in Bill C-15. The second point that I would like to raise today is that of summary trials. The summary trial is intended to represent an appropriate way and fair way of treating with minor military offenses. These a commander or a delegate of the commander can preside over these trials, and they get some training to do so. The martial court is something like a civil court for military justice. Now, this is what we could read in the annual report of the Judge Advocate General's Office for the Canadian Forces from a 1992 report. A total of 1,998 service tribunals were held during the reporting period, representing 1,942 summary trials and 56 courts-martial. The total number of proceedings has remained relatively constant. Of interest is the fact that summary trials continue their historical trend, representing approximately 97% of all service tribunals held in a given year. So, summary trials can result in fines, imprisonment, or a period of detention of a maximum of 30 days if that's recommended by the commander. Moreover, the soldiers who have undergone a summary trial could be found guilty and could find themselves with a criminal record similar to what would have been a case if they had had a civilian trial with all of the rules of procedure that are applicable. If the system for summary trials is necessary in order to maintain order, discipline, and morale, which we are not at all opposed to, would have to, however, ensure that the members of our forces would not be finding themselves with criminal records that they will have to try and have annulled by turning to the parole board when they leave the forces. So imagine what concerns us here is that in the system of military justice, you would have to, as the former Chief Justice Lemaire said, that justice be swift. However, the consideration for this should be that soldiers not have a criminal record unless they had had a trial that has offers the same necessary support. In the end, what's worrisome is that a person could find themselves with a criminal record at the end of a process or a procedure that's not fair, without a lawyer, or before a court that's not independent. We continue to fear that the structure of the trial process varies considerably from their civilian equivalents. We should note that in the UK, Australia, and New Zealand and Ireland that have military justice systems that resemble those of Canada, they changed their summary trial process to make it fairer. Why, therefore, are we going to deprive our armed forces of the positive changes that can be made to summary trials? In conclusion, Canadian military law is essential and critical in order to maintain the discipline and order among our troops. However, our soldiers deserve a military justice system that is first and foremost fair and equitable for the accused, while being sensitive to the necessity for military discipline. Although Bill C-15 presents several legislative provisions that some of which are welcome, that will strengthen military justice, I think also, I like my colleague from Sherbrooke, in fact, that this is a bill that really could be much better. So the government's bill has too many provisions that don't go far enough and are simply quite useless in terms of solving the problems, the critical and pressing problems of our military justice system. As I said earlier, having been a member of the Veterans Affairs Committee, I think they deserve better. They don't deserve to have a criminal record after having served with devotion and loyalty. I know that this government says that they're very interested in transition to civilian life for our veterans, but what kind of a cloud are they leaving hanging over their heads, telling them that they could still wind up with a criminal record? So it makes no sense, and it's not in those kinds of conditions that we are going to be able to let them know that we love them and will take care of them. That's not all right. Thank you.
Questions, comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Diversification.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is going to be about the makeup of the board. The composition of the grievance board. It's been talked about this afternoon that 60% of the board should be made up of ex-military, non-ex-military participants, and they should not have this military background. So I want to ask the member, in the clause 2916, where they talk about establishing the board by the Governor and Council, and then on further, it says how every member, before commencing the duty of office, takes an oath. So therefore, this says to me that the board perhaps should be made up of military, because we know that the integrity of the members and the participants is not in question because they take an oath, and plus being an ex-military personnel, they would know quite well, or it would reflect in this tribunal, they could apply their expertise and I do believe this expertise and experience would be beneficial. I would like the member to please comment on that and the makeup of the board and why she would not put her trust into ex-military participants in the grievance board.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. I thank you Mr. Speaker. I'm not saying that I don't have confidence in the men and women who have served our country. That's not at all the case. I just believe that, indeed, it should be made up of 60% civilians, but there should also be people who can bring their experience to the table. But I would like to say something here, because all of my thoughts here are with the Veterans Affairs Committee, and they're talking right now about Harold Leduc, who's being ignored throughout this process. He's a man of the Canadian Forces, and I'd really like the government to be able to show a bit more sympathy on behalf of the veterans who are extraordinary, such as Mr. Harold Leduc. Thank you.
Thanks, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Honourable Member's overview of this bill and the concerns that we have in our party. And I guess one of the things that disturbs me is that this bill had many former interventions. There was, well, first of all, the report came from 2003, then there was Bill C-7, there was Bill C-45 that died on the order paper, then there was a prorogation, then we had C-41 in 2010. And what is very interesting is that under C-41, the NDP actually did make some very good amendments in the committee, which have now been left out in the new bill. And I wonder if the member would comment on that, because it seems to me that, you know, there was a process to act in good faith on this bill, and now we have all of these amendments that have been just left out as this new bill has come forward. And I wonder if she would speak to that.
The Honourable Member for Quebec. It's not only in this bill that we've seen that many recommendations that come from either experts, from our party or from other parties, from lots of people who have a lot of expertise in the field. This government doesn't listen at all. They purposefully don't listen. They don't care. There are recommendations that they should be paying attention to, but no, they don't listen. And yet we are trying to be serious here. We're trying to look more in depth at the recommendations, and when we are demonstrating that we're right, then they just pull the rug out from under our feet. They don't seem to want to respond to our questions, and it's not with that kind of an attitude that we really do justice to our positions here representing Canadians. But, you know, really it's something that I've seen from one bill to another, that they just steamroll over us, and I don't think that's very constructive. I think they should be ashamed.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be able to stand and speak on Bill C-15 today. It's something in which, at the end of the day, I had looked at it, and I've had the privilege to have served in the Canadian Forces for a few years, and I do consider it as a privilege. And I can recall when I had entered the forces through the recruitment center, the last things that you think about are military justice. There's no real explanation of what the difference between military justice and civilian justice was about, and where it was pointed out, or anything of that nature. But I can recall, shortly after being in the force for a relatively short period of time, that you kind of grow to believe that there is a need to have a military justice system. Because being a member of the force, there's unique situations. And under those type of situations, there's different types of dispositions that you wouldn't get in a civil court system. The whole concept of respect and support and listening to your superior officers is a good example of that, Mr. Speaker. And I was actually posted out in Edmonton, 2 bases in Edmonton. There's at the time, both Griesbach and Lancaster Park. I was actually living out in Lancaster Park, but Griesbach is where they actually had the military jail. And quite often we would be commuting between the 2 military sites, and we'd pass through the Griesbach jail. And it was interesting, even though it was something that was kind of highlighted within the military. I think we need to put it into a perspective of, at that time, we had a Canadian force of somewhere in the neighborhood of 60,000, many more that are participating in our reserves. The numbers fluctuate. We don't have a huge force per se today, nor is it really necessary. We don't need to have 100,000. I think there's a growing dependency in terms of our reserves. Whether that's good or bad, a lot depends in terms of what our obligations are, I would suggest to you, and how that structure is actually put in place at a time in which there's a greater demand. But right now, in terms of numbers, I think that they're relatively reasonable. We could use, and many would argue that we should be looking at expansion of our regular force. That there is some concerns related to that. But when I say put it into perspective, we've been talking all afternoon about some of the technicalities of what's within the law. What we're really talking about is somewhere in the neighborhood of, let's say, 40 to 60 individuals in the force that might actually require having some sort of a judicial intervention, known as a military court-martial of some form. And the types of offenses vary significantly, just like you would see in a civil court. So at the end of the day, it's actually a fairly small percentage of military personnel that actually get involved in terms of having to be at the other side of the bench, where they are having to defend themselves or to get someone there in order to be able to defend them. And it is, many would argue, I would suggest to you, a relatively small network, but it is a network that is growing. I thought we had a while ago, and it was Colonel Drapeau who authored a book, and it's just phenomenal size. I believe it was around 2,000 pages, talking about military justice. And I think we could probably all learn a great deal by reading what it is that he was talking about. I must be honest, I haven't had the opportunity to read it. It's a fairly extensive read. But for those that are interested in trying to get a better understanding of some of the intricacies of military justice, I would suggest that that's something in which you might want to give some serious consideration to. Having said all of that, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important to note that the government has not been very successful at reforming the changes that are necessary. There are many individuals for a number of years that have been arguing and suggesting that the government be more proactive at making some of the changes that we are seeing being proposed today for quite a while. We could go back to 2006, which one member has made reference, Bill C-7, which was, I wasn't here at that time, but I understand that it was a bill of a similar nature in which the government was unable to get passed. And then they came up with Bill C-41. Again, the government was unable to get it passed. And then, again, with Bill C-45. And they failed in terms of being able to get that piece of legislation passed. Now, we have a different and new dynamic with a majority government, and now we have before us Bill C-15. The Liberal Party has been very clear on the issue. We do plan on supporting the bill because we do see the merit of having a system that is more effective, that is fair, and obviously more transparent. And we think that at the end of the day that Bill C-15 does do all three of those, Mr. Speaker. And as such, even though we do have other concerns related to the legislation, and we'll have to wait and see once we're in committee in terms of what ultimately happens, there is a strong merit for this bill to ultimately go into the committee stage. As it has been pointed out, that there have been a series of amendments that have been proposed over the last number of years. Some of those amendments were implied that would ultimately be incorporated into the bill. I suspect I should acknowledge, at the very least, that the government did take into consideration a couple of the amendments, but I think that there was a sense that the government could have done more in terms of acknowledging other amendments. So now that they have a majority government, we anticipate that the bill will ultimately pass through, but we're somewhat optimistic or hopeful, and sometimes it can be very frustrating being in opposition when we have thoughts and ideas which make sense, and we bring them forth in the form of amendments in once it is in committee stage, and the government tends to shy away from opposition amendments. So it is indeed unfortunate. We've seen a consequence, negative consequence of the government shying away from, in particular, Liberal Party amendments, where ultimately, and I'm thinking of bills like C-10, where we had to get the Senate to reintroduce bills because, or reintroduce amendments that were in essence Liberal Party amendments because in the committee stage the government did not see the merit in terms of passing those amendments, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect that, unfortunately, that there will be very few amendments that will be received well enough to ultimately be passed. But we are hopeful that the government will recognize that we are trying to support and enhance this legislation. And that's one of the reasons why we felt it was important to be able to support this bill going into committee. Mr. Speaker, it's important to also recognize that some of the sentences that are being proposed in here, the concept of absolute discharge, intermediate sentences, and the whole issue of restitution, where we can ultimately bring closer that military law with civilian law, or narrow that gap. At the end of the day, we see that as a positive thing within the Liberal Party. Is we want to make sure, as much as possible, Mr. Speaker, that we're dealing with a system that is fair. And I think that in part, again, this bill does move us in that general direction. It's fair to say that when you look at military law, you'll find that it is quite often harsher, and you'll find that there's less flexibility to it, Mr. Speaker. And again, in certain situations, one can understand that and see how it could be justified. But at the end of the day, I see that you're indicating that my time is expiring, but I just want to highlight what I think is a very important point as we continue to debate this, whether it's here inside the House or in the committee stage, that we recognize two things. One is the importance of trying to narrow the gap between the military law and civilian law, thereby ensuring that there's more rights and transparency and a sense of fairness within the military structure. And second, to realize that vast majority of members of the Canadian Forces are outstanding, and there's never ever a need. As I indicate, 40, 60 cases a year is what we're really talking about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
Debate. Oh. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's remarks very closely, and at one point in time, he stated that he was optimistic about the fact that the Conservatives in the National Defence Committee were going, he thinks anyway, he's optimistic about this, we're going to accept recommendations that were put forward by the opposition. So I would like to know why he's so optimistic. In the former session, the main amendment to C-41 dealt with 60% of members, and these amendments, which had been endorsed by all the opposition parties,
it was rejected by the Conservatives, and that amendment was actually deleted from the new C-15. So why then is he so optimistic that his recommendations will be accepted?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'm somewhat optimistic in the sense that the bill has had a couple of modifications from its original format from years ago. It doesn't necessarily mean that I hold out very much hope in terms of once it goes into committee now that the government is going to be receptive to opposition amendments. But I do believe at the end of the day, even if the bill passes as it's being proposed currently, that it will improve upon the system. And unfortunately, if they don't make additional necessary changes, that they're really selling the system short. That there are some things that they could do that would even make the bill even stronger. So the people that they're hurting the most are, in fact, the institutions and the need to, as I say, try to bring the system closer to a civil law in which non-military personnel would have to go through. As I say, I'm very much concerned and aware of the issue of the harshness and the issue of fairness, and the best way to deal with that is at least to try to make some progress. I would like to think that they would make more progress on the issue, but they have far more control.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
Thank you. And I would like to ask the member, because the question I posed before to the NDP, I'm asking this member particularly because he opened with talking about having a military background. And do you think that should preclude you from being, do you think it would preclude you from being a good participant in the grievance board? Because there's been a lot of comments this afternoon that 60% of the board should be made up of non-military, ex-military people should not be made, 60% of them shouldn't be non-military. So I'm wondering to the member, would he not think that he could be fair and impartial, and especially under the circumstance you take an oath, so you would not by any means be taking an oath if you felt for one moment that you could not do a very good job of being part of this tribunal and making sure that you can apply your expertise to this area, this particular area of law.
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yeah, I would think that it would be a mistake if we were to attempt to exclude individuals that have military experience from the process, Mr. Speaker. The actual percentage is something in which I would be open to hearing in terms of what people, individuals that are much more familiar with the process actually have to say on the issue, and hopefully we'll get a greater insight on that very issue once it goes into committee. All I do know is that I do believe it would be a mistake if, in fact, we were to draw a conclusion that individuals with military experience should not or do not have a role to play. And I don't necessarily think that that is what I'm hearing from this member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank Mr. Speaker, all who have risen to speak to this, and in particularly my colleagues in the New Democratic Party, who are making a valiant attempt to try to persuade the government that what we should be doing is respecting the hard work at committee and to respect the consensus that's reached. Mr. Speaker, I'd have to say at the outset that the previous speaker before me, I appreciate his optimism, but frankly my experience has been since the majority government came in control, hard work that is done in committee seems to be going for naught. And I will hope that the government will take heed. I would think that there's an indication that they chose not to include the consensus amendments, that it's going to be an uphill battle in order to get those back in, but we look forward to being surprised. Mr. Speaker, Canadians would be shocked to discover that under the current law, and even with the passage of C-15, many who have bravely served our country, supporting democratic processes, due process and rule of law for this nation and other nations, may obtain a criminal record through a system that lacks due process available in civilian criminal courts to other Canadians. Bill C-15 is the most recent of over a half dozen tabled iterations that the government let die. So from that standpoint, what is the rush? We should spend time in the committee, and if the amendments previously were valid, then let's discuss if they're still valid. The changes that were brought forward previously and were continued to call for were put forward not just by opposition members, by Justice Lesage, a former Justice of the Supreme Court of Canada, Professor Michael Drapeau, University of Ottawa, a noted author and military lawyer, members of the armed forces, and many legal experts and defense counsel for military members. And that while some of the needed reforms are included in C-15, we've been clear about that, regrettably, many of the most important ones are not. In 2003, retired Supreme Court Justice Antonio Lemaire provided a report outlining 88 recommendations to reform the system of military justice and bring it into the 21st century. He was retained to undertake a review of the court-martial procedures under the National Defense Act and did issue a report, again with 88 recommendations relating to military justice, military police complaints commission, grievances procedures, and the provost marshal. As a member of, as one of my colleagues have stated, Bill C-15 is a step in the right direction. The rationale has been provided by the government, yet no rationale, Mr. Speaker, has been provided by the government as to why, at this point in time, in this iteration, they have now thrown out the majority of the agreed amendments. Why are they, as retired Colonel Michael Drapeau, and noted legal expert and author of military justice, has commented, the National Defense Act requires more than tweaks and tinkering to bring it into the 21st century. And, Mr. Speaker, this is what we have before us today. Yes, there are some amendments. Yes, they're worthwhile. But it's still tweaking and tinkering rather than bringing forward a bill which is appropriate to this century. In this century, is it not time that the military courts and grievance procedures were amended to instill independence in the decision makers, judicial independence, trial by peers, and penalties on par with those in the civilian courts to other Canadians? I wish to echo, Mr. Speaker, the sentiments of the member for Windsor-Tecumseh, who clearly presented his rationale for opposing Bill C-15. As he stated in the House, Mr. Speaker, I am never going to vote for a bill that would treat our military personnel unfairly. And, Mr. Speaker, that is the stance of all of my colleagues in the official opposition. And the member second stated, the second reason he was voting against it, that was that despite the efforts of the committee members of the last Parliament to agree on amendments, the experience under this majority government has been continually, where we seek all-party consensus, the PMO overrides and rejects that consensus. So many in the House, Mr. Speaker, have noted the many iterations prior to this bill. We had the Lemaire report in 2003 outlining significant, thoughtful changes to bring the military tribunals into this century. In 2006, we had C7, died on the order paper. In March 2008, we had C45, died on the order paper. In 2008, we had C60 on court-martials. That was given royal assent. There we had a little tinkering, and that was good, one change made, but did not do overall reforms, as had been recommended by Justice Lemaire. There then was a Senate report on equal justice for court-martials in May 2009. Then again, in 2010, we had C41. The government tabled one amendment, died on the order paper. Then we had C16 in 2011. They passed narrow provisions to improve the appointment and tenure of military judges, but again, just a tinkering at the edges. In March 2011, the Minister of Defense commissioned yet another review by Justice Lesage. Mr. Speaker, it's time for a full, all-encompassing reform of the military justice regime. It is not merely the opposition saying this. It has been senior judges, it has been military law experts, it has been representatives of the military, it has been said over and over again, and has been agreed to by all party members of a committee. Despite the 6 iterations, including this one, since 2003, little concrete action has been taken to expedite a more just and equitable trial process for military accused. Well, Bill C-15 does provide, and as we have said, and my colleagues have reiterated to questions from the other side of the House, we do agree that it does provide another measures, including greater flexibility in sentencing, more sentencing options, including absolute discharge, restitution, intermittent sentences, good measures, modifies the composition of court-martial panels, and changes the power of delegation of the power of the Chief of Defence Staff for grievance procedures. And good on them for agreeing to make some of those changes. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the bill falls short in key issues, in reforming summary trials, in reforming the grievance system, and in strengthening the Military Complaint Commission. Only 28, Mr. Speaker, only 28 of Mr. Justice Lemaire's 88 recommendations to improve military justice, the Military Complaints Commission, the grievance procedures, and the Provost Marshal have been addressed. Many amendments tabled by the New Democrats and, frankly, put forward by the Armed Forces, passed at committee, have been excluded from C-15. The authority, for example, of the Chief of Defence Staff in grievance processes, changes to the composition of grievance committees, and as my colleague previously mentioned, to include 60% civilians, or to ensure that the persons convicted at summary trial are not unfairly subjected to criminal record, particularly when we're dealing with minor offences. Some of the reforms that are needed that we have brought forward previously and why we think that this bill cannot be supported. Reforms to the summary trial system, reforms to the grievance system, and strengthening the Military Police Complaint Commission in the area of the summary trial system. And again, these are matters that were tabled at committee and agreed to, but are not found in C-15. To remove the criminal record for an expanded list of minor offences. In other words, there are a good number of offences where a young member of the military could be found to be given a criminal record where it's deemed inappropriate. It wouldn't happen in the civil system. Again, no right of appeal, no transcript, no access to counsel, and often the judge is the accused commanding officer. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, major reforms to the grievance system should be reconstituted with civilian members, and strengthening the Military Police Complaints Commission. It provides oversight. In closing, Mr. Speaker, it's a question of justice and equity for our dedicated military. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to ask a question to my colleague who asked me one earlier. So, you know, in the UK, as we said earlier, Australia and New Zealand have all decided to change this process. So we are wondering why Canada has been dragging its feet, because what I mentioned earlier, does she think the process should be improved? And if so, does she see any hope of having those amendments adopted by the government, which before had accepted them in committee when it was in a minority position in the previous parliament? So does she have any hope that these 3 amendments, including the one about the judicial process, will be adopted by the government? Or does she have any hope at all, rather, of having them approved?
Or Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Quite frankly, Mr. Speaker, the issue about hope is not for the members of the opposition. It's for the members of the armed forces. Can they possibly have hope that this time the government will do the right thing? That this time, in the 6th iteration of reforms to this legislation, why in heaven's name they have not simply taken upon themselves to listen to the testimony, including by military personnel, and bring forward a full, encompassing reform package to the military justice system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Edmonton, Strathcona, among other things, talked about the fact that we are seeking a conviction process that is more transparent. But another thing we have to look at is the fact that we want this process, which can lead to a criminal record on the civilian side. Now, that the legal process leading up to that also has to be fair in the military world, and that is not what is in place right now. So I would like her to comment on the other aspect, which is not only that we need an overall fair process, but also a process that is comparable between the military justice system, because the military system has an impact with regard to violations on criminal records on the civilian side.
In Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Essentially, as many of the members in the House have been remonstrating, we're finding it hard to see why those who put their lives on the line and are actually sent to other nations to try to protect their democratic institutions, where they are struggling to have a rule of law and a fair, just process. How can it be that we cannot apply the same kind of system that we have the right and privilege of, as civilians in this country, to the members of our armed forces? So, frankly, we have yet to hear any genuine defense from the government as to why they think that our armed forces should be made second-class citizens in going through due process. Surely they deserve and merit the same judicial processes, and definitely in summary conviction, that we do as civilians.
We have enough time for a brief question. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So another aspect that is very interesting is the fact that other countries that are also part of the Commonwealth have amended their legislation concerning summary trials. For example, Ireland and other countries. And that was because it was the European Court of Justice that had ruled that summary conviction trials in their form at the time did not comply with legislation on human rights in Europe. So what I would like to know from my colleague is, given that Australia and New Zealand, which are not bound by European legislation, nonetheless opted for this route to make their legislation compatible with this request from the European Court of Justice. So why wouldn't Canada do so?
For Edmonton Strathcona, a short response, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. He provides really difficult questions. Surely it's obvious. We simply look at, the military mission in Afghanistan recently, where our armed forces are serving alongside many soldiers from many other countries. Surely it makes sense that when they're in the field of war, that they are within the same kind of rationale and processes for justice. So frankly, I cannot present any rationale for why we would be out of step with most of the democracies of the Western world. I guess we have to put that question to the government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of my constituents from Surrey North, I'm honored to speak to Bill C-15, which is an act to amend the National Defence Act, as the government calls it, the Strengthening Military Justice in Defence of Canada Act. Mr. Speaker, while there are many important reforms in this bill, and the NDP supports the long overdue update to the military justice system, the NDP, the official opposition, believes that Bill C-15 is a step in the right direction to bring the military justice system more in line with the civilian justice system. However, Mr. Speaker, it falls short on key issues when it comes to reforming the summary trial system, reforming the grievance system, and strengthening the Military Complaints Commission. Mr. Speaker, members of the Canadian Armed Forces are held to an extremely high standard of discipline, and they in turn deserve a judicial system that is held to comparable standard. A lot of Canadians would be shocked to learn that the people who bravely serve our country can get a criminal record from a system that lacks the due process usually required in civilian criminal courts. A criminal record can make life a lot harder after military service. Criminal records can make getting a job, renting an apartment, or traveling very difficult. Mr. Speaker, the NDP will fight to bring more fairness to Canadian military justice system for the men and women in uniform that put their lives on the line for service for Canada. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-35 basically amends the National Defence Act to strengthen military justice following the 2003 report of the former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, the Right Honourable Antonio Lamar, and the May 2009 report of the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. In 2003, Lamar presented his report on the Independence Review of the National Defence Act. The Lamar report contains 88 recommendations pertaining to military justice, the Military Police Commission, Complaints Commission, the grievance process, and the Provost Marshal. Bill C-15 is the legislative response to these recommendations. Thus far, only 28 recommendations have been implemented in legislation, regulation, or via change in practice. Mr. Speaker, in essence, Bill C-15 is similar to the versions of Bill C-41 that came out of committee in the previous Parliament. However, other important amendments passed at the committee stage at the end of the last parliamentary session were not included in Bill C-15. These include the following amendments that were introduced by the NDP regarding the authority of the defence staff in the grievance process, responding to Justice Lamar's recommendation. Another one was the changes to the composition of grievance committee to include at least 60% civilian membership, which was amended Clause 11 in Bill C-41, and a provision ensuring that a person who is convicted for an offence during a summary trial is not unfairly subjected to a criminal record. Those were some of the amendments that were introduced by the NDP in the previous bill, but they're not part of the Bill C-15. Mr. Speaker, the summary trial is far the most commonly used for service tribunal in the military justice system. They are designed to deal with minor offences in a form where the possible punishments are limited. The objective is to deal with the alleged offences in a fast manner within the unit and return the member to the service as soon as possible, thereby promoting and maintaining unit discipline. Court-martials deal with more serious charges prosecuted within system and are also available to deal with less serious charges at the option of the accused person. Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, the committee heard from Michael Drapeau, who basically said, and I quote him, "Summary trials continue to be the dominant disciplinary method used to try offences by Canadian military. In 2008-2009, a total of 1,865 cases were determined by summary trial. That is 96% of the total, while only 67 were heard by court-martial. So in other words, only 4% of the cases were heard by the court-martial. Also, the current grievance process is also flawed, Mr. Speaker. Unlike in other organizations, grievers do not have unions or employee associations through which to pursue their grievances. It is essential to the morale of the Canadian Forces members that their grievance be addressed in a fair, transparent, and prompt manner. Mr. Speaker, there are some shortcomings in this bill that we hope we can address at the committee stage if it passes second reading. more specifically reforming the summer trial system, reforming the grievance system, and strengthening the Military Police Complaints Commission. And I'll briefly talk to all those 3 points, Mr. Speaker. The amendments in Bill C-15 do not adequately address the unfairness of summary trials. Currently, a conviction of a service offence from a summary trial in the Canadian Forces may result in a criminal record. Summary trials are held without the ability of the accused to consult counsel. There are no appeals or transcript of the trial, and the judge is the accused person's commanding officer. This causes an undue harshness on certain members of the Canadian Force who are convicted for minor service offences. For example, some of these minor service offences include insubordination, quarrels, disturbances, absence without leave, drunkenness, and disobeying a lawful command. These could be matters that are extremely important to military discipline, but they are not worthy of a criminal record, Mr. Speaker. Bill C-15 makes an exemption for a select number of offences if they carry a minor punishment, which is defined in the Act, Mr. Speaker, or fine less than $500 to no longer result in a criminal record. This is one of the positive aspect of this bill, but it does not, in our opinion, go far enough. At committee stage last March, NDP amendments to Bill C-41 were carried to expand this list of offences that could be considered minor, not worthy of a criminal record, from 5 to 27, if the offence in the question received a minor punishment. The amendments also extended the list of punishments that may be imposed by a tribunal without an offender incurring a criminal record, such as a severe reprimand, a fine equal to 1 month's basic pay, or another minor punishment. This was a major step forward for summary trials. However, the amendment was not retained in Bill C-15, and we want to see it included. A criminal record can make life after the military very, very difficult, Mr. Speaker. The Military Grievance External Review Committee, at present, basically, the Review Committee does not provide a means of external review. Currently, it is staffed entirely of the retired Canadian Forces officers, some only relatively recently retired. If the Canadian Forces Grievance Board is to be perceived as external and independent oversight of civilian body as it was designed to be, then the appointment process needs to be amended to reflect that reality. Thus, some members of the board should be drawn from civil society. The NDP amendments provide that at least 60% of the members of the Grievance Committee must never have been an officer or non-commissioned member of the Canadian Forces. And I see, Mr. Speaker, my time is almost up. In regards to strengthening Military Complaints Commission, Bill C-15 amends the National Safety Defence Act to establish a timeline within which the Canadian Forces will be required to resolve conduct complaints as well as protection complaints from being penalized for submitting a complaint in good faith. So, Mr. Speaker, there are a number of, this is a good right step in the right direction, but I think this bill does not go far enough in regards to addressing summary convictions and also looking at the Public Complaints Commission.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my colleague opposite for his comments. And I've taken in some of the debate today, but I know this is a bill that has been in front of Parliament. In fact, this Parliament, but previous Parliaments, I think we're actually on our third or fourth iteration of this particular bill. And the latter comment from my friend opposite seemed to indicate that the NDP's position is that they will let the good get in the way of perfect. We're in a situation where there is an opportunity to bring this bill to the committee. We have, in fact, I want to be very clear, accepted some of the recommendations of previous attempts to bring this bill to fruition. In fact, some of them are found in this very bill, C-15. Some of those amendments, opposition amendments, were incorporated. And so I want to debunk any myth to suggest that there hasn't been compromise and a willingness, in fact, to bring some of these elements of the bill forward. In fact, I'd like to make just a few comments, if I might, Mr. Speaker, with respect to confusion on this issue of criminal records. Because, Mr. Speaker, to be clear, this important matter of criminal records flowing from convictions for service members, as found in Clause 75 of Bill C-15, appears to be causing a great deal of consternation with members opposite. And what we have here, the members should be aware that the bill itself actually provides for specific service offences in minor circumstances. Such offences would not, I repeat, not constitute an offence for the purposes of the Criminal Code. And further, Mr. Justice Lesage, in his review of the National Defence Act, indicated in his recommendation that there ought to be a full review of the issue of criminal records. And so we've had 3 justices who have looked at this particular issue, found the summary trials process to be perfectly acceptable, workable, with some of these amendments. And so in light of that recommendation, Mr. Chair, just in conclusion, I would say that I have privately, but I make this comment very openly here to the official critic for the NDP, their defence critic, the member from St. John's East, that the government is willing to bring in an amendment to Clause 75 to match the committee stage amendments made to Bill C-41. So that is on the record. As far as this being harmful to our military, or that there is different expectations of Canadians who served in Afghanistan alongside our NATO allies, our military justice system is the envy of our allies. We have, in fact, I would suggest, one of the best military justice systems.
Order. To allow the honourable member to have time to respond. The honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the comments by the Minister of Defence, and there wasn't really a question in there, but he was talking about the previous versions of this bill. And I wasn't part of the last Parliament, but it was my understanding that that bill was passed with a number of amendments from different parties, and the bill was left on the table because of, either the Parliament was prorogued or the election was called at that time. He's right. There are a couple of amendments in there that were brought in from the last bill. However, a majority of the concerns that were addressed in the last bill are still left off the table. So, here we have other governments. We have Australia, we've got Ireland, we've got New Zealand, who are working, who have reformed the summary trial process. Yet we have this government, the minister, who has been ignoring this issue for a very long time.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask a question of my colleague. As you know, summary trials are the most used disciplinary measure used by the Canadian military. In 2009-2010, there were over 1,000 cases and only 67 courts-martial. So that proves, in some ways, I think someone quoted something like that earlier, but it concerned what they spent on summary trials. So, but how do they think that the amendments that were passed for C-41 were not retained in C-15 today? We're just wondering why. And do you think that they would agree?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members of the military are we judge them. We have a very high standard for them when it comes to discipline, when it comes to their duties, when it comes to justice. I think it's only fair that we give them a grievance process. We give them a process that is also of that compatibility, where the process we have serves them. Clearly, the process we have in place is not working, and the member from Sherbrooke is absolutely correct. Most of the the grievances, 96% in fact, are resolved by summary trial, and the 4% is through court martial. So I think the men and women in uniform, they deserve a process which is fair and effective and accountable to them.
Resuming debate. The honourable member, l'honorable député de Gaspésie.
Honourable member for Gaspésie, Île de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise in the debate today to discuss this bill, C-15. Clearly, there are a lot of shortcomings, a lot of problems with this bill, and I think in particular, in terms of criminal records. There are many other problems as well, but I will come back to criminal records shortly. The grievance system really is of concern to us, as well as the Military Police Complaints Commission. This is a bill that has had several versions here in the House in different forms. In 2006, which was abandoned in 2007 and 2008 because of the elections. And here we have a new version of this same bill before us today. And it's a bill that was passed in 2011 in the last Parliament. It's proposed in a new form here today, which means that they're completely ignoring what the House said about this issue really just a few months ago. So one of the criteria that's really problematic for the opposition is that we want 60% of the grievance committee to be people who are not ex-military. We want there to be oversight. We want civilians to be part of this military process in Canada. It's something we've often heard from our constituents, and I think this is just common sense, that the people in the military be subject to the people of the country and not the other way around. So in the NDP, we absolutely insist that 60% of the members of the grievance committees be people from outside the military. And this is a point that we really care a great deal about. So passing C-15 without that would not leave it to be a good bill. What really worries me the most, though, in this bill is the issue of criminal records. People who make a career out of defending our country deserve better than having a criminal record for reasons that are very banal, quite frankly. And I want to emphasize in the bill, in Section 75, which was raised by a government member just recently, sets out the cases where the person might find themselves with a criminal record. So there's a new component that's created in the Act here, which would be 249.27. And it says that for offenses described in Sections 85, 86, 90, 97, or 129, for which the person is subject to a minor fine, $500 or less, it means the person would end up with a criminal record. So Section 65 is one of insubordination. So if this person verbally abuses of a senior, could result in them having a criminal record as well. So don't forget that a criminal record is not something to sneer at. It could prevent people from getting jobs. This person could find themselves living in poverty for the rest of their lives because they verbally insulted a person in authority. So again, this would be another offense that's a summary conviction offense. And there also are other minor quarrels that appear in the bill here as new offensive. They're saying that there could be an argument, once again, could result in the person having criminal record. Absent without permission, once again, that could result in it. Drunkenness, a case of drunkenness. Prejudicial behavior and not respecting discipline could result in the person having a criminal record again. So the work of someone in the force is stressful and risky, and it wouldn't be surprising that some people might verbally insult someone else, indeed in circumstances where they've had too much to drink, and I think that this is not a good reason to risk leaving the person with a criminal record. So don't forget that it's only with summary trials that this risk exists. So we agree that if there is a real trial before a judge, at least the person will have an opportunity to defend themselves at that point in time. They'll be judged by someone who knows the law and who's been trained to be fair and equitable. When it's a summary procedure, I just want to emphasize again, if you look at the National Defense website, it talks about the Military Code of Discipline, and it has a guide to military justice for people in the military, and it explains what a summary trial is. So I'll just read a bit from this. A summary trial or summary trials were designed to deal with minor infractions in the military and to contribute to the maintenance of discipline and military effectiveness in terms of unity. So summary trials allow the commanders or the delegated person to ensure that military internal discipline is effectively ensured and respected, and it ensures that the soldier will be dealt with as quickly as possible. So, and it continues. I think that we have to understand from that summary trials are not intended to punish people and saddle them with a criminal record. It says very clearly that the reason for the summary trial's existence is to have effective and rapid, swift justice, and indeed to reintegrate that person within their military community. A criminal record does not have that as its goal. So the summary trial might have been intended for such in the past, but that's contradicted here. Courts-martial were set up under the National Defense Act, and they are presided over by military judges. So there is a prosecutor who's hired to deal with the case for the prosecution, and the defendant is represented by a lawyer, whether that's someone from the military or a civilian, and it continues. So you can see very clearly that in terms of a courts-martial, we have a court-martial, we have a soldier, we have lawyers, we have a judge, and there is a full and complete defense that is possible here, which is lacking in the summary trial. So it's the person's own commanding officer who's going to decide on the sentence or the punishment that's going to be meted out to the person for having offended in some way. And I remind you that we're talking about potentially verbal insults. And I emphasize that Section 75 goes much too far in the bill. It's not just an issue of saying that this could be adjusted. This is going far beyond the raison d'etre for having a summary trial. You might as well scrap the summary trial and go straight to the court-martial route if this is the kind of severe punishment that is going to be meted out. I want to emphasize also that in the past, the NDP had asked that the list of offenses that could be considered as being minor offenses be broadened, and that this was indeed because when it's an issue of summary trials without criminal records being a result, it could be possible for people who were accused, and these people, because we're talking minor offenses, could be reintegrated into the community. So they will know what to expect. They can see what National Defense says itself. are the new recruits to the military are going to be able to expect. And honestly, I think we're sending them down the wrong road here as to what they can expect. They are in the military. They're here to defend our country. They're putting their lives at risk to defend our freedoms that we have here in Canada. This is not a respectful way of treating these people, and I would encourage the government to withdraw this bill and to reformulate it so that this better reflects Canadian values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening intently to some of the input that the official opposition have been putting forward with regard to the bill before us, and some of the inferences that members of the military don't have recourse in their grievance procedure. We have a grievance board, military complaints commission, and we have the military ombudsman. And further, Mr. Speaker, I noticed that several of the official opposition have questioned the soundness of our military justice system. And my question to the member basically would be, how do you reconcile this misguided notion with the fact that the first independent review authority, former Chief Justice Lamer, stated in his review, and I'll quote what the Chief Justice said. He said, "Canada has developed a very sound and fair military justice framework in which Canadians can have trust and confidence," unquote. And Mr. Speaker, further, we have another Chief Justice, Chief Justice Lesage, in another independent review that stated, and I'll quote Chief Justice Lesage, he stated, "Although there are some areas where the military justice system and the grievance system can benefit from improvements, overall the system is working well." And I would just wonder why the opposition feels that the opinions of two Chief Justices of this country say that our system is functioning well, although it could stand some minor improvements, and that's what this bill does. How do they reconcile that?
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madienne. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Clearly, Mr. Justice Labner drafted a very interesting report in 2003. There were 88 recommendations, and the government only retained 28. So I think he should indeed read what Labner said in his report, because I think he would be surprised to see that only taking 1/4 of the recommendations. It's not really giving due respect to Mr. Justice Lamer. If the Chief Justice has proposed 88 amendments and they only kept 28, you might have to believe that Mr. Lamer did a lot of work. And he probably drafted those recommendations after having carefully considered these issues, whereas the Government of Canada, as at this point in time, is proposing a bill that is not well thought out, very quickly, and once again is not really dealing with the issues. They're thinking that if you keep rapping people's knuckles, maybe with a hammer, they might eventually vote Conservative. But this is not at all what I want to see in this bill. What I want to see it is for it to be enlightened and for it to be useful, that it really will have the objective and goals that we want, which is to unite our military and not to alienate them. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like first of all to thank my colleague for his most interesting speech. I've also noted that 3 very important Commonwealth countries, which is to say Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand, as well, all reformed their systems. Does my honourable colleague believe that this is the path that Canada should follow as well? The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-Île-de-la-Madienne. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, we have much to learn from these other countries. In the past, I think that Canada really was a beacon for these other countries. We were always in the avant-garde of the science, in terms of the criminal code, sentencing. We were clearly in the forefront in the past, but I don't think we are today. I think we have much to learn from other countries And I think that the most important aspect is indeed to think of what the goal of this legislation is. I think we've lost track of that. It's not to throw people in jail. It's not to make people coming out of the military poorer because they have a criminal record. As I emphasized earlier, having a criminal record can prevent you from getting a job. It could mean that you live the rest of your life in poverty because of that. And if that's really what the government is moving or proposing, I think that they do not respect the military as much as they should. What they should do is really to reflect on this bill that they are proposing here, withdraw it, C-15, and rework it with the real goals that we should have for Canadian society, and not just saddle these poor members with criminal records. The resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, for almost a year and a half, I've been able to speak to many issues in the House, and I've learned a lot. But there are moments where we have to speak to issues that we don't know as well. They're not always subjects that are of interest for us all equally, but I don't doubt their importance. The public knows very well that Canada has an army, and many are very proud of it, but the internal workings of this army remains pretty obscure for most of the people, the man in the street. From the beginning of my mandate, I've had the opportunity to meet with many soldiers, and I've been able to learn a lot about the issues or speak to them. Bill C-15 is indeed a bill which deals with military subjects, and it is fascinating. I'd like to sum up so that we can really see where we are with this. C-15 amends the National Defence Act and other acts as well. The Conservative government, as is its wont, has given a very short title, saying that this is an act to strengthen military justice and to defend Canada. This is a new mode, the way they make these titles. The Conservatives were tabling an act that was intended to reduce the rights of Aboriginals, and gave it a very lengthy title as well.
C-15 raises some very clear problems and, to an extent, provides solutions to them. C-15 had to be modernized and brought up to date, and had to establish a better balance. It was extensively amended in 1998 following 3 different reports that were challenging the effectiveness of the Act. The Liberals brought forward Bill C-25, in which Section 96 provided for an independent review every 5 years to determine whether or not the amendments made to the National Defence Act were doing the job. In 2003, the Lemaire report came forward with 88 recommendations. Everyone agreed that the Lemaire report was an effective tool and that it was clearly showing us the way to improve and modernize the National Defence Act. The Conservatives then took power in 2006 and inherited the Lemaire recommendations. The Conservative government was aware that it had to continue reforming the National Defence Act, and while they were in power, there was a series of ups and downs that were rather disappointing, actually. During the first 2 terms, the Conservative minority terms, 2 attempts were made to legislate, but everything died on the order paper. In 2008, on the 24th of April, the Court of Appeal of the Canadian Court-Martial in the Crown versus Trepanier ruled that the sections of the National Defence Act that provided the military prosecution director with the ability to choose the type of court-martial was unconstitutional. The Conservatives had to react as quickly as possible. Their attempts at legislating were failing, and now there was a court ruling that required a response, and their response was Bill C-60 that brought forward minor amendments to the military justice system. The Lemaire report was the basis of these legislative reforms. However, then there was a report from the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs. And that report, requested by the Minister of National Defence when it was tabled, was accepted in principle by the government. So at that point, there were a series of studies and information that were pointing the way in terms of legislative reform for the National Defence Act. But changes were made bit by bit. Now, that's not a bad thing necessarily. You can't change everything at the same time. Unless the government decides to send us an omnibus bill on the National Defence Act, and unless it looks like those 2 huge phone books that were sent here over the past few months, then we need to act bit by bit. Now, in 2010, a significant amount of progress was made. There was Bill C-41, and that is the immediate predecessor of Bill C-15 that was tabled in the House on June 16, 2010. It went through all the legislative stages. It was debated, discussed, and several amendments were brought forward by the NDP that were included in it. Unfortunately, C-41 also died on the order paper when the Parliament was dissolved during the last federal elections. Shortly afterwards, in June 2011, there was a new Parliament. And at that point, the Court of Appeal of the Court-Martial in the Crown versus Leblanc stated that the provisions on judges' appointments and their terms was unconstitutional. So the Conservatives wanted to resolve this problem as quickly as possible. And Bill C-16 came about that was tabled in fall 2011. At the same time, the Minister of National Defence charged the Honourable Patrick Lesage, Chief Justice, to do an independent review of Bill C-25. This report was tabled recently on the 8th of June 2012, and that's where we are at. So now we have the Lemaire report, and we also have the report from the Standing Senate Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs, and whose recommendations the Conservative government accepted. So what is the problem now? As I already stated, C-15 is a fairly good bill that responds to urgent and specific needs. However, all the recommendations the NDP had included in C-41 have now disappeared by magic. And we thought these amendments were very, very important. They were discussed and debated and were adopted. The NDP wants to see those amendments included back in C-15, and with your permission, I will tell you what those amendments dealt with. First of all, and very importantly, we believe that C-15 does not address the problem of reforming the summary trial system. When a member of the armed forces is found guilty, then he's judged by his commander on the spot and with no proceedings. Now, the members of the military are very rigorous in how they exercise their functions, but all military members are human beings, and there can be mistakes. There can be even minor infractions. The NDP does not believe that military insubordination should necessarily bring about a criminal record, and I am somewhat shocked that members of the armed forces who put themselves at risk for my safety and who were subject to extraordinary pressure and then came back, became civilians, and ended up with a criminal record that means that they can't travel or take out a loan at the bank just because they were insubordinate. So there have to be measures, but these measures have to reflect their insubordination. They shouldn't necessarily end up with a criminal record. We're talking about minor offenses, and the NDP managed to have a list of minor offenses reduced to 5 from 27. We want that amendment in C-15, and if it is not included, we will not support it. This is not a conspiracy. There are other countries who have done it as well. Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand, and Ireland. If they've done it, I don't know why Canada cannot do it. Second, there has to be a reform of the military grievance system. Currently, the Grievance Committee does not allow for any external review. However, this should be an external and independent civilian body. Currently, it is only retired employees of the armed forces who sit on it. I'm not saying that they do a bad job, but it doesn't work. There has to be a change. Why do we need another ruling from the Court of Appeal to do this? We suggest that at least 60% of the members of the Grievance Committee come from the civilian world. That had also been accepted as an amendment during the last Parliament, but it is not in C-15. We are right on this, and we want that amendment to be included. Once again, that is why we are going to vote against this bill as it is. There's another amendment that is not in C-15, and it deals with the external complaints review. commission rather. It is a minor point, but the NDP believes that much more should be done to give that commission teeth. We want its powers to be increased through legislation, and we want it to be able to legitimately investigate and report to Parliament. That is for the good of our military officers. Mr. Speaker, it is very rewarding to be a part of this very long process that began at the end of the 1990s under the Chrétien government. I'm very aware of the fact that one cannot just amend legislation like the National Defence Act quickly. It's going to take several years, and it has started. This is a file the Conservative government has been treating well, I think, and that's quite rare. But the NDP still has to remain vigilant to make sure that they get the details right. If the Conservatives act too quickly, then there will be problems. If there are valid and important amendments that we managed to have included during the last Parliament, then they can be now. And if they are not included this time, we will vote no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe there is enough time for one question and answer. Questions and comments.
Minister of State for Western Economic Diversification.
I would like to ask the member quite briefly if she does not believe that military people who served in the military wouldn't indeed make a good participant of the tribunal because of their expertise in applying the law. They've definitely got the background, the knowledge, and I think that as the participants are asked, or the opposition is asking for 60% of them to be non-military. I'd like to have a better understanding. Does she not trust those that have served and have much integrity, have protected our country and defended our country? I'm wondering why the NDP and the opposition are so against that particular part of the legislation.
The member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. This is not an issue of trust in members or not. This is more an issue of how important it is that completely independent people sit on that committee. We're talking about grievances. So those who sit on that committee should come from the outside so that they can have a general perspective and so that they are in a position to listen to both parties. And what we're proposing is not that there be no military members sitting on that committee. We're saying that about 40% should come from the military, and that's sufficient to be able to obtain their perspective while maintaining the majority from the outside.
Si elle le souhaite, il reste 3.
There are about 3.5 minutes left for questions and comments. And so we will continue that when we resume debate on this motion. At this point in time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House that the adjournment is deemed to have been adopted. And so, the Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Île-de-la-Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Yes, so in terms of the adjournment debate, I'd like to say that everyone knows that the Conservative government believes strongly in reducing costs for the purposes of improving government programs and services. In fact, we have to do more with less, and they tell us that all will be well if we do that. The Conservative government has imposed that ideology on the Canadian Coast Guard by requesting that, or by determining that the search and rescue centers be closed, as well as marine radio stations throughout the country, all in the name of efficiency and cost reduction. But what about protecting our fishers and our recreational sailors? Canada has the longest coastline in the world, but unfortunately when it comes to saving lives and protecting the marine environment against, for example, oil spills, the efficiency mantra of the Harper government, unfortunately, is leading us down the path to catastrophe. In order to effect small savings, the Conservatives are ready to and willing to weaken the ability of the Coast Guard to ensure that fishers are safe, that sailors are safe, and many other vessels, including oil tankers and other boats. I am shocked that the government believes that it can increase the effectiveness of the Coast Guard by closing the Search and Rescue Research Center in Quebec, as well as the marine radio station in Rivière-au-Renard. This marine radio station has a 108-year history, and yet it will be closed by 2015. In our province, only the marine radios in Quebec City and des Escoumins will remain operational. Even though the 16 employees who currently work at that station have been provided with positions in centers in Quebec City and les Escoumins, the Gaspésie region will still lose 16 well-paid jobs, and it will also lose local experience and history that could help save the lives of fishers and other people who are at sea. The employees of the Coast Guard are familiar with the geography of their area and with the specific linguistic characteristics of that area. These centers make sure that because of their geographic and linguistic knowledge, fishermen and fisherwomen can be quickly helped when they are in distress. The Commissioner of Official Languages recommended in his final investigation report that the language requirements of coordination positions be modified, and that all those holding bilingual positions be able to meet those language requirements, that there have to be enough bilingual positions, and that there has to be an ability to provide at all times services in French and in English for the Trenton and Halifax centers, and that there has to be a workplace that fosters the learning of both official languages. The report recommends that the closing of the center be delayed until those criteria are fulfilled. It is time that the Conservative government realize that Canada's are more than pawns in their game of reducing costs. How many marine accidents do there have to be? How many situations that threaten human lives or the environment have to occur? When will the government realize that efficiency is not the only important thing?
Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for raising this issue, and I'm pleased to be able to respond to him regarding the changes within the Canadian Coast Guard, specifically with respect to the changes surrounding the consolidation of 10 marine communications and traffic services centres. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like to correct the unfounded suggestion that our government doesn't value the safety of crabbers, lobster boats, and other Atlantic and Gulf of St. Lawrence fishers, as he raised originally in his question. Safety of all mariners is and will always be the #1 priority of the Canadian Coast Guard. Fisheries and Oceans Canada is becoming a more modern, streamlined, efficient, and responsive department. The department is committed to examining the ways that services are delivered. This includes making positive changes in the use of its resources with the intention of saving Canadian taxpayers money without affecting the safety of Canadians. The Canadian Coast Guard will be further consolidating and modernizing its marine communications and traffic services. Over the last 30 years, as technology has evolved, the Canadian Coast Guard has reduced the number of centres while providing the same high level of safety and traffic services. The Canadian Coast Guard is investing in its infrastructure to take advantage of today's technologies to update its marine communications and traffic services delivery. With the infrastructure and equipment updates, we can deliver the same levels of service to Canadians with fewer centres at strategic locations across the country. The use of advanced communication technologies will ensure that communication services will remain high quality, that resources are tasked efficiently, and that responses to mariners in distress are timely. Consolidation also allows the Canadian Coast Guard to better manage fluctuating workload at its marine communications and traffic services centres. Better connected centres equipped with modern technology will ensure improved backup capabilities. Like any responsible organization, especially one that is part of the Government of Canada, we must ensure that we deliver our services in the most efficient way and that we use our resources wisely. Maritime safety services are a top priority for the Canadian Coast Guard. The plans to consolidate Inuvik were announced as part of Budget 2011. In spring 2015, operations are expected to be delivered from the following 12 centres: Prince Rupert, Victoria, Sarnia, Prescott, Quebec, Les Escamines, Halifax, Sydney, Placentia, Port aux Basques, Goose Bay, and Iqaluit. But I would like to assure Canadians and my honourable colleague that the implementation of this initiative will have absolutely no impact on services to mariners. In fact, there will be improved reliability of services due to increased interconnectivity among centres, and larger centres will have a better ability to address spikes in service demands by having an increased complement of staff when required. The Coast Guard has clear workload standards for its marine communication and traffic services officers, and these standards will not be increased as a result of this initiative. It is expected that workload will be distributed more proportionally among officers on watch at the new consolidated centres. Mariners' safety will not be jeopardized. The Coast Guard has a rigorous and structured certification process to ensure that its frontline officers are fully capable of delivering services in accordance with domestic and international guidelines. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me reaffirm the dedication of Fisheries and Oceans Canada to ensuring the safety of the maritime community throughout the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary as well. Obviously, it is good to hear that the government wants to reassure us that there is no risk, but when maritime traffic centres are being closed, it is clear that the risk does increase. It can't be otherwise. Now, he said that we have nothing to fear with the improvements that are being made to the networks, the staffing levels, that the staff that will be sent to the 12 centres that remain will be sufficient. But we know that the networks have not always worked, and that could happen again. So I have a simple question to ask the Parliamentary Secretary. How much is the life of a sailor worth?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what we're saying, and I think saying very clearly, it's our belief and our strong belief that the changes we're making to the Coast Guard in respect to these marine communications and traffic services centres are not going to change how we deliver services. We'll have exactly the same number of telecommunications towers. We'll have exactly the same number of radar installations. And they will continue to be monitored by these individuals across the country in these well-equipped, with the best technology. These centres will be able to deliver those services, and so we don't think that the lives of mariners are going to be affected in any way by this change.
In that the Honourable Member for Random Buren St. George's is not present to raise the matter for which adjournment notice had been given, the notice is deemed withdrawn. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.